on the TV side. It's cool to be a part of it, and also, you know, racing it out with my friend Chaz. It was good fun. We were actually talking, one, a radio communication for the race, so we can have a chat to each other and see, maybe down Conrod Straight we can have a bit of a chat. So, no, it's cool.
Okay, so when the flag drops, though, it is racing and it's rivalry.
Yeah, there's no friends on track, so yeah, we go for it, we go flat out, and hopefully the fans are going to enjoy today.
All right, good on you, Kelvin. Great to have you back. Good luck today.
Thanks guys. Ciao, ciao.
The Pirelli Pit Bunker is our tool to explain all the strategies that are going to play out across the course of the day. And this is obviously a very unique race, and there has been some changes for 2022. All right, let's get into the race facts and explain exactly how today is going to work. What does 12 hours look like across the course of the day? Well, in 2020, it meant 314 laps. That was a new record. We nearly clocked up 2,000 kilometres of racing. And depending on how we go with this fog today, with the limited numbers on track, we might see that record get a bit of a touch-up if we don't lose too much time for the fog. It is starting half an hour earlier, which is why we're talking so much about these conditions. And new for this year, 9 compulsory pit stops, each of them 120 seconds. So that's going to be one thing to track throughout the course of the race. You can have 3 or 4 drivers in your car. There's not too many that are running 4 drivers this weekend. And a tank of gas is going to get you between 30 to 40 laps. But it's not so much the fuel that you have to worry about when you're talking about the 12-hour. It's managing your driving time, okay? So the pro drivers, well, they can do a maximum 340 minutes across the course of the race, which means your bronze or your amateur driver can do a minimum of 3 hours. But importantly, new for this year, they've slammed one of those hours in the second half of the race. So typically, the AM drivers would get out there, do their laps early, get out of the car, and their job would be done. But not this year. They're going to have to compete at the end of the race, which is going to make things very exciting. You have to have a 1-hour minimum break between your stints, by the way. I just want to quickly talk strategy. And now that it's a Pro-Am race, as opposed to being able to stick 3 gun drivers in the car, it's going to look something like this. 10 stints to get you to cross the 12 hours, 9 pit stops. And we're looking to try and get about 80 minutes out of a stint. And the white driver here is the AM class driver. So what are we looking at here? Possibly 3 1-hour stints for your AM, and you're going to try and get them out about the 7th hour into the race. The red driver, well, they're your gun driver. So if we pretend this is Shane Van Gisbergen, Brock Feeney, and Prince Jeffrey, this is probably how the 888 car is going to track across the course of the day. Start with Brock Feeney, hand it over, possibly in the foggy conditions behind the safety car, to Prince Jeffrey. Shane Van Gisbergen has a stint, and he stays nice and fresh for the end of the race. 140 minutes to get him to the checkered flag. I'm expecting to see pretty similar strategies to what we've got up on the board right now, but already Chaz Mostert's going for a different strategy. They've plugged the gun driver in an Audi right at the beginning of this race. We'll track this live across the course of the day. It's going to be a very intriguing race.
Control to all teams, control to all teams. This race will commence behind safety car. The race will be starting behind the safety car due to the fog conditions. Thank you, everyone.
Brock Feeney, you're starting in the 888 machine. We've just heard the radio message. We'll be starting under safety car. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, the outlap this morning was pretty dark. Yesterday it was very foggy down the bottom of the hill, but this morning there's a bit of fog at Skyline as well. So these Euro drivers are probably a bit more used to it than us Aussies, but yeah, I mean, we'll probably follow the safety car for a few laps and hopefully we get racing shortly.
It's a big day, not only for this team, but for you as well. 12-hour, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really excited. Thank God I got a really good night's sleep last night, so I'm brand new and ready to go. But yeah, 12 hours of racing, what more could you want around Bathurst?
Absolutely, go well.
Thank you.
All right, well, the man who comes here is the Bathurst 1000 champion, Lee Holdsworth. Lena, good position, 3rd row of the grid. Dean's in the car at the moment. Dean Fiore looking good?
Yeah, Brett. It's pretty cool to start from the 3rd row. Dino's pretty happy he's starting in the car in the dark, in the fog. But look, we just need to hang in there, and I think this period in the dark, you just need to circulate and follow the leader basically, and then once it's daylight, we can start attacking a bit more. Obviously, you just got to be there in that last couple of hours or hour to be on the lead lap and fight for the win.
What's the driver plan for today? When do you jump in?
I think Dino will do most of the dark running this morning, and then Mark Senior will jump in early this morning when it's a bit lighter, and then I'll do a couple of stints this morning and then do most of my running later in the day.
Very good of you to let Dean have a go early in the morning in the dark and the fog, Lee, too. Well done.
I know, we're nice to him. Every year he locks this role in, so poor Dino.
Good luck. He'll have a ball. All the best, mate. Have a great day.
Cheers.
Nick Percat's driving an Audi R8 for the Team BRM squad. This car has been fixed up. We haven't had a chance to put it on track in a while. Is it good to go for the race today?
Yeah, I think so. The officials were really nice. So they let me go out and in last night just to check the gearbox and the mechanicals, and then the boys spent hours last night finishing off repairs. But huge credit to Team BRM. You know, that car's had to be welded up. Every single corner has been replaced. All the body work. It's a huge job. So you know, mega effort by them. And now got Joey in to start, and you know, Mark will jump in this morning and get his confidence back.
Well done, mate. Cheers.
Cheers. Is that all right?
So the grid begins to clear and the countdown is on to the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour. And here's how the track looks. Richard Crowell and Garth Tander alongside me, Matt Nolte, for the next 12 hours around this famous mountain. 23 turns, 6.2 kilometres of pure magic. Crowley, good morning. Welcome back.
Morning, gents. Looking forward to being locked in a small padded room with you two for the next day for one of Australia's great motor races and one of the great GT races anywhere in the world. And gee, this place turns it on. The memories that the 12 hour has generated since it became a GT Enduro in 2011 are phenomenal. We'll be charting some of them today as well. How about this? The pass for the win within the final 15 minutes of the 2019 race. Matt Campbell finds a Porsche width down the inside of Jake Dennis and gets the win. And this for the final spot on the podium in 2020 at the Chase. We know the track, we love it. 6.213 Ks. The best racetrack in the land, probably in the world, Garth Tander, and we are looking forward to a motor race after a scintillating qualifying session yesterday. 12-hour race is going to be exceptional today.
Certainly is, boys. This is one that you just get, this is a race that you still get really nervous about. The fact that we're starting in the dark, an extra half an hour of dark running, coupled with the earlier start, 5:15 a.m. start, the traditional start is usually a little bit later in the morning, and also the fact that there's a little bit of fog around the precinct as well. So there was a lot of nervous drivers that'll be out on the grid that just did that parade lap about 15 minutes ago. It looks like the fog's rolled in a little more since then, and we were a little bit worried that this was going to be the case starting the race this early in May. But these guys are pros. Chaz Mostert and Cal Vanderlyn. What a great super pole session it was yesterday, effectively. The battle between those two. Brock Feeney, his first ever GT3 start here at the mountain. And Shane Van Gisbergen was kind enough to stick him in the dark as well. So big 90 minutes coming up as we wait for the sun to arise.
So confirming the race will start behind the Mercedes-AMG safety car. So the car's left the grid some 30 minutes ago now, and the world's completely different up on top of the mountain. So a chance to get a bit more sight, pick out your points you're going to use, because it's a much longer, darker period than what we'd normally have in the February date. And it's as the clock starts, so the race is officially commenced now. One way or another, in 12 hours' time, we're going to throw the checkered flag. Race control, James Taylor, the race director, Craig Baird, driver standards observer, and the team from Motorsport Australia have been very smart in the way they've managed this weekend, and it's all been about getting to this point and then getting safely to the 7th, 8th, 9th hour of the motor race so we can go racing and get a checkered flag result. And what we're doing this morning now in starting behind a safety car is about safety, and the number one issue isn't so much for the drivers, it's about the point-to-point visibility between the flag posts at the top of the hill, especially. So you need line of sight at least from one official's point to another one. That's the relay system from one corner to another to make sure that the drivers are aware that the track is clear for the next little period. But this is also about giving them a better opportunity to get heat and tyre pressure up before a racing start. It's exactly what happened yesterday when we shifted the qualifying format to 2 15-minute shootouts rather than a single car lap. It's all about being a little bit pragmatic and working our way towards the end of the race to make sure that everyone's got an opportunity to go motor racing today. But safety first, as always, in motorsport, and this is about making sure our amazing volunteer officials that line this racetrack have got line of sight from one position to another around the circuit. And there you go, that's an example of what this is all about. Pretty good running up into the cutting. By the time you get to Reed Park, visibility no good.
Yeah, certainly as we get further towards the top of the mountain, the fog certainly becomes a lot thicker. We've seen that here years gone by. And the point you make, Rich, about being able to see point to point from the flag points is the critical one. And you need, the reason for that is quite simple. If there's a car stuck in the middle of that fog and you can't see it, that is a massive issue for the oncoming vehicles. I mean, we all have known there are plenty of blind spots here at Mount Panorama across the top of the mountain. You add a bit of fog on top of that in the dark, visibility is the critical thing for our Motorsport Australia flag officials. So yeah, I mean, the light's probably making that fog look a little bit worse than what it is, but the onboard there you go, that's a classic example. When I spoke to Chaz Mostert down on the grid before we got started, he basically said, I couldn't see from Skyline to the Dipper. And that's a reasonably important part of the racetrack where you need to see where you're going. So certainly the right decision here by Motorsport Australia Race Control to get this one started under safety car. We actually saw yesterday when there was some fog early in the morning, and as it lifted enough to get the cars on circuit, once we got the cars on circuit and running around, the fog actually lifted quite quickly. Yeah, and it created a bit of a vortex effect. So probably not at that stage yet, but they would have learned from that experience yesterday, Motorsport Australia Race Control. So they'll be monitoring this situation very, very closely.
We saw a quick glimpse in car with the Craft Bamboo Mercedes-Benz. It's back on the track. That was in town yesterday getting an engine change. So good to see that back out. It'll take its spot from 19th here today. No track time yesterday, but they're probably loving the fact they're getting a chance just to get some laps and making sure everything's 100% right.
So the word from race control from Craig Baird, driver standards advisor, is that they'll go one more lap potentially under safety car. So this is officially the formation lap of the race. The green flag is next time by, and the race in ordinary situations would be they'd be lining up side by side going into the chase for the traditional rolling start. So they'll go one lap under safety car to get this race underway, and then we'll go motor racing. And apparently the conditions are good. The feedback that's been reported back to race control is that it is improving, and as Garth said, it will only get better. One point you made very briefly, Garth, at the start of the show was the BOP changes overnight. So the Audis have been hit with 15 kilos, and we should emphasise this is a global thing. SRO, who manage GT3 racing on behalf of the FIA around the world, made that call. Claude Simon, who is the technical director for SRO, communicated that through. 15 kilos added to the Audis, 5 kilos off the Lambo and the AMG Mercedes, and 10 kilos off the Porsche. What's the difference? How does 15 kilos change the game?
Oh, it certainly makes a big difference to GT cars, particularly around here at Bathurst. And we notice in the Audi, when you go from light fuel to heavy fuel, the car slows down quite a bit. So we've effectively added 15 kilos worth of fuel. Let's hear from Barrett's in pit lane.
Oh, guys, one of the most incredible things about this race is being on turn one as these cars come through, even under safety car. It is an incredible sight, and that's where the smart fans are. The great little crowd down here just after 5 in the morning. But have a look at that as they come through turn one. It is one of the great sights, not only of Australian motorsport, but international motorsport as they turn and head up Mountain Straight. It is magnificent. What a parade of incredible cars, all behind safety car at the moment, just raring to get going. It's just looking brilliant down here, and the fans are loving it bright and early, guys.
Maintain 80 kph, please. Lights out at 19.5. Return to pit lane this lap, please. Return to pit lane this lap.
That's great news. The voice of the race director, lights out. So lights out at 19.5 is just before the chase on Conrod Straight, which is where the safety car lights traditionally go out to give the drivers behind them notice that we're going motor racing.
Just to go back to Barrett's point down there at turn number 1, driving into the track this morning, there's just so many people walking from town. I'm not sure if they've been to bed yet or they've had a big night's sleep.
There's a few people that I don't think have slept, Nolts.
It's incredible.
Have come straight from any one of Bathurst's very fine local establishments right to the racetrack to see the start of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. And this is unique in Australian motor racing. We don't do this anywhere else. And even in normal years when we're running in February, that first 30 or 40 minutes of the race is incredibly special. Today it's different because sunrise at about 6:15 a.m. So we're still an hour away from that point, from at least getting a little bit of light in the sky. But it's just such an amazing atmosphere every year for the start of this race. People coming into the circuit to see something truly unique.
And they've been pouring in since Wednesday and Thursday here, and yesterday the build-up with the shootout, which was an absolute thriller to say the least, with Mostert scoring pole position for today's race. You're in car for a moment there with Brock Feeney, who'll start at the man filter Mercedes AMG. That's a cool shot too, lighting up the fans. They're hidden up there under the trees with the best spots. There is no bad spot around this 6.2 kilometre course, and we're just moments away from the start of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour here at Mount Panorama.
And I think, Nolts, there may be a few people possibly had a cleansing ale or two last night up there that might still just be dragging themselves out of their tent. But more than 2,000 campsites filled for this event. Camping has been a huge part of it. It's a real 3 or 4 day party for those people. They come here, they've got the flags set up, and it's so unique to come here, and rather than seeing Holden and Ford flags, there's a Bentley flag and a Mercedes AMG flag, or the Union Jack flying. It's a really cool atmosphere all the way around this racetrack. So The race has officially commenced. Remember, the clock is ticking. We are now officially under safety car for the first time today. Just a few little race facts before we do go green. The record distance, 314 laps, 1,950 Ks. Just a little one to keep in the back of the mind. If we get a green day, 2,000 Ks is 322 laps. So we're not too far away from that in terms of the race history. This race averages 11 safety cars over its duration. The lap record is held by Shane van Gisbergen, set in 2016 in a McLaren 650S GT3 en route to victory with Alvaro Parent and Jonathan Webb. And over the course of this race, we're going to be going back and documenting some of the 12 great moments, magic moments from Bathurst history.
Jack Perkins looking nice and comfy down there in the Griffith Court pit, ready for his stint later on this morning. The light's about to go on the Mercedes AMG safety car. It'll pull away from the field anytime soon. And boys, we're about to go to race speed here at Mount Panorama.
So, same safety car rules apply that we traditionally see in supercar competition. Once the lights go out on the safety car, no more weaving. Leader needs to maintain 80 kilometres an hour. So Chaz Mostert leading the field down to the start of this one, knows those rules intimately as the rest of the field file down into the chase in anticipation of going green.
Green flag, green flag, green flag.
There's the green. After 830 days away, Australia's International Enduro returns to Mount Panorama. And officially the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour is racing for 2022. And all 20 cars that started the weekend start the motor race. Away we go. Chaz Mostert leads them to green for the first time today. Kelvin van der Linde next. Lucas Stolz is behind the wheel of car 75. Marcus Winkelhoff behind the wheel of 777. Brock Feeney starts car 888, the man filters AMG. Dean Fiore, Ben Barker, Devarshan Padiachi, David Wall and Brett Hobson. They're the starting drivers in the top 10.
What an eerie sight that was going to turn number one. The fog just hanging above the street lights here as the field make their way up Mountain Straight for the first time in anger here in the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. And they climb through the fog and up towards the cutting.
Drivers to watch, Murray Engel starting the Craft Bamboo Racing AMG off the back of the grid. He's already passed 3 cars, which is not surprising. They had an engine change after the final practice session on Friday evening. They took the car to the Bathurst TAFE to do that, to get the car on a hoist. They were a bit frustrated about missing qualifying, but said, we're going to play the long game. We'll make sure we get to the end.
No heroes on this first lap. Very, very cautious start to the race. Build some tyre temperature, get an understanding of what sort of vision that you have as a driver at speed. They're on board Brock Feeney's 888 man filter Mercedes AMG. You can hear the Mercedes scraping on the ground as it made its way through McPhillamy. The run now down to the dipper. Just a nice cautious start to this one. You're certainly not going to win it in the first racing lap. You can certainly put yourself on the back foot for the next 11 hours and 48 minutes.
Other drivers charging through. David Reynolds starting car 24. Tony Bates entry. Cam Waters will also drive that car. So Reynolds went off the back of the field. They're up to 14th. And Joey Mawson starting the Team BRM entry. He'll share with Nick Percat and Mark Rosser, already up to 15th. So they're making headway from the back of the field.
That's your wake-up call, folks. Right there. The field make their way down to the chase here at the end of lap number 1. We're in car with Maro Engel as he's up to 16th position, as Chaz Mostert will lead Audi 1 and 2 here at the end of the first flying lap, the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. And everybody's safely through. I know these guys take it serious, Garth, but it's got to be a buzz to drive around here at this time of the morning.
No, it's not really, Matt Balti. I'm going to be honest with you. It's quite nerve-wracking because you know just how much of a race you have ahead of you. And it's so easy to make a mistake. We often speak about how Bathurst can bite, and when you add the degree of difficulty of lower visibility in the nighttime running or in the dark running, it just makes that challenge all that more harder. So very nervous. I mean, I've only ever started this race once, and I said, right, I've done that. Click that flick. Don't need to do that again. Don't need to do that again. So, you know, there's a lot of lobbying that goes on from the more seasoned pros that just say to their younger teammates, hey, I think you probably need to start the race. Shane van Gisbergen was saying all week that Brock Feeney's got much younger eyes, and that's got to be better in the night time. So clearly that was Shane's intention, was to stick Brock in the car early.
And he spent the majority of that session Friday afternoon, Rich, the dusk session we had here the 4th practice session behind the wheel, trying to get used to the nighttime conditions, but he didn't have the fog to contest with at the same time.
It's funny, the drivers all played the game in the media conference yesterday afternoon. I asked Jules Gounon, who's starting your car, and it was actually after the starting drivers list had been published, and he still wouldn't say. So, well, I'll find out pretty shortly anyway, but they all play the game with it. I noticed Jack Perkins sitting down there very comfortably, very magnanimously gave the start to his mate Will Brown, who currently runs in 11th position. Down to the elbow, we are on board with Brock Feeney in the Mercedes AMG. I'll tell you what, if you don't know your Audi R8 from your AMG headlight by this stage of the game, you're going to battle throughout the rest of the day because they dominate the leaderboard. The first Porsche, of course, is Ben Barker in 6th position for Grove Racing. And then David Wall got the job to start the Wall Racing Lamborghini Huracan. How's the sight down Conrod? And that shot at the chase early on, even at 5:28 a.m. in the morning, it's still the fastest corner in the sport.
The Alan Simonson Trophy sits proudly down in the Audi pits.
Prince Jeffrey suited and booted really early in the motor race. I wouldn't expect to see him jump into a car until the end of this stint. We'll chart the strategy for you over the course, but Garth, we're talking off air that we're used to talking about races in a number of laps, and yes, we want to see a distance record and the most number of laps completed, but this race is about time. It is all about time, and time in the car for these drivers, and time is especially important this year with the regulations. The fact that your amateur driver can spend no longer than 80 minutes in a car at any one time, but they must do 180 minutes over the race distance itself. Everything is worked to time in this race. It's not about, oh, we're going to pit on lap 25. It is, we're going to pit at the 80-minute mark or the 2 hour, 70-minute mark, whatever it might be.
Yeah, time's the critical unit of measurement in this one for sure, Rich. We, for those that are used to watching the Bathurst 1000s, for example, we'll always talk about the number of laps you get out of a tank of fuel or the minimum amount of laps that the co-driver needs to do. Whereas here, in the 12 hour, as you said, even the teams, they talk about a stint of fuel is 80 minutes or it's 70 minutes. Everything, the unit of time, the unit of measurement is time. And that's the critical thing that we need to make sure you have your head around. As an observer, the teams use time, as we said, as that critical unit of measurement. On board here with Kelvin van der Linde on the run down. Conrod straight, right behind fellow Audi of Chaz Mostert. And those two had such an epic battle for pole yesterday. A bit of sparks coming off those Mercs. The skid plates, the cars bottom out. The bottom of the dip for the rundown Conrod.
Did you see the exhaust glowing on Ben Barker's car? It's just at the end of the queue. That Porsche, the twin exhaust pipes right in the centre of that rear bar, bright red on the exit of the elbow. These two are having a proper crack at the moment. They're in the low 208s. They'll probably drop into the 7s this time round. But this is a rinse and repeat of what we saw in 2020 in the early stages, where McLaren was pushing hard really early, and there was actually a bump and run at the chase and a pass for the lead about 20 minutes into a 12-hour motor race. These guys are serious. Lucas Doles just sets the fastest up of the race, 2:06.9. So the pace is hot early, and van der Linde going after Chaz Mostert and getting after him with a bit of their high beam flashes as well.
Teams have a few tricks that they use to combat exactly what Kelvin van der Linde was trying to do to Chaz Mostert there, flashing the headlights in the rear vision mirror. A lot of the teams and drivers will use actually a bit of window tint that they'll put over the top of the rear vision mirror in the centre of the windscreen there, and then side mirrors, and then once daylight breaks in the pit stops, they can rip that tint off, just sticky, effectively vinyl stuck on. That dampens the headlight effect. You see here the Mercs bottoming out. The Mercedes runs such a low ride height. We often hear those cars bottoming out across the top of the mountain. I got to tell you, when you're following a car and it sparks up like that, it gets your attention. It's just because you're not used to it from daylight running. That's one of the great aspects of running in the dark, is we get to see some pretty cool stuff. Brake discs glowing, exhausts glowing.
The entire rear under tray of those cars and that shot going down Conrod from behind was all lit up. It's like they're running LEDs under it, but that's the heat from the exhausts. Amazing. These visuals are quite extraordinary. Slightly foggy morning. So there's the sparks, but look at the exhaust as well. There's the Porsche from Ben Barker at the end of the queue. That's amazing. Just never see that kind of thing. Motor race here. But this is an intense battle, Knowles. 3.4 seconds covering the top 6 cars. Chad?
Yeah, I've had a bit of a run up the lane, guys, to just check on the 3 cars that missed qualifying due to, well, different reasons. But first of all, the number 17 Audi, which is currently piloted by Joey Mawson. The Team BRM crew reporting everything okay with that car. So the work that they did yesterday, late into the day, has come all good. Ditto that for the 91 Craft Bamboo Mercedes, which is currently piloted by Mauro Engel. Started last all the way up to 15th already. And Daryl Young saying that car is running nicely. And also, further good news, the Class C Porsche, Eric Constantides behind the wheel. That car was here until late last night getting fixed with crash damage that was suffered in qualifying, and everything reported to be okay there. So great work from these crews working late into the night to get all these cars out on the track. And the good news, they're all working perfectly.
Chad Naylor and Brian Ingerson covering the action in the pit lane here today. There's that glow heading up Mountain Straight here as we work the 7th lap of this race.
That's amazing. Cool
It's
shot.
the same as you, Rich. I couldn't stop looking at the exhaust of that Porsche lane in that shot. Very cool. On board here with Van der Linde again, chasing.
Look at
Lost
that.
it.
That's amazing. And some flames, just for some added bonus.
Teams often complain about the cost of parts of race cars, but it's those sorts of shots that you appreciate just how hard those parts are working on race cars. So certainly the exhaust on a Porsche, I'm sure you pay plenty for them, but it's worth, you're getting your value for money, that's for sure.
So we stay in car with Van der Linde heading down the mountain. It feels like we're watching qualifying again.
It does.
These guys went at it yesterday afternoon in the shootout to ultimately set the front row for Liqui Bathurst 12-hour.
They're having a proper crack now. It's Mostert 6-1 last time by Van der Linde 6-2. 6-4 for Lucas Stoltz. Winkelhock in the low 6s. A lot of energy in this motor race early. And it's going to be a battle of track position throughout the really fast cars throughout the day as well. One thing we haven't touched on yet is the fact that for the first time in this race, there's a wave around rule. So if you go a lap down and you get a safety car, you have that opportunity to get back on the lead lap. It's not the full NASCAR lucky dog get to the back of the queue again kind of thing, but it is a massive asset. Here's some battling a little bit further down the field.
A bit of side-by-side work as they make their way down Conrod. It looked like maybe Brock Feeney getting very close to dropping a wheel in the grass. Just giving other cars a bit of a wide berth. On board here with Mauro Engel. And this freight train making its way from the back of the grid. We've got David Reynolds in 12th, Joey Mawson 13th, and Mauro Engel on board. We're here. Those guys making their way back through the field cautiously after missing qualifying effectively. Just those little moments where you get caught up with some of the other cars on circuits, the KTM Expo of Glenwood driving that one of the invitational cars, and that's actually the fastest car down Conrod in a straight line, but doesn't have the same aero as the GT3 cars across the top of the mountain, so it actually becomes quite a frustrating car to pass because it scoots away from you in a straight line. So by the time you get to the braking zone, it's too far up the road, you can't outbrake it, and then it's too hard to pass across the top of the mountain.
Action down here at the Maguire's elbow, the rally replay. There's the number 6 Lamborghini of David Wall. This is what we saw from behind heading down the straight. 3 or 4 cars scrapping.
It was actually David Wall getting up the inside of Devash and Paddiacci.
So Will Brown following through as well in the number 19 Daimler Trucks Brisbane entry.
Steve Fiore behind the wheel of car number 9 at the moment. It's dropped down several spots since the start of the race here at Mount Panorama today. So back in car with Mauro Engel going with Joey Mawson. Remember, these two started at the tail of the field and now find themselves up 13th and 14th position to work our way across McPhillamy Park. We just want to hear the sounds.
Oh, that's right. We'll get a bit of that today, don't worry about it. So Mauro Engel behind Joey Mawson, reigning Australian Drivers' Champion in S5000 racing, up to 13th. So they're bottled up behind Glenwood at the moment. Hugely experienced driver. The Aussie version of the Wood brothers, Glenn and Dale. And they've been passed by Reynolds. Brett Hobson still running in 10th position at the moment in the Ram Motorsport car. Just in behind Devash and Paddiacci, who both of those drivers I thought did a super job in the shootout yesterday. It's Liam Talbot's helmet. His teammate Chaz Mostert leads the motor race. 0.6 the margin. The battles continue all the way through the field. It's like a sprint race at Mount Panorama in the early hours. And another change of position.
Chaz Mosler continues to lead as we're 22 minutes into the race, as now Murrow Engel dives down the inside at Murray's corner as he continues his charge up in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes AMG. Now puts himself up into 13th place.
You could even hear just the trepidation of Murrow Engel as he went up the inside of Glenwood. He sort of knew that Glenn knew that he was there, but not quite. It's just when you make those passes, you just hope that the driver you're passing just doesn't turn down. And it's just difficult sometimes to understand. On board here with Dave Reynolds as he gets up the inside into the chase. He gets one. Gets away with that one. That was a nice job.
Krause was having flashbacks to 2020 just then. He's sweating already.
Richard Craill was holding his breath under that passing manoeuvre.
I shouldn't get surprised, Garth, but every year I do that this race has so much energy in it this early that people are fighting so hard with 11 hours and 36 minutes to go in a motor race. But every position counts so much, especially in a race where track position, I think, is going to be so valuable over the course of the day. So they jump past Constantinides in the Porsche. He goes a lap down early. That car, big rebuild effort overnight after what was a really sizable crash on the run up the shelf there to Reed Park. Great to see the effort being put in by all of these teams to get these cars back on the racetrack. But how's this battle pack? So this is Murrow Engel, a guy that's been on pole here, a guy that's been on the podium, and they're wheel-to-wheel just in front, and he's 13th. So we're looking ahead to 12th, 11th, 10th, and 9th.
Lots of patience from Murrow Engel, though, across the top of the mountain. You can just hear how patient he was with the throttle, not really attacking, giving the cars in front a lot of space. Even here into the braking zone, you can see plenty going on up the road. You don't want to be part of that right now. Murrow, with all his experience, making his way up through the field after this car had that engine change and misqualifying yesterday afternoon. There's Mawson having a look up the inside of Hobson, gets it done, but just all of the race, just a continual holding of breath here at the commentary box at all of these passing moves, just because we know how. There we go, Engel up the inside of Hobson as well. So this train of Reynolds, Mawson and Engel continue to make their way forward. But just doing it cautiously, doing it smart. We still have just a lazy 11 and a half hours to go in this one.
Look at the effect that headlights have on the inside of Murrow Engel's car. So we've got past Brett Hobson, who's still tucked up under the rear wing of the Craft Bamboo Porsche, but his cockpit illuminated with those bright lights, and you touched on that element before, that it can be quite distracting with the car behind. They've got some great brain power in the garages up and down pit lane, but Garth Walden Racing, who's running that Ram Motorsport car, Michael Henry, and JP Messenger calling the shots there on the headsets. They've won the odd endurance race at this place before. Back to the battle for the lead. They're in the fours now. Van der Linde set the fastest lap of the race on lap 9 at a 2:04.5. The margin officially 0.5, but it's a couple of Audi R8 lengths. And these two continue their duel, but between these cars especially has been basically going since practice one on Friday morning.
And they've been separated by less than a second since the Mercedes AMG safety car pulled in some 20 minutes ago now. And they're separated by hundredths of a second of the sectors. I feel this is going to go all day long. It's into Murray's corner they go. Mosler continues to lead as the lap times continue to tumble. Now it's a 2:04.5. So they're trading fastest laps, the two guys at the front.
Even though Mostert set the fastest lap of the race on that lap just completed, I feel like Van der Linde's probably got a little more speed at the moment, wants to go a little bit faster. That's not to say that Chaz couldn't go any faster, but hey, when you're leading the race and you've got the guy bottled up behind you, you don't really need to lay it on the line right here, right now. So Van der Linde just trying to put a little bit of pressure on Mostert. It's not as though Chaz is his first rodeo. He's been around here a few times. He's been in this position quite a few times. So both drivers now well and truly in the groove. Even Lucas Stoltz in third in the 75 Sun Energy Mercedes laid down a 5-0 on that previous lap. So plenty of tyre temperature in the tyre now. The driver's in the groove. They've got a very clear understanding of the visibility and where their car balance is at in these conditions. One of the things that will start to come up now is lap traffic. You can see Chaz Mostert just making his way around the outside at McPhillamy.
That's the repaired Superbarn Supermarkets Audi. This car has been an enormous story with David Russell behind the wheel. They've freighted a new car up from Melbourne after a massive crash from Theo Konduras, and we send our regards to Theo. He got a bit of a knock in that incident and will not be taking any further part in the weekend. So hope Theo's watching on from home. I think he's back in Canberra now, but just amazing to see that car back on the grid with David Russell behind the wheel. Bryony?
Tony Bates, David Reynolds is doing a fantastic job, up about 8 spots already. How are things going?
Yeah, he's flying. He's picking them off nicely. He's really making some ground, so he's putting us in a good spot to negate yesterday's drama in qualifying.
Now, I notice you're here. Where's your third teammate, Cameron Waters?
He's still in bed. Yeah, he wanted to sleep in. He's a bit soft, young Cam, so he'll be, I'm sure he'll be here shortly.
So looking to redeem, obviously, a really terrible qualifying from yesterday. How much more is in this car?
Oh, look, the cars are brilliant. So, you know, Dave's showing that he's got really good pace. He's moved up to 7th from 16th. So, you know, it's a long day. So I think we're starting to get back to where we should have started from. And, you know, safety car will bring him right on the back of those lead group.
All right, thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
So we're setting up for pit stops at Craft Bamboo. I just saw the mechanics start getting their gear on, so we might not be too far away from this first round of pit stops. And looking up and down the garages, I'm seeing a mixture of pro and AM drivers suited up, so we might actually be in for a little bit of an intriguing battle in this second stint of the race. The majority of the teams are electing to put their bronze-ranked, their amateur driver, in for this next stint, but I can confirm that at Groves, it looks like Brenton Grove, who's pro-rated, and also Nathaniel Bathon, who should be hopping into car 74, looking like the pro drivers that are going to be getting ready. So warm-ups going on down in the Audi garages, and we're not too far away from seeing some potential pit stops and driver changes, and maybe even some pro versus AM battles coming up.
Certainly don't need to be warming up on the track right now, boys. It's just getting a bit hot, if you don't mind, as they make their way up Mountain Straight. Chat Nalon with the update down in pit lane. So we're approaching the 30-minute mark of this race. You get the feeling it's the final 30 minutes of the race away. We're watching this battle pack for.
If it stays like this all day, notes, I'm here for it. I'm okay with that.
I'll stay.
If this is the intensity level we're going to get for the next 11 hours and 30 minutes, blue flags flying on the run up to the King for the cutting, and that's why they're working their way past the Mark Cars Australia entry of Keith Kasuki and Jeff Taunton just a little bit further up the road. Oh, very wide. The Mark car almost gets into the fence. Dick Johnson's part of the racetrack. And I think Kelvin got a little bit delayed. We saw Mostert get to them across the top of the mountain, and Van der Linde dropped a second off the back of the leading Audi as they got to traffic for the first time. And it's proof that it doesn't matter if it's a 20-car field or a 50-car field, you always get the traffic at exactly the wrong point of Mount Panorama. The blind, narrow, undulating, no vision part of the circuit.
Yeah, certainly the run from Skyline to where we are right now, the exit of the Dipper is single lane highway, that's for sure. On board here with Mauro Engel, he's now up to 12th. We saw that move Dave Reynolds up the inside of David Wall as we were talking to Tony Bates, and that got our attention as well. When Reynolds got up the inside, the run down to Forest Elbow, but now Reynolds has got himself to 7th. Tony Bates made the point that we're sort of back into position now. The only drama with that is they're 41 seconds off the lead of the motor race, so they do need a safety car to get themselves back into the race for the podium contention. When we were 11 and a half hours to go, let's not talk about podiums right now, but they will be thinking about that sort of stuff down in the pit garages. And to Chad Nalon's point, where teams were having some bronze drivers or amateur drivers suited up, some pros, I think that'll depend. If they get a safety car right now, you'll either leave the current driver in the car or stick a pro in the car. But if they get further into the race, if we get that hour into the race before we have a safety car, and the sun's more likely to come up, that's when you'd be looking at getting your amateur driver in the car. Take the degree of difficulty out of the dark time running for your amateur driver. Let them feel comfortable and ease their way into this race. They've got a big part to play over the next 11 hours, and we want to make sure that those amateur drivers are comfortable when they do it. There's the replay. Dave Reynolds up the inside at Forest Elbow, and Will Brown came along for the ride as well. Went side by side with David Wall. Set up off the Dipper. Just flow a bit more speed around the wall, rock face there, then dive down the inside. Sort of know when you're racing against someone like David Wall, he's experienced, he's going to give you that little bit of room that you need. David's not going to fight you to the death when there's still 11 hours, 27 minutes to go. Might be a little bit different if there's 11 minutes and 27 seconds to go at the end of the race, but right now, that experience of both competitors pays off.
Yeah, I think that Lambo becomes parked against the inside wall there if it's half an hour to go. David Wall, Porsche Carrera Cup Australia champion. Ramar, who's been in that championship, came back in 2016. He's never finished outside the top 4 in the standings since then. He is just relentlessly consistent in one-make Porsche racing, and against all the young drivers that come into that category, he remains incredibly consistent. And War Racing has built themselves a really handy little race team, run some factory Hondas in TCR racing. They've got a GT program, and of course their Carrera Cup program as well. Chad?
I just saw a number of the important crew from Supercars racing operations head out to the front straight to have a little peek at the racetrack conditions. It's noticeably different now with that fog descending on the front straight. So just keep an eye out here. We may be heading to an AMG safety car period because of the fog. And if they do that, absolutely the right strategy is put your AM driver in. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a change there at Grove, because they've got Brenton Grove ready to go. I'd be putting Stephen Grove in that car if we do get towards a safety car period. And the first of the pit stops looks to be happening right now.
Yeah, Chad, Craft Bamboo Racing in the lane. Maro Engel dives off driver's left, gets to the 40k mark at the control line. Now it's 120 seconds for a compulsory pit stop. They are timed. The time starts when you get to the control line at pit entry. It ends at the control line at pit exit. If you leave at 119 seconds, you get whacked with a big penalty. So it's up to the car controller to do the job, and you sort of have to work backwards from the transit time from one end of pit lane and the time you're stationary to make sure that you don't overlap. So fuel goes in first.
No driver change happening here. So Craft Bamboo electing to leave Maro Engel in the car. And that's a point you make there, Rich, that the pit stops in GT racing, the fuel and the tyres are done separately. So traditionally the teams will always fuel the car first. Maro Engel waiting, engine turned off. Cars have an auto kill function in them. As soon as the car stops, they turn themselves off. And then the teams will have worked out exactly how long the car needs to sit still before they send it on its way off to the exit of pit lane, so they can work out that 120 seconds of transit time.
So this is a good roll of the dice from Craft Bamboo, and starting a little bit further down the field gives them an opportunity to be a bit creative with the way they roll their pit stop strategy, but they've just gone a lap down. Now that'll come back to them as the leaders pit, but they are a lap down already in this motor race. Yeah. But they're off sequence.
I'm not surprised that they brought him in, but I am a little bit surprised that they've allowed themselves to go a lap down. I would have thought they obviously decided they needed to get at least half an hour into the race before they took this first pit stop, because there are 9 compulsory pit stops over a 12-hour race. So they obviously have decided that they needed to get this far into the race, but now putting themselves 1 lap down, potentially they've factored in the fact that they are going to have the lucky dogs in play here, that if we do get a safety car, they're going to get that lap back anyway. But I'm surprised they've allowed themselves to go a lap down so early.
Noticeably foggy on top of the mountain now. We saw the droplets in front of the Craft Bamboo Mercedes car in the pits. They're not raindrops, although it's 100% humidity out there. It's a rather balmy night here last night. Temperatures around 15 degrees. When we arrived here, they were in the minuses, so it shows you the difference in the last 5 days. The weather plays a big part here in any kind of race. At Bathurst, the staying car with Van der Linde gaps back to 0.6 of a second. And now he has the fastest lap of the race, 2:04.1. Chad.
Just thinking about that Craft Bamboo strategy now, that rule about 9 compulsory pit stops, there's no rule that says you can't do a 10th stop late in the race, which isn't a compulsory stop, which means you wouldn't have to stay stationary for 120 seconds. And if we do get a caution period here pretty soon, they would be able to get their lap back and then serve another one of those 120-second pit stops in that period. And then there'll be 2 pit stops to everybody's 1. What I'm trying to get at here is that could mean late in the race, they would have the potential to do a splash and dash style pit stop, which wouldn't be stationary for 120 seconds. So trying to bank those 120-second compulsory stops early could pay dividends late in the race.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Chad. And they're basically engineering the race backwards from the end to give themselves as much strategic flexibility as they possibly can for that race to the flag, which we know will happen because Bathurst, right? That's what's going to work out. So yes, you get your lap back. Now you can only make 1 compulsory stop per caution period. So if we do go to safety car, everyone can make 1 CPS. You can't come in 1 lap, do your 120 seconds, go out, come back in, do another one in the same safety car. So that's something to keep in mind over the duration. They'll still have an AM driver stint they'll need to get out of their way soon with Kevin C, the Macau-based driver, who's their bronze-ranked driver in that team. But Maro Engel remains in. Yes, he's a lap down, but he's got 1 compulsory stop of the 9 ticked off.
One of the other important things to consider with that Craft Bamboo stop is it took Mauro Engel out of that train of cars and given him some clear track. Engel's fastest lap to that point of the race was a 7.4 versus the fastest lap of the race, a 4.1. So we know that Mauro Engel can compete with any GT driver, any track at any time. So that's bought themselves a bit of clear track as well. You see on screen here one of the Mark Mustangs in pit lane, topping up the ice box for the cool suit. Not sure that you need that right here, right now.
Keith Kasuki, I think, has just jumped out of this car. Based in Papua New Guinea is Keith. He's been racing in Australia for a long time. He was a race winner in the Touring Car Masters Series in a XB Ford Falcon coupe. Quite badly burned in an accident at Phillip Island a couple of years ago in a GT car, but returned to motor racing. It's an incredible story. He's a lovely guy and loves his motor racing, really loves driving the Mark Cars Australia Gen 2 car, which was developed for racing at this place. Van der Linde has got back to the back of Chaz Mostert. Noticeable little film of moisture across the window, though. Hasn't gone for the wiper because I think it'd just smear all the bugs and tar that have gathered in the first half hour of the motor race. But he's noticeably just driving through that cloud, a little bit of moisture across the screen of car number 74. It's the battle for the lead. 11 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Great to be back in New South Wales, and just 3 hours to the east of us is the beautiful Sydney Harbour, and Sydney CBD is absolutely booming once again as the world opens up the famous Opera House. And of course, the iconic Sydney Harbour Bridge, one of the key features of New South Wales. And of course, we're loving our time here at Mount Panorama. Hope you enjoyed our coverage of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours. We're approaching the 40-minute mark of the race. We're back in car with Kelvin van der Linde, who's back on the tail of Chaz Mostert. These guys have been like magnets since the safety car pulled in at the start of the race.
Still doing fours. 4.9 for the leader last time round, 4.7 for van der Linde. They've firmly dropped Lucas Stoles in third place. This is Brock Feeney. Actually, oh wow, you pointed this on the timing monitor, Garth. You got the shortcut at Brock's Skyline.
It was actually Marcus Winkelhock in front. That was a little wide going into Skyline. I think that caught Brock out. He went a little bit wider, but knew that escape road, the shortcut, if you like, from Skyline to the Dipper. So had to use that one up. So got away with that one, did Brock. But you can just see from this onboard of Kelvin van der Linde just how much more fog there is across the top of the mountain. It has to slow these two down, though. They continue this battle for the lead. As you said, Rich, still in the fours with that. But as a driver, you sort of tend to look through the fog. You know it's there, but it doesn't really affect your vision. You know your reference points, and you can just pick them up and aim for them point to point when you run across the top of the mountain. And when you get down here to the chase, for example, those braking markers are pretty easy to pick out. So as a driver, you tend to just not even notice the fog is there. You just tend to, once you're in the groove, you're in the game. Let's replay. One car running very wide through the chase.
It's a set of headlights running wide anyway.
Yeah, it's one of the Mustangs.
I wonder if that was Zane Morse has jumped behind the wheel of that car. I wonder if that was him just having come out of pit lane. So cold brakes, cold tyres, new driver.
Cold driver.
Yes, correct. Just mentioned that they've dropped Lucas Stoles in the Sun Energy One Racing AMG 11 seconds back now, and he's got Winkelhock and Brock Feeney and Ben Barker bottled up behind him in third, fourth and fifth position. So I wonder if Winkelhock is going to make some moves and try and get himself in a bit of clean air and just get a gap on car 75, the first of the Mercedes AMGs in the race.
Time David Reynolds continues his move up the field. He's up to 7th now, just going past Will Brown. So he themselves right back up into contention now after staying in 16th place. The fog is getting thicker. You know the next line, don't you? On the way across the mountain.
Well, this race is getting larger, isn't it, Nolts? I tell you, a hell of a drive from Reynolds, as you'd expect from someone with his level of experience and a lot of 12-hour racing at Mount Panorama, as well as his supercar stuff and proven Bathurst winner. But Joey Mawson, what a huge drive from him in a car that got very few laps over the course of the weekend after a crash early in practice yesterday. They threw as many spares as they could at it. It got a discretionary lap after the shootout yesterday afternoon with Nick Percat behind the wheel, just to make sure the gearbox was okay. And the Supercars officials and race control gave them permission to do that, which was a really good thing to do. And Joey has hustled that car up into 8th position. Really impressive drive from a guy that's known for his open wheeler abilities, but spent 2 years in Porsche Super Cup at the height of one-mate Porsche racing, so knows the thing about hustling a car in a contest in GT-style racing.
The battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th rages on board here with Brock Feeney as we make our way down to the chase.
Mostert responds to Kelvin van der Linde as we stay in car with Brock Feeney in 5th position. Marcus Finkelhoff just ahead in car 777, the Ben Motorsport Park Audi.
204 plays a 4-1 for
Been
van der Linde.
relentless, hasn't it?
In the 3 soon. Running this race at a relentless pace, as was the case in 2020, which was the 3rd fastest race in the history of this joint in terms of endurance racing, an average speed. 100 miles an hour in the old scale, that race, over 12 hours. Just extraordinary. Two Bathurst 1000s run at a quicker pace than the 2020 Locomotive Bathurst 12 hour. It shows you the intensity of these GT cars, drivers, quality field like this. This is the fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th position. Bottled up behind Lucas Stoll. Sun Energy One Racing, that car being run by 888 Race Engineering. Spoke to Martin Conrad last night in the press conference. He was really confident with both he and Kenny Habul. They're the AM drivers in that team. He said we're very evenly matched. We've done a lot of racing together in long distance racing around the world. Rolex 24 at Daytona, Spa 24, among other things, and a lot of Intercontinental GT Challenge races together. And then, of course, they've got great drivers in Lucas Stolz, who's behind the wheel, and Jules Bounon, who won the race in 2020. So they're 3rd, being chased down by Marcus Winkelhoff.
Check this out. Paul Martin from Supercars is heading into the Craft Bamboo pits. I've been chasing a story that's developing down here in this opening seg, and I think Paul's got some bad news for them. Their compulsory pit stop time was 1 minute 59.9 of a second. Now, technically, that means that they haven't served a compulsory pit stop of 2 minutes yet, and that's the reaction from Craft Bamboo. So that little strategy play might not have worked, caught out by just 1/10 of a second.
And we've got a car stopped at the top of Mount Panorama, and it's found the fence. It's the Mark Cars Australia entry. We just saw in pit lane.
Safety car boards and flags, safety car boards and flags.
And that's the safety car we're expecting a little bit earlier for fog, but they've continued to play on. We get one now for a car stopped at the mountain. So the first racing safety car of the race, the second one officially, metal grate, heavy contact.
Yeah, too wide, drop down into the grate, as it's affectionately called, or repark, and just out in the grey, out in the marbles. And unfortunately, heavy contact with the wall. That's brought out the AMG safety car, and that will light up pit lane. It will certainly be peak hour on front straight here at Mount Panorama.
So Craft Bamboo will get a stop again. They'll be able to blaze into pit lane and complete what will be an official compulsory pit stop, but that's a bit of a blow, and they're the little 1%ers that can ultimately cost you a motor race, and it all just piles on over the course of a day. You get one penalty early and you're on the back foot trying to catch up over the course of it, and already teams reacting to this. So Reynolds in the lane from 7th, Joey Mawson in the lane from 8th, and Will Brown from 9th. David Wall pits as well, Devarshan Padiachi pits. So they've all taken the opportunity to blaze into pit lane, and it's actually worked for these guys because the leaders had already passed the control line when the safety car was called. So these teams were able to react immediately and say, get into pit lane right now. So this would be a little bit of a track position game for them when everything cleanses and everyone gets in line behind the Mercedes AMG safety car.
It's Liam Talbot, bottom right-hand side, getting prepared to jump into the 65. Let's see Griffith Corp, Daimler Trucks Brisbane, Mercedes-Benz in the background at the top of the screen. And to your left is the repaired Audi that was caught up in the incident yesterday in the 5th practice session, set up by Team BRM. Fuel's done. Now the tyres can be changed. You can't do both at the same time in a Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour.
And only 4 people over the line, which is the delineator between the garage and the working lane. See, they're wearing the orange armbands. They're the people designated to be allowed to go into the working lane. So no driver change for the BRM car. Joey Mawson stays in, but 24 has had a driver change. David Reynolds looked like he was jumping out of that car. And there's Liam Talbot still standing by as all of the leaders come into pit lane. All the top 6 now get in. And ironically, will lap all these cars that have been in the lane, but then they'll automatically unlap themselves when they are cleared from their compulsory pit stop time. Fuel in first and driver change underway. Chaz Mostert, after an enormous opening stint, 48 minutes into the race, run at breakneck pace, and now Liam Talbot will jump into that car for his first stint, and he is the AM driver in that car, the bronze-ranked driver. So he'll be in the car for a maximum of 80 minutes from this point.
Both the 888 AMG Mercedes in pit lane. So pretty much every car has made their way into the pit lane for this first safety car of the race. Chaz Mostert just finishing off, strapping Liam Talbot aboard the 65 Audi. So, as we mentioned at the start, already caught one team out, Craft Bamboo, that minimum pit stop time of 120 seconds, and that's from as the cars enter pit lane to as the cars exit pit lane. So that's not stationary time, that's total transit time of the lane. Cars have actually got a pit stop timer aboard them to help the driver when they leave the pit box. They know exactly how long they've got to get to the exit line, and if they're going a little bit fast, they can back off and just buy themselves a little bit of time. You see the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes just getting pushed back in the lane to get themselves nice and square for their launch out.
And if you're at 888, you're at pit exit. It's
place to
much,
be.
Yeah, much easier.
Place to be.
You send them at about 1:58, and you know you're going to get out just on that 2-minute mark. The Audi team have to be a little bit more creative with their timing. So there go the race leaders.
It's going to be tight.
Lucky their teammates.
One thing you need to be a little bit careful when you look at the optics of the cars leaving pit lane is you see a white line painted on the ground. That's not the actual speed de-restriction sign in GT3 racing. And something a little bit that caught our eye there was maybe some passing under yellow as the cars left.
Yeah. Was that a 777 car?
Not sure what was going on there.
So Yasser Shihina's jumped behind the wheel of car 777, replacing Marcus Winkelhoff. And it's been showed as passing for position, but they definitely rolled in. Not sure what's going on there. We'll chase that for you. It's a strange one. This is coming out of pit lane. There's Chaz Mostert, debrief with mate David Reynolds down there at Audi Custom Sport Racing Australia.
I feel like there's a fair bit of relief there for those two drivers who got that job done. My job's done. I started the race. I got through the dark bit.
Go and have a latte now and chill out for an hour or two. Rotate some other drivers through that car. And it's Zane Morse. Shame for this young guy. Big impact too. Rattled his cage down the metal grate. 180 odd kilometres an hour at the top of Mount Panorama, and the first official retirement of the 2022 race, Barretts.
Well, Dave Reynolds out of the car and just back with me in the garage, Dave. Just saying, it's tough conditions out there.
Mate, I don't know what they're doing running it. It is shocking conditions. Like when the fog's that thick, you can't see where you're going. It's so dangerous. I don't know. Yeah, it's really bad. Will Brown passed me. I was at the front of the queue. Will Brown got in front of the queue, and then he was like, didn't know where he was going, so he dropped right to the back, like throttled out down the straight. He's like, I'm out of this, boys. So I don't blame him.
Hey, not bad. You passed 9 cars though. Not a bad effort.
Yeah, at the start it wasn't too bad, but then when it started to get really foggy, you're just limited by your vision. And when you're going across the top at 200 k's and you can't see the next corner or the apex you're turning into, it's game over.
Dave, where's it worse on the circuit? Where's the worst place?
So far it's bad at turn 2 through the cutting, up to across the top, and then it sort of goes through one section where it's not so bad, like at the grate, and then down the hill it's whitewash, can't see anything.
Mate, rest up, well done, a great effort to get through there. Might see if Chaz is not too far away and see if we can grab a quick word if we make our way over and just, Chaz, sorry mate, to interrupt. How is it out there? How'd you find it?
I think it's, try and bite my words, but that's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever done in a car. That's so dangerous out there. feel so bad for the AMs getting in the car now because, man, you can't see apexes, you can't see walls, and it's worse when you're out front. I mean, you just don't have a guy that follows. So, yeah, I feel really bad for the AMs. It's really dangerous.
Where's the worst place?
Yeah, man, it changes from lap to lap. Depends where the fog blows into, but the skyline for me is the most dangerous, highest part of the track. It's just, you can ride a car off and get seriously injured around there. That's bad.
And is it changing? Did you find it was different at the start to what it is when you just came in? Is it evolving?
Kind of went up and down a little bit. It was pretty bad at the start. To be honest, we shouldn't have started, I don't think. But and then just before I came in, it's at its worst now.
You did well in tough conditions, Chaz. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
So, first round of pit stops underway here. The KTM Crossbow team about to join the track. Talbot leading from Schumacher, Shaheen, Brock Feeney and Martin Conrad here on the mountain.
Garth, some fairly firm words from D. Reynolds and Chaz Mostert, two guys that should know. What's your initial feedback on that?
Well, they're the boys that have been out on the circuit. You can't get better feedback than those that have literally just done the job. So, yeah, as you said, Rich, very strong words. The visibility clearly not what they want. There's the team, the KTM Expo team, checking the timer, so they make sure they get that 100% right. Let's hear from Bryony.
Kelvin, our Australian drivers are saying it's very dangerous out there at the moment. You've done a million endurance races around the world. How does this rank the conditions at the moment?
Yeah, it's definitely tough out there, you have to say, especially now with our bronze drivers jumping in. It's going to be tricky for them. They need to survive. Me and Chaz were going at a, let's say, a considerable pace, but obviously across the top, very difficult to follow, very difficult to see. So it's about survival at this point.
First time in the car for you since the BOP change overnight. How did it feel?
How does it feel? Yeah, car feels great. It's a bit dark, a bit moist, but other than that, the car feels great. It was nice checking out what Chaz is, a couple of secrets here across the top of the mountain, so hopefully we can put those to good use later on.
Thanks, Kelvin.
Thank you, guys.
Interesting to hear Kelvin Vanderlinde saying he was just getting a few secrets from Chaz following him around, put it to use later in the race. So I fully expect if those two cars can get to the final hour, it will be those two behind the wheel duking it out. And there's a little bit of a debrief. So as it stands, behind the Mercedes-AMG safety car, Liam Talbot leads the race.
I just cracked the front though.
Understeer, both drivers talking. You can, when the hands go like that, and the inside hand falls under the outside hand, that's the universal sign for understeer. Nick Percat, he hasn't driven yet, so he wants all the feedback he can get. What's the car like, boys? What am I in for when I jump aboard?
I can't see the curve just past the wet there.
United teammates in their day job, rivals this weekend, different Audi teams.
They showed you I missed the curve by like there's probably 8 laps there. I missed the curve, like at the left curve, because I don't know where I am. It looks like that. They went to yours looked, or you can see him. Yeah. But when I got the lap cars on, I saw them on track. I'm like, oh, I can see a lot more. But then once I got by myself, it was shocking. Fun? No.
International Drivers Union in full swing here.
Reynolds has sauntered in, so I think we should start talking. But yeah, an interesting insight, isn't it, with the feedback direct from the drivers. Like the Formula 1 entering in the Grand Prix, isn't it? It was a Grand Prix for that first stint as well. Relentless pace.
That's great, wasn't it?
Average in the 205s, those guys, for the entire stint, but most of it run in the 4s. This is the Prostate Cancer Foundation Australia team, just checking the track temperature down in pit lane. They've completed a pit stop as well. Alex Davison has jumped into the 222 Porsche. They're 17th outright, leading Class C. So Talbot, Schumacher, Shaheen up to 3rd. A little story about that will follow for you in just a sec. Brock Feeney behind the wheel of car 888 4th. And Marty Conrad rounding out the top 5.
Well, we're back in regional New South Wales for the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour, and Bathurst is open for business. It's a great time to visit this hub of family attractions, local produce and amazing countryside. It's definitely one of our favourite places to come race and to visit. Once you come and check it out one day as well. It'll look like that at some point here today as well. It's still very dark here as the coming up to the 1 hour mark of this Liqui Bathurst 12-hour here today. With the first round of pit stops underway, the fog is getting thicker. If you've just woken up and joined our coverage, the first round of pit stop cycles have just happened.
So this happened at the end of the pit stop sequence as everyone rolled out of pit lane. We're on board with car 777. Yasser Shahin jumped behind the wheel, the reigning GT World Challenge champion, and just blazed past Marty Conrad in the 75 car. Now those positions were the other way around before the stops, because Lucas Stoles was behind the wheel. And past Brock Feeney as well.
I think it slipped Yass's mind that potentially we're under safety car here. You can actually see the cars have, just at the top of the dash above the air intake, you can see those orange flashing lights. That indicates that the safety car's out. So Yass's just gone into full race car driver mode, left pit lane, flicked the pit limiter off and got into it. So the anticipation, all that we heard from Chaz Mossett, Dave Reynolds, Kelvin van der Linde, all saying that the pressure's on the bronze drivers, and the anticipation, they all would have been sitting in the garages for the last half hour or so with their helmets on, knowing that they're going to get in the car in tricky conditions, and sometimes the simplest things can just slip out of your mind. Here's Craft Bamboo with the extra stopwatch, making sure they find that last 1/10 of a second in their pit stop to make sure this one does count as one of their 9 compulsory pit stops.
Now, because they stayed out while everyone else pitted, they've actually got their lap back already, so they won't need the wave around to get their free lap back. So that's a positive thing for Craft Bamboo.
Play too, because the way the Lucky Dog works is that it sends you around to get your lap back only when the lights go out on the safety car. So you can effectively only get 1/3 of a lap head start on the rest of the field. So you're not on the back of the train. So you're effectively, yes, you're on the lead lap, but you're a good 1.5 minutes behind the lead of the race. So that's a smart play to get the lap back organically under safety car. That means they're right at the back of the train when we go green again.
And the Motorsport Australia stewards will be looking at the Yasser Shahin scenario, and the only thing that springs to my mind for passing cars under yellow is that it's a drive-through penalty, and that's going to be a pretty hefty whack.
It's a reasonable slam dunk, that one, unfortunately. I'm not sure that you could come up with much of a story to defend that one. So back on board here, Yasser Shahin, Kevin van der Linde.
Talking to Stephen McLaughlin, who long-time team owner in Audi GT Racing. We've taken over the distributorship for Pirelli tyres in Australia. Perhaps getting a little bit of feedback on tyre performance from one of the drivers in the heat of the battle. So, second AMG safety car of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours. We just tip over an hour elapsed time. As always, it has flown by on the mountain. We enter the second hour with a bunch of AM drivers now leading the field. Brock Feeney, the first of the acknowledged pros in that group. Interesting that Team BRM's elected to double stint Joey Mawson behind the wheel of car 17, and they were 45 seconds behind the leaders, so this safety car gets them right into the mix. Probably the fastest driver out of that leading group of drivers at the front of the field. So into the second hour of the 2022 Bathurst 12 hour. Safety car on the track for the second time today. That is the reason. Unfortunately, young Zane Morse, who I understand has been a little bit unwell this weekend as well, so that's not going to help him feel any better. Hefty impact at the top of Mount Panorama, Garth Tander.
Yeah, I bumped into Zane Morse before the race got started, and he was very, very sick, boy. So potentially that illness has got the better of his concentration in the dark conditions across the top of the mountain. Was a little bit too wide for the run down into Reed Park at the Great. Easy to do in the daylight conditions, but then when you hear cars make that noise against the concrete wall there, it's never a nice sound. And as we said, Zane was pretty heavily under the weather anyway, and that's certainly not going to make him feel any better. Heavy contact for the 52 Mark Mustang. A real shame for those guys. Those Mark Mustangs, purpose-built to go racing at Mount Panorama. Audi Sport Australia crew.
To safety car, maintain 80 kph, please. Lights out at 19.5 and return to pit lane this lap, please.
So we're going to go racing next time by as the crews replenish the fuel rigs in anticipation of the next round of pit stops. But that's going to be some time down the road. Right now, the focus is on the lights going out on this AMG safety car and us going racing next time we come past the control line.
slightly brighter in the sky. And I say slightly, we're not there yet, but...
I love your glass half full.
I'm an optimist.
Attitude here, Rich.
I'm an optimist, but... I'm
trying to sell it for our bronze drivers.
I am.
The sun's not far away.
I'm thinking of Liam Talbot and Brad Schumacher at the front of this field, and I'm thinking about the guys a little bit further back who all they want now is a little bit of sunlight. I think they'd cop an overcast day at this point here on the mountain, just on 14.5 degrees, so it's not cold by any extent from an ambient temperature point of view. Bathurst a week ago here was -1 on Sunday morning, so this is a balmy morning, and that's just balmy. Lego Man at the top of the mountain. I did mention that the campgrounds are full of pretty weird and wonderful things at this place. Whenever you come here, it's just a different little tone in 12-hour weekend. Lots of fun.
I think it's the altitude. Bathurst does funny things to people sometimes, but interesting strategy play here by 888, leaving Brock Feeney in the car. So he will be our first ranked driver, if you like, coming out of 4th behind Liam Talbot, Brad Schumacher. Yasser Shaheen is under investigation for that passing under safety car as they left pit lane. Martin Conrad will come out of 5th in the 75 Sun Energy 1 AMG Mercedes, and Brenton Grove aboard the Grove Racing Porsche. So keep an eye on Brenton. And Craft Bamboo look like they're laid up again here in pit lane, or not. Decided against it potentially as we're going green next time by.
Yeah, they would have got the message at the same time we heard it. We heard it live from race control, so it's a little strange one.
They're certainly trying to do something different, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're playing an alternate strategy coming from the back of the field, so we'll keep an eye on those guys as the race progresses.
Into the second hour of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour, the Mercedes AMG safety car still leading the field around. All but one car still remaining on the track with Zane Morse, the reason why this safety car period is out. So his rookie start comes to an end here in the very early stages as it starts to get a little bit brighter outside. The fog starting to lift in sections of the track at least. But a long way still to play out this one. Audis 1 and 2 at the moment, with the 777 car in 3rd position, but with a question mark next to it. Brock Feeney 4th, Martin Conrad in 5th. Brenton Grove now behind the wheel of car number 4, the Porsche, here in 6th position. The view from race control in this amazing pit facility that was built back in 2004. It's a hive of activity. And look at that for a shot over the top of the mountain. How cool.
Thank you, safety car confirming lights are out. Leader to maintain 80 kph, all leading to cease. Thank you.
So Liam Talbot becomes the pace car and brings the field back under the Liqui Moly Bridge. The safety car will accelerate away. AMG supplying our safety car once again. Their massive investment in this event. 6 AMG GT3s in the field. They've brought several of their gun European engineers down. In fact, the boss of AMG Custom Sport Racing here as well this weekend. This is a race they want to win. They have not won here at the mountain since 2013. They've been close so many times, but right now it's Audis 1, 2, 3, but a question mark over the 777 car. And we're back to green, and Liam Talbot goes at the earliest possible moment to try and get some clear racetrack and have Mount Panorama all to himself. The coin spot Audi leads the field back. We're racing the Liqui Moly 12-hour once again.
Nice restart by Liam Talbot. Got the jump early. There's Brock Feeney. He's having a look up the inside into turn 1. Does Shaheen see him? He does just give him enough room, but Feeney trying to make a bit of track position against the 3 bronze drivers in front. So we've already mentioned that the 777 Valvoline Bend Audi of Yasser Shaheen potentially under investigation. Here's Feeney. He's sizing up for a look at the inside into turn 2. Decides against it. So you need to remember, Liam Talbot, Brad Schumacher, Yasser Shaheen, these are their first laps of the race, and Craft Bamboo do come to the lane. So another of the compulsory pit stops taking place. They've topped the fuel off. That's standard procedure. So that car now will sit there.
Bonnet's coming up. I think,
so I thought it's strange that we want to lock away another CPS. And remember, this car had an engine change yesterday.
Control to all teams. Pit lane penalty car 777. Breach of safety car protocols. I repeat, pit lane penalty car 777. Breach of safety car protocols. Thank you.
So confirmation from race control, the drive-through penalty coming the way of Yasser Shahin. Breach of safety car protocols, to put simply. You cannot pass under a safety car, and that's what happened on that run up Mountain Straight. So he will do a tour and a transit of pit lane, and will throw about 32 seconds away. Oh, that's a big moment coming out of the elbow. Forget the pit lane penalty, almost ended up in the wall. Oh, Brock Feeney came very close to being parked inside Yasser Shahin's car.
So Feeney would have known that Shahin was coming to the pit lane for that pit lane penalty. Triple Eight would have told him straight away. But Brock deciding, I don't need to spend any more time behind this car than I need to. So don't forget, Feeney started this race aboard the Triple Eight man filter AMG Mercedes. He's well in the groove against the 3 Audi drivers. Now Feeney up the inside of Brad Schumacher. He knows what the grip level's like. He knows what the visibility's like. He is a professional full-time racer, so he will have more speed than these guys, and this is the strategy play that I called from Triple Eight. They've gone alternate to the Audis. They've left one of their star drivers in, and it's giving him dividends right here, right now. There's Yasser Shahin making his way down pit lane, so just getting caught out as he left pit lane, flicked the pit limiter off, went straight into race car driver mode, started plucking gears, but unfortunately you cannot pass under safety car. The only upside for this is you have 10 hours and 51 minutes to catch that up again. So whilst it's frustrating, it's not game over.
Check this out. Exit of the elbow. There's Brock Feeney. There's Yasser Shahin. Big slide.
It's cold tyres, gassed it up, trying to get a good run down. Conrad on board here with Brock Feeney. Watch the Valvoline Audi as he gets on the gas right here. Actually, see the brake lights come on. That actually grabs the traction control and brings the brakes on. So that would have got Brock Feeney's attention. You'd expect that Yasser Shahin would be full throttle right there, not on the brake pedal. On board here with Yasser Shahin. See how quickly it happens, just in a heartbeat. The rear of the car's coming around. Yasser instinctively catches the car, does a nice job, but Brock Feeney takes advantage of that one.
And you pointed it out yesterday in quali, Garth, that the 4 little red lights on the dashboard there, the tyre pressure indicators, and all 4 of them were red, and there was a big tyre pressure low warning on the bottom of the dash. So first lap after the restart, clearly tyre pressure's not up. This for the race lead. Feeney sends it down the inside with the KW suspensions chase, and Triple Eight leads for the first time today.
Smart play by Liam Talbot. Saw Feeney coming, just let him go. We actually heard from Chaz Mostert that it was easier to follow the car, not be the leader. So when Mostert came up on lap traffic, he was finding it much easier to see. So potentially that news has filtered back to Liam Talbot already. Say, well, just Feeney's going to be fast, let him go, just settle in behind him, get yourself in the groove, get up to speed. You're just getting started. Feeney's already done an hour and 10 minutes. He knows the conditions.
Brent Hobson stays behind the wheel of the Ram Motorsport Mercedes AMG. Here's the replay heading down into the chase. Textbook with all the vortices coming off the wing there too on the Triple Eight car. We'll see a bit more of that as the morning unfolds with the high humidity we have at the Lincoln Molly Bathurst 12 hour.
See that on GT cars all that often, so that is a good indicator, Matt Noldy, of just the humidity level across the top of the mountain. It's on board looking out the back, Liam Talbot's 65 Audi. Feeney gets it done. Both drivers give each other plenty of room.
Here it is from Feeney's perspective. It's about as textbook as an overtake gets at the chase. Nicely done by young Brock, who's getting plenty of laps in car Triple Eight.
So the Craft Bamboo guys, just the update. We did see that the bonnet was up on that car in that last pit stop. Just because of the engine change, they've had a couple of temp warnings going off in that car, and also the driver cooling inside is a little uncomfortable from RO Engel. So they think that maybe some of the cooling devices which feed back in from the engine bay into the car may be blocked at the moment. So they're working on trying to free that up at the moment. Murray getting a little bit hot already at the start of this race, even though it's quite a cool morning. So taking the early stages of this race to get another compulsory pit stop done, another 120 seconds in the pits, and hopefully work through those cooling issues.
Potentially some of the ducting not where it needs to be on this Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes. The driver cooling comes from the front of the car, clearly. It actually makes its way around the engine and into the cockpit. So potentially some ducting issues going on there, but I'll just grab my attention just how much more bottoming you're hearing from this Craft Bamboo version AMG Mercedes as compared to, say, the 888 Mercedes. So maybe running either lower front ride height or the tyre pressure's not quite up the pressure just yet. So when the pressures are low, the ride height's a bit lower, the tyre actually grows, gets taller as it gets hotter. On board here with our race leader, Brock Feeney, actually not too far behind Maro Engel. And Maro Engel is at the end of Mountain Straight. Brock Feeney was just turning onto Mountain Straight, so potentially that Craft Bamboo car in danger of going a lap down again.
Well, and that'll be 2. So they already lost a lap with that extra pit stop. So they could go down again. And that would be a real blow because you only get 1 lap back with that lucky dog rule we've been talking about. We go back a little bit further. Joey Mawson in 5th position. He's got Brett Hobson behind him. The timing monitor, I'm convinced that car actually stopped. Not showing as having completed a pit stop, and yet had they not stopped, I would have expected them to get a bunch of track position. So we'll query that for you. Get the pit lane team onto that, see what Garth Horton Racing are doing down there with the Ram Motorsport AMG. But regardless, Brett's done a really good job in the opening stint. He's got Will Brown tucked in behind him, so he stayed behind the wheel of car 19, Mark Griffith and Jack Perkins, to drive that later today. And then Devarshan Padiachi, and then just a little bit further back is Tony D'Alberto, who's now behind the wheel of the World Racing Lamborghini Hurricane.
Murray Engel was setting his fastest lap of the race last time by as he tries to stay ahead of our race leader to not go a lap down the second time today. Oh, this feisty battle continues here in 1 hour 14 minutes into the race, if you don't mind. 5-car scrap working their way down Conrod Straight here in the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour.
So it's Brad Schumacher, the cork in the bottle here, with Brenton Grove behind, and then Joey Mawson, who's probably the quickest of this group, being the pro driver. Brenton looking for a way through, and the only outright Porsche. Can they win their second Liqui Bathurst 12-hour as a brand? And goes down the inside to Schumacher offline here. Mawson will be looking to gain position, but just gets cut off.
Mawson needed to be careful there going around the outside at the exit of the chase, although we're only 1 hour and 15 minutes in. The marbles will be growing as Mawson eventually gets it sent up the inside into the final corner. Brett Hobson and Will Brown are suddenly very interested in the back of Brad Schumacher's Audi for the run down to turn 1. Hobson gets it done, Will Brown gets it done, and Schumacher's wide, and this is costing him a heap of track position. So once you get wide and you get dirt on the tyres, you lose a lot of grip. So Brad Schumacher, this car that was second at the safety car restart, has now dropped to 9th. As some of the higher ranked drivers make their way through. So we talked about the pressure that's built on the AM bronze drivers, and whilst it's still early days, that's a whole lot of track position gone for the 74 Audi.
So confirming car 45 has not pitted yet. That's the GWR Ram Motorsport entry. They're looking to run as long as they can to keep their options open later in this race. It's a good update there, and they run back in 5th position. Zero in car with the number 6 Lamborghini of Tony D'Alberto. Just ahead is that impressive Valmont Racing entry. These guys from their first stint as now he gets passed by D'Alberto.
Yeah, that looked like a pretty friendly move from Devarshan Padiachi there, just to let the faster pro driver through. Both pros, but Tony well hooked up in that Lamborghini, making forward progress. Speaking with the GWR team this morning, and they were a little bit trying to work out how to play their strategy, because they're an AM car, so they've got 2 amateur drivers and 1 pro, and the pro is Brett Hobson, who's behind the wheel now, which is why he can afford to double stint. They said, well, a little bit challenged in the fact that we can't double stint our bronze drivers. They can only spend 80 minutes in the car at any one time, and they come in again in a pit stop, they have to jump out. So their strategy is a little bit different to the pro cars that are around them. So they've got a few little challenges they need to play out just to hit all their markers from a timing point of view. And Brad's just dropped the 74 car off the road. So got gobbled up in that exchange and now drops back to 12th position. And this will be the story of the day, is pro versus AM. And it'll be an overlapping scenario, because later in the race you'll have a pro driver in one car and an AM in, and it will swap itself around. The idea is just to try and get yourself into that final hour of the lead lap. And this is busy. Joey Mawson got the spot on the Porsche. And now Hobson trying to fight and get the AMG up another spot as he goes wheel to wheel with Brenton Grove up to Griffin's Bend.
Hobson plays it smart, lets Brenton Grove have the inside line and falls back in behind the number 4 Groves, racing at Porsche. But Joey Mawson, hasn't he done a fantastic job? Sure, they didn't do a driver change in the number 17 BRM run Audi, but Mawson has dragged that car from the back of the field to currently be running 3rd and chasing down Liam Talbot, the early race leader. So stayed out of trouble, and they've certainly got themselves track position again. So well played by BRM. Now here's Mawson all over the back of Liam Talbot.
I just quickly quizzed Garth Walden and the crew down here at Garth Walden Racing as to why they're playing this long game at the moment, and it's because they are in the AM class within Class A. So they have a lot of drivers that need to do their minimum 180 minutes, and that means that they're trying to load up early on Brett Hobson's minutes at the start of the race, and they'll be able to double stint him again at the end of the race. So if that makes any sense at all, but ultimately trying to explain that they were trying to make sure that they were trying to manage as many minutes as they could early on.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. It makes all the sense in the world, and yeah, just puts a full stop on what's going on. Is he back in the Happy Gilmore t-shirt?
Talking about what's going on, like seriously, what is going on with Chaz Mostert?
Well, at least the hair's not blue.
Mine does bobble sometimes with Chazzy. Funny cat.
Can't say enough though, guys, about the effort Team BRM have done to get that 19 out there. If you saw the state of that car yesterday after the practice crash, you would have thought it'd make it out for today's race. And there's a mega effort so far to come from the tail of the field with Joey Mawson, who's making his debut in the 12-hour. He's had experience in Super Cup competition, but more known for open wheeler racing.
Yeah, young bloke from Hinchinbrook in Sydney's suburbs. Mum and Dad are here. I spoke to his mum and dad earlier this year at a Gold Star round, and we did not see our boy race for 5 years. He was stuck overseas, and then during COVID as well, and they were so pleased just to see him race on home turf, and he's really revitalised his career, and this has been a huge drive.
I also quizzed Garth Walden on why they chose not to pass the safety car when they got the wave around, and the exact words from Garth were, good question. So they were telling him on the radio to pass him, but I think he was just a little bit confused from the driver's seat, Brett Hobson, what the rules were. Ultimately did pass, but in Garth's words, a little bit too late, and that's sort of what's thrown them out of kilter with the rest of the pack.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Chad. That explains why they didn't get all the track position I thought they should have got by staying out, because he should have been leading the race.
Yeah,
he was less than 120 seconds behind the leader when the stops happened.
It can be confusing when the pit stops happens and the leaders come in. We'll pick up a replay here down at the chase, and that was Schumacher having a big moment at the apex of the chase, runs it wide. So Brad Schumacher not comfortable just yet on board now, just loses the rear on entry in the 74 Valvoline Audi, and just Brad Schumacher not finding the comfort level that he needs in these early morning conditions. As sun now, Richard Crail, starting to take effect, visibility starting to get better.
Joey Mawson starting to take effect into second position. To drag race between the two Evo 2 Spec R8s, and there's a Grove Porsche in there as well. Sprint racing at Bathurst in a 12-hour race.
I think Talbot backed out of it there, to be honest, and maybe caught Brenton Grove unawares. Talbot's back right out of it here, so he's starting to lose a bit of track position. Will Brown takes advantage of that one. He finds himself now up in 5th place. So big recovery from the 19 AMG Mercedes as well on board here with Liam Talbot. So we heard Chaz Mostert, Kelvin van der Linde just say about the pressure and the job that the bronze drivers needed to do. And the pressure's on right now. We've seen Brad Schumacher have a few moments now, Liam Talbot aboard the 65 Audi, our early race leader with Chaz Mostert aboard. Just losing a little bit of track position.
And also showed how narrow Conrod Straight is when two cars go side by side like that. Wow, that was a great piece of racing in the early stages of this race. It's up to the top of Griffins we go. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and potentially 7th place joining the party here while Brock Feeney continues to lead in the man filter entry. So it all started coming out of the Maguire's elbow. We saw it from the in-car shot. It was like bump drafting at Talladega, wasn't it?
It was. I swear this bit of racetrack looks wider on TV than it actually is. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so Talbot rolled out of it because he didn't want to go side by side with Joey Mawson through the chase, and right about now Brenton Grove has to change lanes. Didn't worry about indicating, mind you, did Brenton. But Joey Mawson and Brenton Grove freight train their way around Liam Talbot. Let's see if we can listen into this one. Yep, there you go. You can hear Liam Talbot further out. And then you can see how much the car moves around as the aero starts to get affected by the other cars coming past. That would have got Liam Talbot's attention. Let's hear from Chad.
It's raining. I've just noticed some raindrops in pit lane, guys, and that's got everybody's attention down here.
Contact. Sorry, Chad.
Tied at the elbow.
Sorry. That's Tony D'Alberto up the inside of Liam Talbot, and that's one of our race contenders with damage. So let's see if it has done serious damage to that 65 Audi. So contact at the elbow. Chad Nailon saying it's raining in pit lane. This has just gone up a notch.
As if it wasn't up enough notches already. What a start to the Liqui Moly 12 hour. So Liam's got a bit of an opportunity here just to feel that car out and make sure it's behaving all right. Here's a replay. Exit of the Maguire's elbow. So there's the move down the inside from D'Alberto. Gee, came from away back there, Tony. And Liam just had no opportunity to not make contact. He was already well committed. Here it is from the Lambo, Garth.
Oh, so Talbot got held up a little bit from the lap traffic, the Porsche, and D'Alberto tried to get advantage from that. He was a long way in there, but potentially Talbot didn't realise he was coming. And that's always the drama with passing down there at Forest Elbow. Need two to tango down there. And then now this is a big one.
Brenton Grove right in the mix in this race in the Porsche.
Right now he's right in the gravel trap. That's at turn one. Richard Crail's favourite exhaust, glowing red. That's not going anywhere right now. At number 4, Grove Racing Porsche.
Team's just getting some wets on standby.
Safety car boards and flags.
What do you do? Do you pit? Do you wait for it to rain a bit more?
I think if you haven't got an AM driver in your car now, you definitely pit and put your AM in.
Oh, you're a nice guy. Stick your AM in when it starts raining,
Yep,
Richard
well,
Crail.
thinking strategy here, not driver comfort levels. But I'm safe and warm and dry in the commentary box. So
that's why we've never run a race team.
Well, we'll see how this plays out. The teams at the very least will make sure their wets are pressured and ready to go.
Well, that's genuinely one of the indicators that race teams uses when they see fans go for the umbrellas and the ponchos. So here's Brendan Grove. He ran it wide, too deep at turn one, and he's tried to engage four-wheel drive on the Porsche 911, and that does not work. So on board here, you can see that. You can see actually one of the Audis in front went wide. So definitely rain on the front straight and turn one, and Brenton now trying to get out of the gravel trap.
Chaz, just quickly, your take on that incident.
It was pretty clear in the driver's briefing that if a pro made contact with an AM, they would look frowningly upon it. So, you know, the AMs have a big enough job out there, but yeah, I hope it doesn't damage the car. I haven't heard anything yet. So, but yeah, look, I think pros can race each other pretty tough at the Forest Elbow, but the AMs have got a lot going on out there. So, pretty cheeky, I thought.
All right, thanks, Chaz. And just Richard Crail, just make note, it's not Happy Gilmore today, it's Pokemon.
Pokemon. Thank you, Bryony.
That's a mean wardrobe collection he's got going on.
It's a random wardrobe collection.
I was just going to say random. So here we are. Brock Feeney in for their first driver change aboard the 888-man filter AMG Mercedes. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim awaiting his first run. And what a tall order. Prince Jeffrey, jump aboard for your first drive of the day. And yeah, by the way, mate, it's raining.
Well, the team at 888 share my philosophy then of sacrificial AM into the wet conditions. I'll be interested if they take a gamble and throw wets on, because it's not wet enough yet to do that. But
not wet enough for wets.
There's the iPhone timing system, which is
you can have all the high-tech things in the world, but download an app with a timer and use your phone. So there, Liam Talbot. So that was a very short stint for him. He's out. Fraser Ross climbs aboard the 65 CoinSport Audi. Chad.
Rain's getting heavier, guys. Enough for the 74 to actually slip when it pulled into the pits just then with Brad Schumacher. So it missed its mark by about a foot, particularly on the apron. The concrete is getting quite slippy down here. I'm not seeing any wets yet, but if it continues to get any heavier, it's certainly going to be one of the choices that they're going to have to make in the next couple of minutes.
Chad, I wonder if a really good decision by BRM and Wall Racing and also the 55 Valmont Racing Team to stay out for an extra lap, see if this rain's going to get harder and then get your car into pit lane. So it could be a really good little opportunity for them just to go straight to wets if this does get harder.
That's wet enough for me. That's wet enough for wets. If you've got a bronze driver in there, they're on the 65 Audi, they're going for wets. I'm driving for the weather radar right now. It's not a huge weather front around the mountain right now, but the size of those raindrops were significant.
There's no wind around either.
That's right, no wind.
Forecast today was between 1 and 3 millimetres of rain, either in the morning or in the afternoon. So the Weather Bureau taking an each-way bet.
Yeah, let's have a look. You have a look at the ground. You can see where the rain is starting to take effect, but it's not quite 50% wet, 50% dry on the concrete. So that's generally a bit of an indicator. Catch a replay here, and they can't get the door open. That's from the contact. So Fraser Ross doing a bit of improvised panel beating on the Audi.
So this is the third driver to drive this car within the first hour and 28. So they're rotating through their drivers rapidly.
So you could see, as Fraser was trying to prise the door open, how much it was moving on the hinges at the front of the door. So that's something to keep an eye on for that car. The 777 Audi in pit lane. Yasser Shaheen aboard.
Porsche out of the sand trap down at Hell Corner and will take its place at the back as the rain continues to fall here at Mount Panorama. We're 1 hour and 28 minutes into the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour.
Well, if it wasn't wet before, it is now.
Just looking down towards turn 1, you never ever want to be a weather predictor here at Bathurst, and I can't tell if it's rain or fog.
I'm waiting for the but.
Either way, it's not good.
Yeah.
Looking at turn 1.
But you're looking at turn 1. I was looking at the screen, the top of the hill, there's fog still over the top. What a unique day as ever here at Bathurst. Mercedes-AMG safety car has picked up our leader, Joey Mawson, from the back of the field in a Team BRM Audi, now leading this race.
Yeah, but I expect they've got to pit, surely, and get some wets on that car, and more racing will be the same. Yeah, there they go. So, ironically, it's probably going to cost them a little bit of track position now.
Yeah, but I think what the call you made earlier, Rich, about doing that extra lap, I mean, when you have to commit to a pit stop and you're committing to sitting in, or being in pit lane for 120 seconds, you want to make sure you get that call right. So, yes, you might sacrifice a little bit of track position, but what the job that they've done in the first hour and a half of this race to get that car that was potentially looking like it wasn't even going to take part today at about 2 o'clock yesterday, to be leading the race with 10 hours to go, 10 and a half hours to go. Seriously impressive effort from Team BRM. There's Nick Percat waiting to jump aboard the number 17 Audi. Job done by Joey Mawson.
Great steer.
Fantastic job.
Will Brown. Yeah, Jack Perkins' correction has jumped into car 19.
I think we'll put wets on it.
Yeah.
I think we'll put wets on it.
So that's the entry to the chase. Jack pointing in the wrong direction. This is his first run in a GT3 car at Mount Panorama.
Tony Bates jumping out. So a short stint for Tony. Cam Waters jumping aboard the number 24 C-Tech Audi. Let's catch a replay of Jack and just... Oh, there's contact with the wall.
Hefty contact
for Jack Perkins. So, and suspension damage to the right rear of that one. Just comes around the kink, gets away from him. I'd say that car is on a slick tyre, judging by that. It's got away from Jack. And we saw yesterday in qualifying that if you just slowed down a little bit in the dry and lost a bit of tyre temperature, the car had no grip. Here in the rain, it just completely got away from Jack Perkins.
We're just struggling to get the left rear off the...
They're putting slicks on that car. That's a brave move based on what we just saw from Jack Perkins. Cam Waters, a lot of experience around here. There's a happy camper, Joey Mawson, well played, happy team.
Yeah, that's a huge stint. That is a massive drive. The young man from Sydney, Australian Drivers Champion, Shane and Damo from Team BRM just patting their driver in the back, deservedly so. And I like the fact that they've kept their powder dry, or in reality kept their AM dry as well, by putting Nick Percat in that car for this wet weather stint. Craft Bamboo back in the lane as well. Things are changing quickly here at Mount Panorama.
Well, Sydney's ocean beaches include internationally renowned Bondi, Coogee and Manly. And most of the city's 37 beaches are within 30 minutes of the CBD by public transport. What a better way to go and cool off after a hard day at work in the world-famous harbour city with a dip in the ocean. Sydney has plenty of options for you. We're back at Mount Panorama. Take a look at the highlights of the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour with 1 hour and 32 minutes in the books. Started in the dark, boys, but we're starting to get to that really intense moment of the race.
Anyone who had any question marks as to whether this would be your usual dramatic Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour, it's been answered pretty quickly in the first 90 minutes. Wild stuff. We started officially under safety car, so we didn't get the 2x2 rolling start on account of fog at the top of Mount Panorama. But it was a race, and it was a proper motor race early on as Chaz Mostert led the field to green, chased down by the flying South African in Kelvin van der Linde. And there were brake discs glowing, exhausts alight, and headlights ablaze in the early hours. Craft Bamboo Racing went the alternate strategy, but unfortunately it backfired because their first compulsory pit stop, it wasn't, because they were a second short of nailing that 2-minute window you need to spend in pit lane for each of your 9 stops. Zane Morse, who's been a sick boy this week, unfortunately crashed at the top of the mountain. That brought out the AMG safety car, and the first rush of pit stops started.
This was Yasser Shahin coming out the pits at race speed. This would cost him a drive-through penalty, 32 seconds from one end to the other, and dropped him down to 10th position. We went back to racing as the light got brighter out there. It's the move from Brock Feeney down at the chase, and this is the first major contact with the race car.
Tony D'Alberto trying to get out the inside of Liam Talbot, who took over from Chaz Mostert. Chaz less than impressed with that one, and then the rain came and caught Brendan Grove out. There were a few that went up wide at one, but Grove got caught in the gravel trap. And then while we're under safety car, Jack Perkins on slick tyres aboard the number 19 AMG Mercedes. Car got away from him. It's not as if Jack was on a maximum attack right there. He was just cruising. Just shows you when the track gets away from you, the tyre gets away from you, you are a passenger. So contact with the wall for Jack Perkins. That car, unfortunately, sustains quite a bit of damage. So boys, an hour and a half into this one, and hasn't it lit up? Rain. We were deciding whether wets or slicks were the go under the safety car pit stops that we've just seen, and it's clear you need to be on a wet tyre. The AMG Mercedes, or 888, they're back in the lane. They took slicks at their pit stop. They need to grab wets.
Many Hardy fans here at Mount Panorama, they'll be used to this. Come and race here in October, you get this kind of weather. At 12 hour, we've had rain before, but it's also usually 35 degrees when it's happening at the same time. So the D'Alberto Wall Racing Lambo finally rolls into pit lane, so they've made that call. And 888 will tick another box with another stop and put some wet Pirellis on that car as well. Top the fuel off.
Standard procedure, top the fuel off. You can't do fuel and tyres at the same time in GT pit stops, so top the fuel off first. Set of brand new Pirelli wet tyres going aboard the 888 man filters AMG Mercedes.
And guys, the irony of all of this, the car that will lead the race behind the safety car, car 65. Fraser Ross now behind the wheel after everything they've been through.
Well, they were the first car to actually put wets on.
Correct.
They rolled the dice when it was a bit 50-50 whether you should have put wets on or not.
This.
The teammates racing out of pit lane.
75 beats 888.
Nice job. So you can pass before you get to the control line as long as there's no contact when the cars leave their pit boxes. So the 75 of Kenny Habel does a nice job getting around Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim and that 888 Mercedes. So a little bit of track position between the teammates there.
888 cars fighting themselves? It's never happened, has it? Surely.
Especially at Bathurst.
Garth just tugged his collar there for a
yeah,
split second.
exactly. Yeah. No comment. As the recovery team pick up the stricken Mercedes AMG. Well, this is a shame. Mark Griffith and Jack Perkins, Will Brown had come here just with the ambition of having an enjoyable weekend, and it had been for them at this point. They had a little gearbox oil leak in that car after the opening practice session, but otherwise it's run faultlessly. But unfortunately, Jack caught out by these conditions.
Some serious rain coming down as we check out some of the fans. Let's hear from Chad.
Yeah, I've got Mark Griffith and Will Brown sadly out of this race right now. Will, let's just quickly chat about the conditions that you had out there for the beginning. I heard it was pretty hairy.
Yeah, I couldn't see a thing. I actually passed Reynolds and then I let him back past so I could see where I was going. It was pretty bad out there. The fog just got ridiculous coming down the hill. You couldn't even see where to turn in. So I had a good run. I think we pitted in third and we had good pace. But yeah, it started to sprinkle and I thought it was fairly slippery out there. And I think we're coming back around to put wets on. But obviously in these, it can pretty easily catch you out, and it has with Jack. Luckily, looks like it's done the right rear, but not too much damage to the car. So thanks to Griffo for having us both. It's always good fun driving with him. I've driven everything from Yaris's to GT3 cars with him now. So yeah, it's been good.
Mark, it's always a hard day at the office when you don't even get to drive your own car.
I know. What were they thinking? Like, Sandy's the one that's a little upset. She'd just finished paying all the insurance money to the Europeans 35 seconds before he hit the wall.
Isn't that a good thing, though?
Yeah, but I don't think there'll be that. It doesn't look that bad. Unfortunately, you can just tap things and looks like the right rear wheel's bent. Yeah, it's disappointing not to do it, but the boys have done a great job, and we were here to have fun. As they said, they've driven everything that we've owned for the last 10 years, so it was nice for me to give back to them, let them have a go on a GT3 car.
All right, I hope that insurance went through.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
All good, thank you.
Policy advisor there will be having a little look at that interview.
Checking the timing on that when the funds cleared on paying the premium. It looked like the rear suspension looked like the toe link had broken on that AMG Mercedes of Jack Perkins. So
he's a great character, Griffo. He's one of the lovely blokes in the sport. He's involved in Erebus Motorsport, actually sponsors that team, hence the connection with Will and Jack over the years. And Will Brown has actually raced a Toyota Yaris here with Griffo, and now a GT3 AMG. These are some of the sights from this morning. Spectacular hour and a bit of motor racing. There's the KTM. You can see the little cockpit illumination they use just to light up some of the switches and controls. The punter sitting on the hill. That's on the exit of the chase. They look fairly cosy and warm under their jackets and umbrellas as the recovery team get this car lifted up. The Ford Ranger Raptor recovery crew. We see them at every round of the Repco Supercars Championship. They're here this weekend as well. Just parked at the Scuderia Auto Art Chase.
Well, Mercedes AMG safety car continues to lead. We're worried about the fog being the drama here today. Now it's the wet weather conditions as more cars make their way into the pits. Well, guys, it's no secret our Chad Nailon is a wannabe race driver, and we've got some proof. Take a look at this.
Mercedes AMG don't just build fabulous race cars, they also, of course, have an amazing road range as well. And when you buy into that range, you get access to the AMG Driving Academy and the Mercedes-Benz events. And I've got Peter Hackett, the lead instructor here from the AMG Driving Academy. Every time we catch up at Bathurst, we get to do something fun. What have you got lined up today?
Well, first I've got a helmet, and then we've got an A45S, we've got a wet track, and a Motorcana. Precision, performance, and also a little bit of sideways action, drift mode.
How good is that? Now, you've also set up a fairly decent opponent for me to take on in my rookie debut here at Bathurst, and yours too at an AMG. Brock, this is going to be a bit of fun.
It certainly is, and the weather's, not the best for Bathurst, but it certainly turned it on for what we're going to do today. So get behind the wheel of one of these cars, it's going to be pretty exciting. Bring it on.
Bring it on indeed. It's not going to be timed, it's all about style. And because I'm such a gentleman, I'm going to let Brock go first in the rain. Best of luck, mate.
Cheers, thanks.
Okay, so we've just seen Brock have a go. He was annoyingly actually quite good. So this is going to make it hard. But this is a great entry level into the AMG range, the A45.
Yeah, we have multiple levels of our program that operate around Australia, and we've got almost every variety of AMG vehicle at those events. So the AMG Performance Training, our entry level, is designed to teach you a little bit about the cars, to see where you're at with your car control, and most importantly, to get you used to our instructing styles so that you can get the most out of yourself in a performance environment.
Nice, and we're lucky enough to be doing it here at Mount Panorama, but this is just one of many tracks around Australia and indeed around the world where these programs are run.
Yeah, you can drive an E63S around the Nürburgring or around Spa if you really want. The AMG Driving Academy is a global program. We're certified here in Australia to conduct that program, and we're part of the world's fastest family.
All right, let's see how we go. Coming for you, Brock. I think I missed the braking marker a little bit. That was awesome. I may have got a little bit too excited down the other end of the track.
Our qualifying lap had some small mistakes, but the style was there. This is all about style.
As always, Pete and I having a lot of fun. That was just so cool.
See you at the next one.
How good was that? A lot of rain here at Bathurst, but also, Brock, a lot of fun. Well done. I think I'm going to let you win this one today.
Thank you, mate. I've probably got a bit more experience on you. Maybe you can get me in golf next time.
That might be a bit of a deal. Pete, great piece of car to be able to tackle a little bit of racetrack like this and shows you what this thing's capable of.
Yeah, part of the AMG Driving Academy experience is to come along and test the entire range, put you through your paces and give you some car control and most of all a big smile.
Always a lot of fun here at the 12 Hour.
On many a car ride with Chad Nailon over the years. Garth, do you want first dibs on this?
Well, the last time we saw Chad do something competitive at a racetrack, he was on a lawnmower. And based on what we just saw, him having a crack in that AMG, stick to the lawnmower, Chad, because there was no style involved with any of that. Let Brock Feeney drive the AMG. Yeah, you drive the microphone, and when the lawnmower racing presents itself, maybe have a crack at that.
I think the editor was a bit fair to Chad there because we didn't see Brock having a go as well,
Yeah,
so it made Chad look all right.
Would have made Chad look a whole lot worse, Chad Nailon. You need to lift, son.
Well, did we miss that memo? I didn't remember getting that invite to drive that car. Knowles, did you get that?
Just check my phone.
No.
It still works.
No, I didn't get that either. Well, anyway.
What did Chad Nailon and Brock Feeney know about the Sunday weather forecast, though, to get out there and do a bit of wet weather practice earlier in the week when we filmed that? So clearly the rain has taken effect here at Mount Panorama. The AMG safety car has the field under control. Still 10 hours and 16 minutes to go in this one, boys. So
what are you saying? There's still plenty to play out?
There might be one or two storylines still yet to play out in this one, but isn't it interesting? The car that leads the race was the car that was involved with that contact with Tony D'Alberto down at Forest Elbow. That forced their hand and had to bring them in early under this safety car. They were the first car to roll the dice and stick a wet tyre on when it was still 50-50. We weren't quite entirely sure whether this rain was going to take full effect. But that decision by Adam De Borre and the Audi Sport Australia team has been nice. And then this 47 car, Paul Stokel.
Just snuck up, hasn't it?
What a story.
This car was written off on Friday, and the Melbourne Performance Centre Audi Sport Australia team shipped another chassis up from Melbourne. The team worked miracles to get the car out so it could be shaken down in qualifying yesterday afternoon. Now they find themselves second in the race with Paul Stokel, a very experienced campaigner aboard.
This
that 47 Audi.
Sorry, Garth, this car's just stopped at the chase. Dale Wood behind the wheel of the KTM Expo GT2. A turbocharged 5-cylinder Audi engine singing, but he's got to the back of the queue, and Yasushi Hina has pitted. We saw that 777.
19.5 and return to pit lane this lap, thank you.
Oh, here we go.
So going racing.
Yeehaw.
Time by.
Well, they've elected to put a pro back in this car. Interesting. Yasushi Hina jumps out. All driver time counts under safety car, so he's ticked some box. He's got some of that mandatory 180 minutes hit. Correct. Exactly right. That is absolutely key. And they'll put a pro in for the restart. Bridie?
Brock, congratulations. That was a fantastic first stint from you. You started in the dark, you finished in the daylight. What was it like?
Yeah, pretty crazy. Starting under the lights, but in the fog as well was, first stint was pretty cool, racing with the Euro guys and got in with a few bronzes and made my way up to the lead. So, yeah, nice and cruisy up the front by yourself, but handed over Prince Jeffrey in the rain now. So, yeah, hopefully it goes good.
Thanks, Brock.
Cheers.
The Mega Drive in the first stint this morning in the very dark and foggy conditions, but now the track is properly wet. We'll have a lot of spray. We go back to the restart at the end of this lap. Ricardo Feller has jumped behind the wheel of car 777, so it was exciting. Prowsey on an out lap in dry conditions. What's he got for us in the wet? And we go back to green flag racing soon.
Well, Knowles, like so many of the internationals that come to this place, it took him about 3 laps to get his head around it. It was right on the money. 21-year-old Swiss driver. He's a German GT ace, factory Audi driver. They don't employ mugs. They get all the good drivers, and they've had to delve into their talent pool to fill the cars this weekend, but shows how deep the Audi Sport crew is around the world, and he's been very, very fast. So they're popped a pro in 777. It's in 14th position at the moment, but it remains on the lead lap, so they are okay. They will be good to go, and he will get plenty of position. This is the run up the hill. Oh, lights off, lights off.
Yeah, and a bit of a moment running wide, and it does look like maybe the car needed a bit of an alt-control delete there as it made its way up to turn 2. So when the Audis, the lights are on all the time. You don't actually have to turn the headlights on. They run all the time. So when the lights go out like that, when the car's on track, that means it has lost power. So that's one to keep an eye on, the 777 Audi, potentially some dramas. Here's the number 19 AMG Mercedes. Jack Perkins was at the wheel of when it got away from him. When we heard from Will Brown say they were actually on their way to come to pit lane and grab some wet tyres. So just that wet surface caught Jack Perkins out.
He only just got into the car as well when that happened a few moments ago. Do you think they'll get that back out? Just at least get some laps, or
have a crack.
Here is Jacko walking back in.
Jacko a bit devastated. He sets very high standards for himself. Does Jack understood what the goal was this weekend? Mark Griffith just patting him on the back. Yeah, so there you go. It was dry across the top and it was wet down the bottom.
Such a Bathurst thing to have.
Yeah, so as I was saying, Jack Perkins sets very high standards for himself. He'll be devastated with that.
Bit of a YouTube star of late, here's Jack. Perkins Engineering.
Confirming lights are out. Leader to maintain 80 kph. All weaving to cease. Thank you.
So that's the word, and once the lights go out, you are no longer allowed to weave. And in the past, that has been a rule. It's an Aussie-specific rule because it's caught some internationals out. Raffaele Marciello a couple of years ago got nobbled for that late in the race, and it probably didn't cost them a shot at victory, but possibly a podium in a Group of M Racing AMG. So it's a quirk of the rules in Australia that the internationals have to get up to speed to. You cannot weave when the safety car lights are out.
Yeah, that's one that when I have international teammates, we just hammer it into them. Hammer, 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 no weaving once the lights go out on the safety car. Because as you said, Rich, it's a very Aussie-centric thing, but Fraser Ross gets us going. And this restart will be every bit as challenging as the start of the race because we had fog when we went green. At 5:15 a.m. we've got rain and lots of spray when we restart with 10 hours and 10 minutes to go.
Triple Australian Drivers Champion Paul Stokell, Tasmanian behind the wheel of car 47. Wasn't even the car they started the weekend with. It's been a remarkable Bathurst resurrection story for the Superbarn Supermarkets team. But I've been pretty confident having Stokell behind the wheel. He's still a full-time professional driver, trainer, vastly experienced in these cars, does a lot of racing at state level and in Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia. He's got Fraser Ross in front, who's a Sprint Challenge champion. But drivers to watch, Nick Percat already got up to second place. He's just passed Paul Stokell, and this will be one as well. Brad Schumacher behind the wheel of car 74. So they've kept their ram in, and look at them just walking up the hill to Griffin's Bend, coasting in there.
You want to talk about visibility in the fog? How about some visibility in the spray?
It's worse, isn't it?
It's just as well that 888 AMG Mercedes is fluoro yellow. It's easier to see. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim aboard that one, but you can just see how cautious Jeffrey, Brad Schumacher aboard the 74 Audi are being. As they get their head around just driving a GT3 car on the mountain in the rain. I've never done it before. We've been coming here since 2016 and I haven't seen any rain in the 12 hours. So a lot of the drivers, this is their first experience driving a GT3 car in the wet on the mountain. It's not an easy task. Couple that with the majority of bronze drivers on circuit.
Oh, that was Ricardo Feller going up the inside of McPhillamy.
Yeah, that's why I stopped and grabbed my attention.
I'm just going to turn away from the television now.
He's no fear, has he?
I had a chat to him before the race started. I said, oh, good move. You put Marcus Winkelhock in for the start. And he goes, no, I love driving in the dark. Oh, and this is the KTM Expo.
That's had some damage.
Yeah.
Darwood behind the wheel, their most experienced driver out of the four. As car number 9 goes down the inside. And behind the wheel of that, well, Lee Holdsworth. Safe pair of hands in these conditions. Is that a bit of KTM missing?
Yeah, it is. And I think that may even be like a lead ballast by the look of it. So we need to have a good look at that, make sure it's offline. Our race leader, though, Nick Percat, has got to the lead. So this BRM resurgence for the number 17 Audi continues. You thought they may have lost a little bit of track position through that pit stop cycle, but Percat restarted third in this one, and then you've got a full-time professional V8 supercar driver going up against Fraser Ross and Paul Stokell. He does a nice job of getting himself to the lead and having a good bit of visibility.
Jack Perkins with me, Jack. That's the tough thing about this sport. It can all just change in a split second. What happened out there?
Yeah, probably one of the lowest points of my career, Brett, to do that on the out lap. I mean, young bloke, hot tyres, effed up, as simple as that, mate. I just cruising really, and the track was pretty dry over the top, and it was pretty dry down the straight until the chase. I'd already kind of backed off, but it just whipped sideways on me, and yeah, my mistake, you know. Big apologies to the team. It's just something that an experienced guy like me shouldn't be doing.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, mate.
Quoting a famous line his dad, Larry,
I was going to say, for those that don't know, Larry Perkins, famous young bloke, cold tyres, effed up. So Jack just giving his version of that story. And here's the replay of Nick Percat taking the lead from Fraser Ross. Fraser, pretty smart play there. Let the pro go.
80 kph, please. 80 kph.
And we have the safety car out again, and that's for the KTM.
You know who's going to be nervous but excited at the same time is Mark Rosser with his 17 car.
Well, yet to drive his own race car.
I think he'd be pretty happy in the garage right now.
100%.
Let the pros deal with the fog, deal with the rain. So here's a replay of Kenny Habel at the final corner, just running a little wide. Always get a little bit nervous when cars take on the grass and the gravel trap to turn around.
So this safety car, is good for the Grove Racing team. They'll get the lap back that they lost with the error down at turn 1 with Brenton Grove, so that will work well.
Dalewood's got the expo just a little bit further up the field there by John Hinksman. Vista out the way, but it's been enough to bring out, once again, the Mercedes-AMG safety car.
And I wonder how many people pit to take advantage of the safety car and get a free CPS out of the way.
CPS away in this one. So it's a good call. Richard Crail on board here, Ricardo Fella. And when this car pitted for the driver change from Yasser Shaheen for Ricardo Fella to jump back aboard, that didn't count as one of their CPSs because it was under the 122nd or 2-minute compulsory time. So you can do a pit stop, it just doesn't count to your 9 compulsory pit stops.
So Nick Percat continues to lead under the safety car once again. The number 17 Audi from Fraser Ross and Lee Holdsworth. The rain continues to fall here on the mountain.
I do actually need to correct myself, boys, because the wave around only takes effect after the first 3 hours of the motor race.
Oh, that's a good point you pick up there, Richard Crail. We got so excited about having the wave around in the race that we didn't read the fine print. So
there's a fair bit of fine print.
There's a lot of fine print. That's why you leave it to engineers and team principals. We drivers don't get bogged down in the details. Maro Engel tucking in.
That is so unfair.
I feel like we missed that order as well, Nolts. That just didn't happen.
I'll be back in 10. I'm just going to go down to Mercedes.
He wants to go and have a chat to Maro Engel. Does our Matt Nolte. Where do you get those scrambled eggs from?
That's 91 car has been back in the pits with Daniel Joncanella behind the wheel as in comes Lee Holdsworth in car number 9, the Hallmark Audi.
So to answer your question, Richard Crail, do you come in and take a pit stop? The answer is Fraser Ross says yes, Lee Holdsworth says yes, as does Paul Stokel, Cam Waters, Ricardo Fella and Kenny Habel. So, and then we see also the 888 Mercedes, Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim, he comes to the lane. So for me, this is a no-brainer. Get one of your other CPSs locked away. You have no idea what the weather's going to do later in the day. So if we get to the point where we have changeable conditions and you need to go back to more of a sprint type pit stop where you're changing from a wet to a slick tyre or vice versa, if you can get your compulsory pit stops done now, then those sprint pit stops give you a lot more strategy flexibility later in the race. A bit of drama going on here for Kenny Habel. Looks like they're looking at the radio here potentially and the drink system. You can just see on the door there's a yellow cylinder. It looks like it's upside down. That's the automatic drink system aboard the AMG Mercedes. Definitely something going on here with this 75 Sun Energy car.
Lucas Stoltz started that car today, car number 75. I was going to ask you this question about an hour ago. Do you miss it? Do you miss not being out there this year?
Not
now
right
I can
now.
ask you.
Not right now when it's raining, Matt Nolte. Be a job for your teammate.
He's getting comfy up here, Grant.
Yeah, I know.
I did miss it. I did miss it when there was that night practice session on Friday night, and then when we had the pole shootout yesterday, that looked like a whole lot of fun that I wouldn't have minded being part of. So maybe next year, Matt Nolte might jump in. car for the 12 hour when it comes back in February. Less chance of rain in February, so jump back in then.
Although they were lucky in 2020, Krause, that he gets to the finish line and then it hosed down one of the biggest summer storms.
Yeah.
Hit the mountain.
Oh, utterly torrential. When the Bentley crossed the line, he got to turn 1 and it went everywhere, raining. It was amazing.
Nearly speared it off after the race.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. The weather gods were on Bentley's side in 2020. There was no doubt about it. They wanted it to win.
They deserved it. They've been trying for so long, been so close so often at the Bentley M Sport team.
Yeah, I've just been talking with Craig Baird, and the wave around rule is now in action. So I was diving through the sporting regs just to check. The 3-hour thing had been brought up early in the weekend, but I wanted to double check, and it is in effect right now.
Well, just a short drive from Bathurst. The Blue Mountains is definitely Sydney's backyard playground. There's plenty of fresh air, World Heritage listed wilderness with ancient rock formations, waterfalls and rainforests. It can be as relaxing or adventurous as you want it to be. The Blue Mountains is one of the most popular day trips out of Sydney, but you really need a whole weekend or longer to fully appreciate its wonders. It's just a short drive from Sydney and it brings you out to the famous mountain here at Bathurst as we're about to tick over 2 hours into the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour, and Kenny Habul deciding to take on a drink halfway up the straight here in the Sun Energy One Mercedes-Benz as the rain continues to fall here at Mount Panorama.
That's clearly the problem that they were having with this car at the last pit stop. We thought that maybe it was a radio issue, but you can see actually there the drink straw that goes up to the same position as the radio connector from the helmet to the car. So clearly Kenny not getting water from the automatic drink system aboard that 75 Sun Energy Mercedes AMG. There's some of our fans, great vantage spot, getting some great photos here on the mountain. Under cover of the umbrella, mind you.
Craft Bamboo car has come back into the pits once again. So after that engine change yesterday, the bonnet was up on that car earlier in the race, and Daniel Giancadella brings it back into pits. Also got Jake Camilleri in the Invitational class, and Brenton Grove, who brought out a safety car earlier today in the Grove Porsche, car number 4 that Ben Barker started the day in, to ride back in car with Kenny Habul. If we stay with him long enough, we'll get to go past his new address on Conrod Straight, the proud owner of 505, that we all threw some money in the hat to buy, but he outbid us unsuccessfully.
Yeah, $100 just didn't go quite far, apparently, for Primo Real Estate on Conrod. It's a shame.
Who would have guessed that you would have got outbid with a $100 offer, boys? There it is. Home for Kenny Habul.
Front door's open still.
Well, he happens to stop on Conrod Straight. He doesn't have to worry about finding his keys.
That's what's so unique about this place. There's just so many hidden, quirky parts, like the houses that just keep popping up year after year. It's always going to be the dream to live here, isn't it? Several drivers do now.
It is, correct. Just want to clarify, when we're talking about the wave around rule, we're calling it the lucky dog, which is where cars that go a lap down, when the safety car pulls in, they are able to get themselves back on the lead lap of the race. They'll be waved past the safety car. And it's one of those motorsport regulations for those of us nerds that like ploughing into them. There's interpretations, and all the people in pit lane, the interpretation is always what gets argued with the stewards, GT. And the wording is following the commencement of the 3rd hour. So, and you can read into that in a couple of ways, but we are now commencing the 3rd hour of the race. We've just ticked over 9 hours and 59 to go. 2 hours and 33 minutes in. So this is, we're now in the 3rd hour.
I did wonder whether you were looking at a different timing screen than I was when you said it was in the 3rd hour, because to me that's another hour's time. But yes. Rules are written in black and white, but the speed is found in the grey area, Richard Crail. So the teams are very, very good at operating in that grey area when it comes to rules and regulations. So I'm a big fan of the lucky dog thing, though. I think it's really cool. Keeps plenty of cars in the race, something that we've used in the Supercar 1000 successfully for the last couple of years. It's great that's made its way into the 12 hour. Sorry, sight of the KTM. Is it Expo or Crossbow?
We've been mixing it up all weekend, haven't we?
I think it's Crossbow.
Sounds tougher, doesn't it?
It does.
It does sound pretty tough. It's a shame, though, for those guys, Wood Brothers, Glenn and Dale, Trent Harrison, Dave Crampton aboard that one. First time we've seen that car in competition here in Australia. very, very fast and straight line.
Speaking to Dave about that the other day, and he said it's just extraordinary to drive. Doesn't have the downforce of a GT3 car, but quick up and down the hill, but just a really nice package. KTM with a lot of experience in endurance racing. It's strange, isn't it? A brand so synonymous for their two-wheeled exploits, but they've made a really good race car. Dave's been here before a couple of times in GT4 cars, so the GT4 version of their KTM has been very successful. And the class winner in the past here at the Liquimoli Bathurst 12 Hour.
So the Mercedes-AMG safety car leading the field around still as the Dale Wood car on the back of the tilt tray being brought back to the pits. We've also got the Griffith Corp car back in the garage now as well, car 19 with Jack Perkins and Will Brown. That car's in the garage. There is car 17, our race leader from the back of the field after a significant rebuild yesterday during practice and qualifying to get this car out. What a phenomenal effort. They lead this race with Tony D'Alberto now back behind the wheel of car number 6.
I was having a good chat with Nick Percat just after that car was damaged with Mark Rosa at the wheel in practice Saturday morning, and I don't think he was of the opinion that at the 10-hour mark, or 10 hours to go mark, that car would be leading the race.
No.
I don't think they were even of the opinion that there was a chance that car was going to be in the race. So such an amazing effort from Joey Mawson at the start of the event to get that car into track position that's enabled this team now to execute beautifully through the safety car window or period where we've had a couple of back-to-back safety cars and found themselves in the lead of the race. So Percat with track position against Tony D'Alberto and Garth Walden. Here's the 222 Class B Porsche. Craig Lowndes at the wheel. Yes, that is how you fuel up your racing Porsche. Can you imagine you pulled into the servo and driveway attendant jumped out your front bonnet of your best GT3 Porsche road car? I think it'd go down all that well.
It'd be a nice response.
Control to all teams. Due to we have now commenced the 3rd hour. We are now into the weigh-by component. Utilising rule 3.27.1.10.3.3. We are deeming the track is unsuitable due to the conditions for a wave-by. We will not be doing a wave-by.
They've shut the wave down. So I thought you had a huge amount of power there, Rich Crow. You just basically turned the lucky dog on.
Well,
but race controller said, no.
They shut me down.
Yeah, they've shut you. No, Rich Crow, you don't have that power.
I was just about to add a but to
Oh,
our conversation
but.
before. There's always a but when you're reading sporting regulations, and I'm channeling my inner Crompo here. How cool's that?
Look to the left.
Yeah, look to the left.
Nathan Prendergast has signed on the left-hand side as well, picking a prime position.
Any wonder that car's in pit lane with Nathan Prendergast's signature on it.
Just to explain why their signatures all over this car, they were allowed to, for $50, donation to the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, you were allowed to go and sign the car. I hope
cool
Nathan paid up.
Well, we need to check that. We need to get KPMG or someone on board to audit that for sure.
It's a great cause. They've raised a heap of cash. Scotty Taylor put 50k of his own money into donations for this weekend. Oh, Neil Crompton signed it too. How good. Oh, look at this.
This is Craig Lowndes forging Neil Crompton's signature.
Well, was he going to be an extra driver we didn't know about in this car the way it's been written in white?
We're told that Neil did donate, though, which is excellent. Lou with a view as well. Excellent. Lots of signatures. Oh, look at this.
What's going on here?
What a stitch-up. Old teammates with no right of reply from Neil.
Crompton thinking he's Superman there with the red undies on his race suit. Seriously, boys.
Oh, that's a photo we didn't need to see today, I don't think. That's tremendous.
Well, New South Wales is open for business. It's a great time to be back in this big part of Australia. The city is built around a huge harbour and hosts many tourist attractions, as well as a number of beaches, bays, and a couple of national parks. They're quite big, in fact. It's, of course, home to the world-famous Opera House, Sydney Harbour Bridge, and Bondi Beach. And this place, Mount Panoramas. The conditions are very wet here as we're into the 2 hour and 6 minute mark of the Liquimoli Bathurst 12 hour. Take a look at some of the cool shots that have happened so far today. Nick Percat is leading behind the Mercedes AMG safety car.
Bit of real-world CFD testing going on, bit of aero testing going on for these cars. Well, the slow-mo shot showing the aero working. Couldn't believe we saw vortices from a car early on, really humid air before this rain hit. Coming off the back of one of these Audis with the 2022 Evo kit. a big part of that Evo update was a new rear wing that was fitted to these cars and generated a lot more rear downforce and improved the balance of these cars. So just a reset for you, we are under the Mercedes-AMG safety car. We're into the third hour of the race, where the wave-by can happen but won't because the conditions are not deemed suitable at the moment. Nick Percat leads the motor race in the Team BRM Audi R8. Tony D'Alberto, who's driven very well today, is up to second position, the Wall Racing Lamborghini. Garth Walden is now behind the wheel of the Ram Motorsport AMG GT3. They're third, going along very nicely. Marcel Zalua behind the wheel of the Valmont Racing number 55 is fourth. Lee Holdsworth, Hallmark Property Group, Audi R8, fifth. Good pair of hands in these conditions, you would have thought. Fraser Ross in sixth position, early race leader. Cameron Waters gets his first stint behind the wheel of car 24, the Audi, he shared with David Reynolds and Tony Bates. Seventh, Ricardo Fella, the flying European, behind the wheel of 777. He will be fast. Paul Stokel and Kenny Habul rounding out the top 10.
Well, one of the great occasions here at the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hour is the town to track. And Chad Naylon joined in on all the fun here at Bathurst.
Well, it's so cool to see sports car ace Mauro Engel back here for the Liquid Moly 12 Hour. And Mauro, one of the great things about this event, the fans love it, is the town to track. We get to drive the race cars down there. We don't have a race car, but we've got something extra special.
Well, that's as close as you can get to a race car, certainly in our family. I mean, it's an amazing car. The AMG GT Black Series is race car from, well, A to Z, just with a street registration and street legal.
How cool. Mauro has driven this thing in record speed around the Nürburgring. We're going road speeds all the way to downtown Bathurst. Let's do it. Oh, by the way, remember, driver's side's that side, okay?
I would never get in the wrong side. It's never happened to me.
Well, wow, that's a race car.
We're on semi-slick, so...
Looking in my mirror and I can see an AMG GT3 road car, race car. It doesn't make sense. Seeing these cars on the road for the first time always gets your attention. Pretty cool way to welcome in the 12 hour, isn't it?
It definitely is. It's always a highlight. I mean, even if the weather isn't great, it's always special. You know, taking racing cars on the road is very special. Obviously, we're in a street legal car.
Doesn't feel like it though.
Yeah, it
feels like a race car.
It's as close to the race car as you can get for sure. And obviously, a lot of things that have gone into this car are actually coming in terms of development are coming out of our AMG GT3, and it's amazing. I mean, the first time I drove this car, I'll always remember the day, and it really blew my mind as to how well it performed when I drove this on the Nordschleife for the first time. It was crazy.
Tell us about the Nordschleife record-setting lap, because I mean the commitment to be able to break any record around the Nordschleife is impressive. But did this car do it easily?
Yeah, again, I knew what the target was, so I was a bit skeptical, I have to say. I knew how much time we need to gain compared to our AMG GTR, our AMG GTR Pro, which are amazing cars. And then I drove this thing the first time and I was like, okay, there's no question this car can do it. Just everything, the engine, the power delivery, the balance, the brakes, the downforce. The downforce for a road car is incredible.
Can you talk us through some of the specs? I mean, the power and particularly engine specs of this car are incredible.
So we have the 4-liter V8 bi-turbo, but it is slightly modified to, for example, how we run it in the AMG GTR. It's a flat-plane crankshaft, so you can actually tell by the engine tone a little bit. It's just a little bit different, and it makes the engine so responsive. 730 horsepower, 0 to 100k in 3.2 seconds, 0 to 200k. I think it was just under 9 seconds. Top speed 325. Yeah, the numbers are impressive, but for me the most impressive is really how it handles on a racetrack. And yeah, setting that lap record on the Nordschleife is definitely what the car deserved.
How similar is it to the 888 AMG GT3 behind us?
Well, it's faster in a straight line, I can tell you that. 730 horsepower is obviously is amazing. But how similar is it? I mean, you have roll bars which you can set at the front of the car, at the rear, the rear. Yep. You can play with ride height. The car comes delivered with camber shims. So you have 5 different settings for camber. Wow. You can really set this car up like a race car.
I think what most impresses me about this car, and if you need any more proof of how popular it is, despite the nearly $800,000 Australian price tag, you can't buy them. They're all sold out. They got snapped up instantly.
It's crazy. I mean, the demand was huge. After we set the record, it went even higher. And for those customers who got a car, I think if you look at the used car market prices, yeah, it's incredible. The car is really highly in demand.
Well, despite being a record-setting car around the Nürburgring and the ability to go over 300 k's an hour, it safely delivered us here in the town of Bathurst. Just in time for the 12-hour this week, mate. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you. Look forward to it. It's great to be back and great to have this event back on.
The locals here in Bathurst have been racing for nearly 100 years now. They're used to seeing race cars take the streets around here at Mount Panorama. One of the cool little moments that we build up to each and every year with the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours. We continue behind the Mercedes AMG safety car. You look at the Prince, Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel of the man Phil Terentry, now in car with him as he's jumped into the car that Brock Feeney started the race. SVG will drive that car during the day, and once again the Craft Bamboo car back in the pits with Daniel Giancadella. He's certainly gotten used to using the pit lane today, Garth Tander.
Yeah, there's been plenty of journeys down pit lane for a lot of our competitors, so a fragmented start to this 12-hour. Started in fog, under safety car, and then we had a battle royale between Chaz Mostert and Kelvin van der Linde. Chad.
Yeah, that Craft Bamboo car, it needs like a loyalty card for pit lane. I think the 10th pit stop's going to be free the way they're going at the moment, but they are going to do a driver change here. They are 2 compulsory pit stops clear of the field at the moment, so we're all having a bit of a laugh at how many times they're pitting, but they'll be getting the last laugh the way things are going. At the end of the race, when everyone else is still serving their 120-second pit stops, they could have multiple pit stops shorter than the rest of the field.
I'm with you, Chad. I think that's very smart play by Craft Bamboo. So get a lot of your compulsory 9 compulsory 120-second pit stops out of the way. So there's no rush here as Kevin C jumps aboard this Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes.
It's got a bit of Jack Villeneuve, that helmet about it, hasn't it?
Right,
Today?
yeah,
pretty cool.
Fantastic.
Very cool. So you can just see adjusting the steering wheel there, telescopic steering wheel. You can adjust the pedals. They're pneumatically operated on these GT3 cars. Dealing with some fog on the goggles there. I've been there, done that. So once the car gets moving, get a bit of air into the helmet, that clears up.
I spoke to team boss Darryl Young about Kevin this weekend, and both he and Kevin share a similar background in that they both raced at Macau before they came here, and they said that was really good prep for racing at Mount Panorama.
So the Craft Bamboo car rejoins. Wasn't a compulsory pit stop that's been confirmed. So take their spot down the field in 13th position. Darren Padiacci is also in the pits and has been for just over 2 minutes. Back in 17th position with Dale Wood's car now back in the pits. That's the reason why the Mercedes AMG safety car is out here. 2022 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12-hour. We're back after over 800 days since the last time we went racing here back in the summer of 2020. Much different conditions, but the fans, they still come out. They love this place. They'll put up with this all day long.
Hardcore, aren't they? Hardcore Australian motorsport fans, especially those that know the pilgrimage to the top of the mountain. They know what it could be. They know the weather could turn. You could get fog, rain. They'll probably get sunburned.
Sunburned, yeah.
I'm talking to some internationals earlier in the week and said, well, I mean, it snowed here in May before. There's famous photos of Mount Panorama in full whiteout mode.
It snowed here in October.
It has.
Seen snow on the ground the weekend after the 1000. So, head honchos at 888 Racing. Ex-head honcho there, Roland Dane, Mark Dutton. In deep discussion. I think there's a fair bit of
pretty busy.
Compulsory safety car pit stop, compulsory pit stop under safety car chat going on here.
It's pretty busy for a retired guy, RD, at the moment, isn't
Did
he?
you really think that Roland Dane was going to take a back seat
no
racing
chance.
operations?
No chance. He's officially in charge of the 75 car Sun Energy One Racing this weekend. Mark Dutton there looking after the exploits of car 888. So Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel in 10th at the moment, and Kenny Habul back in 12th. But the order is jumbled on account of these safety cars that we've had. The resurrection stories of this race, though, are remarkable. And the fact that Craft Bamboo Racing can still be in contention after everything that's gone wrong for them this weekend is remarkable. And just for clarification, the reason that that last stop wasn't a compulsory pit stop is you can only serve one of your mandatory CPS stops under any given safety car. So one at a time. They've been in pit lane 8 times in this race. 8 times, and we're only into the 3rd hour.
Smart play, though. Get all those niggles ironed out in the early part of the race. Shane Van Gisbergen's decided to get out of bed. He's ready to go racing shortly. So Triple Eight deciding to use a lot of Brock Feeney early in this one. They got Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim aboard the Triple Eight man filter AMG Mercedes. Van Gisbergen looks like they've got him locked away for this afternoon.
I thought Brock's run today was really impressive.
Yeah, I was watching that early part. He was in a battle with Marcus Winkelhoff and a couple of the other German pros, and he definitely drove beautifully in those foggy, dark conditions, kept his nose clean, put that car in a very strong position.
Control to safety car, maintain 80 kph, please. Lights out this lap, return to pit lane in this lap, please. Lights out and return to pit lane this lap, thank you.
So the good news is the Mercedes-AMG safety car will peel back into pit lane at the end of this lap. You've just joined our coverage. Here's some highlights. Thanks to Maguire's for the first 2 hours of the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour start at 5:15 local time with fog in the distance, a lot of humidity. We all knew that would change in a matter of hours.
Challenging conditions. We heard from some of our lead drivers after they jumped out of the cars in their first stint just how challenging the visibility was when the fog was out there before the sun rose. There were some dramas early for the 91 Craft Bamboo Mercedes. They had an engine change yesterday, then their first compulsory pit stop came up short. This brought out our first real safety car, Zane Morse, contact with the wall at Reed Park. This was a strange one. Yasser Shaheen under safety car, out of pit lane, flicked the pit lane speed limiter off and passed some cars. You can't do that under yellow. He had a drive-through penalty and then contact. Tony D'Alberto on Liam Talbot. Our early race leader, Chaz Mostert, wasn't happy with that one. And the rain came. And we caught Brendan Grove out, ran it wide at turn 1, and he got stuck in the gravel. And then also Jack Perkins on slicks on his way back to pit lane to grab some wets, caught him out as well. And now the circuit very, very wet. As we went racing, Nick Percat, the BRM number 17 Audi. This team had fought back tremendously from dramas in practice yesterday. And then the KTM Crossbow having some mechanical issues. And that car having to make its way back on the back of the tilt tray. But Matt Nolte, we are going green next time by.
So that's the scene if you're just firing up the coffee machine at home and settling in on the couch to watch the remaining 9 hours and 40 minutes of the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour here today. We're in car with car 65. Down in 6th position, Fraser Ross behind the wheel. A very short stint from Liam Talbot earlier. Chaz Mostert started that car. Him and Kelvin van der Linde just traded fastest laps for the first hour of the race in foggy, dry conditions. But it's been raining now for the better part of an hour here at Mount Panorama. So Nick Percat, who took over from Joey Mawson, who had a standout run in the first stint, this Team BRM prepared K-Town Audi, will lead the field when the Mercedes-AMG safety car speeds away back to pit lane.
It's definitely eased, Nolts, the rain. Looking outside, and stuck my head outside during that safety car period just to see, and certainly the rain is lighter now. Mist hanging in the air at the bottom half of Mount Panorama. Such a unique thing about this place is that the weather conditions can be so vastly different down here, where we're looking at the hollow in Conrod Strait, than they are a couple of 100 metres up the hill at the elbow and further up towards the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper. Look at that.
We've got full European
Isn't
now.
that full Nürburgring?
Great.
It's amazing. So we'll go back to racing. No weaving when the lights are out on the safety car. We talked about it before. It was Alex Imperatori in KCMG Nissan that got nobbled a couple of years back, and it cost them a shot at victory. That was a 2019 race. Pretty thrilling finale. But all the experience now of former Bathurst champion Nick Percat will be put to good use. He's got plenty of miles in GT cars. You'll know these conditions at the mountain before. He's got Tony D'Alberto behind, recently re-signed with Dick Johnson Racing for the Supercars Enduros. Garth Walden next. He's an experienced guy. Marcel Zalua, that's going to be an interesting one to watch. Am driver aboard the Valmont Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. They tippy-toe out of the final corner. Real challenge from Percat there. But now they power away into the spray and the run towards Hell Corner.
Percat had no front grip as he turned it in to come to the control line, and again at turn 1, no front tyre temperature aboard that number 17 Audi of Percat. Tony D'Alberto had a good look at the back of the Audi before they could cross the control line. D'Alberto had to actually back out of it, wait until they passed the control line before he could actually pass Percat. Percat, though, maintains the lead for the run up to turn 2. Very exploratory here, right now, trying to understand the grip level that you have, understand the tyre temperature. It will take some time before you build any sort of tyre temperature into this Pirelli wet tyre. The Craft Bamboo car's in again. And I'd have to say this one, they've been in pit lane a lot with a lot of unscheduled stops, but this one would have to be very unscheduled.
Kevin C behind the wheel. After Daniel Joncadella spent most of the time behind the safety car in his stint. Nick Percat leads us across through Solomon Park. And back underway. Green flag conditions. Let's go back to pit lane. Chad.
I think it's all part of the plan for Craft Bamboo. This is their third time that they've stopped after going back to green flag running. So this is the third pit stop they've done after the green flags come out after a caution period. So this is their game plan, and they keep catching future safety cars to bunch them back up again, and then they get another one. So they're doing it because you're only allowed one. We talked about that in commentary, one pit stop during that caution period.
I repeat, after reviewing a breach that occurred at 7:04, pit lane penalty, car 75 for breach of safety car protocols. Thank you.
Kenny Habal will get a penalty, and this is why.
7:04, so that's some half hour ago. So that's actually passing before the control line. So that's a no-no. You can't pass till after this last corner. It's actually under the Liquimoli Bridge. And this is another one. He passes. That's Craig Lowndes. So Lowndes will be thinking, hang on, man, what are you doing? And he's passing 3 or 4 cars. So yeah, no, can't do that either.
And that's the field all checked up, because Percat had that big moment down here at Murray's, and everyone sort of staggered up behind him. But yeah, you're not allowed to overtake until you get to the Liquimoli Bridge here on pit straight. Big move up the inside. Ricardo Feller, the pro driver behind the wheel of car 777. Even that thing dancing around, though, on the exit of the chase. He's up to 4th already. Garth Walden, his next target. So a drive-through penalty. Just to put a finer point on the Craft Bamboo thing, to Chad in pit lane, I'm not big on philosophy, but I'd just like to understand what their reasoning is and why they're doing that. So hopefully we can hear from Darryl O'Young, who's the team boss and a 2-time winner of this race. It must be said, back in the Audi Sport days in 2011 and 2012. Just like a little bit of a rationale as to why they think that's the strategy that's going to work for them. It may work, they may win the race, but I'd like to know why.
I'm with you, Richard Trail. That's not in my playbook, that one. I mean, I'm all for getting a lot of the CPS done early in the race. The compulsory CPS is done early in the race. Here's Kenny Habal making his way through pit lane for that pit lane penalty for the safety car restart procedure breach, which was very evident on screen. And that is a broken brake disc. So that's from the Zane Morse Mark Mustang. Some heavy contact with the wall in the early part of the race. Team going about seeing if they can resurrect that car back into life.
Might just be a case of getting it put in straight so they can get it in the truck. Yeah. And Ricardo Feller has already got past Tony D'Alberto, I think you'll find, as they run up top of the hill, correct. So 777's gone 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and Nick Percat will be next.
Not far away from going 1. I'd say that 777 car, Feller, very, very fast. It took over a second out of Nick Percat just in the first sector alone. So Ricardo Fella having spent a lot more time in these cars in wet conditions than Nick Percat would have. Percat would certainly know his way around the mountain in the rain.
And this will give the Sun Energy One team who've just served that drive for a penalty, because remember, this car was in the lane not that long ago for a safety car infringement breach for that strange manoeuvre passing outside after pit exit after that rush of first pit stops. Lots of attitude on this car. He's up behind Percat in the rundown, Conrad.
Both the Audis of Percat and Fella getting loose off the dipper through the little change of direction before the run down to Forest Elbow. And Percat throwing the block on Ricardo Fella as they went into Forest Elbow. Fella getting a run now, though, down Conrod Straight. Both drivers feathering out of the throttle before they turn into the kink, and then Fella deep on the brakes. Confidence to get the job done. Does he get it pulled up? Yes, he does. Nice job. Slides the 777 out. You've got to be careful on that curb. Do not get on that curb in the rain. So a little bit of inexperience for the local conditions for the international superstar, Ricardo Fella. Nick Percat would have been watching that one, saying, don't send it up there, Fella.
Control to all teams at the last safety car restart. Pit lane penalty, car 75 for safety car protocol breach. I repeat, at the last safety car restart, this is a pit lane penalty for car 75 for a safety car protocol
So that's
breach.
the second penalty for Kenny Hipple. You saw the replays. He got nobbled once and will get pinged again. So
I felt like there was another one coming. The telling one was when Motorsport Australia race director James Taylor said this is for the 704 safety car restart, because he probably knew there was another one coming as well. So definitely cannot be passing cars. Yes, they would have called green flag, but local safety car restart procedures, that's more for the leader of the train. If you're back in the train, you cannot pass anyone until you pass the control line. And that control line is just after the last corner under the Liqui Bridge.
This is another look at the two Audis going at it. Up the hill into the chase. Just visibly more confidence in that car, but it was a little hairy moment on the exit. Let's ride on board with Ricardo and have a listen.
Percat was giving out a tap with a brake through the middle while Ricardo was still fairly pinned, wasn't he, in the 777.
I love the fact they're still sailing past 150 metres to get these things stopped in these conditions.
Oh, the ABS works so well in the rain, and there's three different wet weather ABS settings in the Audi, and given Ricardo Fella's experience with this car, it probably has a better ABS setup right now than what Percat does. Percat will learn it on the run. Fella knows where he needs to set the ABS straight up.
Well, Richard Carroll, you posed the question, what is going on with Craft Bamboo and why have they stopped 9 times already? So I've grabbed Mauro Engel, who put in a very good stint, by the way, at the start of the race. Can you update us what's going on with car 91?
Well, obviously we had an engine change yesterday and didn't get a chance to do a shakedown, so just playing it, cautiously, especially at the beginning, using an opportunity to have a look at the car. With the way safety cars are playing out, it gives you an opportunity to catch up. So yeah, things are going well, but obviously a long way to go.
Now, typically you'd be doing that under the yellow flag periods. I find it quite interesting that you do it the first lap after we go back to green flag running.
Just check the car if it's ready for green flag running.
Okay, I get a feeling there might be a little bit of strategy play going on down here at Craft Bamboo. Very clever. And check this out, I noticed an interesting onlooker. Hey, there's Todd Hazelwood, Supercars driver, watching on. I wonder if he's come up with these funky strategies down here today.
Joey Mawson, well done. That was an awesome opening stint for you. How did you find the conditions out there?
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, it was quite tricky with the fog in the morning, but yeah, the car was feeling mega. Big thank you to the boys at Team BRM for putting the car together. Everything was feeling really good and mint. So yeah, I was really happy to be able to go forward, and I think I ended up P2 by the time I hopped out of the car. So yeah, the good thing is on the lead lap, we haven't got any damage on the car, so all good.
Yeah, did you imagine that, 2 hours into this race, you guys would even be in contention for this one?
Absolutely not. I mean, it's gone much better than planned, so yeah, hopefully we can just continue to stay out of trouble, and I mean, it's a long way to go, but it's looking very positive at the moment.
Mark Rosso suited up, ready to get in. What words of advice did you give him?
Just to make sure we bring the car home, keep it safe, no risks out there. I mean, it's such a long race. Worst thing is to make a mistake and just lose a bunch of time, so just risk management.
Awesome, thanks Joey. You mentioned earlier that his parents haven't seen him race for so long. We're just going to say hello and a big shout out to Mrs. Mawson. Hello. It's great to have them here at the track.
What a great moment. He should be very proud of his stint earlier today, and Team BRM will be stoked with the way that car is going. He's back in second position right now. We just saw the man field a AAA car have a moment down here at Murray's down the middle. with Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel. Just keeps it out. More so of the grass today because it is so boggy out there. I mean, we've had a couple of dry days here, but it's been raining all week in the lead up to this event. Didn't take much of those puddles to form again off the track.
Or it was like he was indicating to head back down William Street into town. It was going so slow, but just kept it out. You're right, lots of rain. It rained all day Thursday. The only window we had from weather on Thursday was when we drove the cars into town for Town to Track, which has become a real staple of this event. A really cool part of fan activation, get people up close and personal with these cars. But the car parks around here are quagmires, the hills are slippery, it's really muddy underfoot, and that has remained since Thursday. So you go offline, and we've seen that already today, you are going to be in strife. We did a good job to keep that car on the road. Car 888 running 10th at the moment, still on the lead lap. And I think that is going to be the story of the day. Just stay on the lead lap. It doesn't matter how far behind you are, just remain there as Lee Holdsworth slices up the inside of the vastly experienced Garth Walden. That's a change of position. Garth is one of those drivers who's ranked bronze, but everyone goes, how is he a bronze? He's too experienced, too good for that. He should be a silver at least, but he's got away with one this weekend.
I was with you on that one, Richard. I was like, how was Garth Walden a bronze? But he slipped through the system, and good bronze drivers are like gold, if you like, because the ranking certainly helps if you're an experienced bronze driver. Here's Kenny Habel.
Now, he's just come out from serving his latest drive-through penalty and has got him ahead of the Marcel Zula Valmont Racing Mercedes on the way up to the mountain. Tiptoed his way through, and then the gold and black car gave enough space. You can see they're walking the cars up the hill. They're still through Griffins, and the 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes back up into 11th position. So far in this race, eerie down here, isn't it, with the fog and the rain still down in the chase. This was the 9 of Lee Holdsworth making the move on Garth Walden, the Ram Motorsports Mercedes-Benz, the second car purchased during the week to run this weekend after damaging the original car, the latest spec car, in testing at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And we talk about the Bathurst resurrection story, and the history of this place is filled with the all-nighters and the building a car out of a few bits of tin and some spare parts, but that's another one that they started it before the race even began. Ricardo Fella leads the 12-hour, 2 hours and 33 minutes into the race.
Saw a quick glimpse of one of the crew guys there. Thought he was going to get away for a cheeky nap, and the cameras busted him down there in the garage. Ricardo Fella is treating this like qualifying now in the conditions, and the margin's out to 5 seconds on Nick Percat, which he passed. There is Percat coming through the kink on Conrod Straight.
I'll give you a lap time check next time they come past the control line just to see where the pace is, but already he's 2 and a bit seconds quicker than Percat on this lap alone. Go back to D'Alberto. So that's the Craft Bamboo car of Kevin C just in behind. So they've dropped that lap. As conditions improve, that lucky dog rule will hopefully be put into effect. It's a race director and driver standards, probably more so driver standards side of things, to make that decision as to when track conditions are good enough to allow the cars to overlap. And the philosophy behind that decision is that you're being unlapped under cold tyres as Ricardo Fella comes in. That's why he was pushing hard. So leader into the pit lane for a green flag pit stop. There is the Bend Motorsport Park Audi R8 into the lane. And that will hand the race lead back to Nick Percat, who has crossed the control line now. So Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia will go to work. Fuel first. This has all the markings of a compulsory pit stop.
Yeah, no driver change. So Fella in for fuel. I doubt they'll change the tyre. Keep the wet tyre as it is. Yes, so the car sits still. So now Ricardo Fella awaits his launch time from heavily respected engineer Eric Pender on that car. And there's, you see the 55 going on the wheels and being put in the garage. That's a real shame for that car. I saw some damage to the front of that car when Kenny Habul went past. Unrelated to Habul, but that surprised me because I didn't feel like I'd seen that before. So that car's made contact with something somewhere, and the team have elected to send it into the garage. The reason they do that means more people can work on the car rather than the 4 allowed over the lane, but real shame for the 55. They did a great job yesterday in qualifying and a great start to the race this morning.
Yeah, 100% right to be inside that shootout yesterday afternoon. Of course, they're great mates off the track, both he and Sergio Perez. They're joined by Sebastian Pagliacci for this weekend's event and decided to go all in with this GT3 car. But now back in the garage, 2 hours and 35 minutes into the race. We wait for Ricardo Fella to chew up the time, and now he's released from the BP Ultimate pit lane and rejoins in the Ben Motorsport Park entry car 777 back in 11th position. So there's the ball snapping sideways out the Gazoo Dipper.
When we're talking about mandatory pit stop time, it's 2 minutes. That stop for car 777, 2 minutes, 1 second, 0.6. So that's a pretty good effort from Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia. Timed it to perfection as Kenny hangs on to the Sun Energy 1 car across the top of the hill. So 777 will drop a lap through that sequence, but they've got another CPS ticked off. 9 of them throughout the race they've got to do to make sure they can win the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hour.
So Nick Percat has gone back into the lead here as we're 2 hours 36 minutes into the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. You're watching car number 6 out there on the track right now, rating 2nd position, Tony D'Alberto, and Cameron Waters, who's now behind the wheel of the C-Tech Laser entry, the Audi car number 24, up in a 3rd spot as the 74 Audi has come into the pits, is running in 5th position as we work our way up towards the top of the mountain here. The long way to play. Our track's starting to dry in sections, but certainly a lot of heavy clouds in the area, guys.
Yeah, a long way away from it, even thinking about a slick tyre. But I was just keeping an eye on lap times earlier. While Ricardo Fella was clearly the fastest car on track, the 2nd fastest car was that car of Cameron Waters, the 24 C-Tech Audi. So Cam Waters, not a lot of experience in the Audi, but some GT3 experience here at the mountain. Has adapted himself beautifully in these wet conditions aboard that Audi. Ronnie.
Yeah, it's a radiator leak for the 55 Valmont Racing. Marcel Zuller, unfortunately tapping the wall. He's pretty disappointed with himself. They're working on the car, hoping to get it back out.
Thanks, Bryony. As Garth mentioned earlier, as Kenny Habul has another drama down at Murray's Corner. As Garth mentioned earlier, the reason they pushed the car into the garage is to throw all the people at the race car rather than the 4 allowed over the red line that delineates the working lane from the garages. But this is one of those races where you get the feeling that you've just got to be on the track in the final couple of hours. Drop a couple of laps now, the opportunity may come back to you.
So Kenny Habul, the rear got away from him, does a nice job of grabbing the brake. And
so close.
Could not be more millimetre perfect of keeping himself out of the gravel trap. You could just see he barely turned the steering as he turned in. So potentially some advice from the garage might be to change some ABS settings on that car, which effectively changes the brake bias as well, which traditionally you would move a lot of rear bias in the car in the wet for a car that doesn't have ABS.
So D'Alberto and Waters battle for 2nd position. Tony has spent more time in the car than any other driver in the race. 1 hour and 46 minutes behind the wheel in this double stint for Wall Racing.
Tony got an early flight this afternoon or something, getting all his laps done early. Here's Cam Waters, comes to the lane.
And that
Liam man Talbot won't be driving that car, but Liam Talbot will be jumping aboard the 65 Audi when that makes its way to the lane. So clearly a strategy play by the Audi Sport Australia team. We saw Ricardo Fella come to the lane earlier. Here's Cameron Waters for his turn, and we go aboard the 65 Audi of Fraser Ross. He makes his way to the lane as we saw Liam Talbot awaiting his arrival.
So this team working to time, that was only a 12-lap stint for Cameron Waters behind the wheel of car 24. So could have gone much longer, both on driver time and on fuel. But they're working to the numbers, as we've mentioned. This is a race to time, not to laps.
Tony Bates jumping aboard the 24 Audi. His car, his toy, so he wants to go and play.
At least to get some improving conditions as a dry line slowly starts creeping its way into effect around Mount Panorama. The Coin Spot racing car into the lane as well, just a little bit further up in the row of the Audi Sport Customer Racing Team garages, and Liam Talbot will jump back into that car. Had a brief stint early on in car 65, just the 13 laps behind the wheel, a lot of them safety car interrupted. And they'll keep Chaz's powder dry for a little bit later on in the race. more than 5 hours. 5.5 hours is the maximum cumulative driver time for a pro driver, and they won't get near that. The most anyone did in 2020 was about 4.5 hours. That was Jules Gounon in the Bentley. So they've got plenty of flexibility from the pro driver side of things, but from the the bronze driver, that's where they need to be careful with the numbers and make sure they get their 180 minutes logged away by the time we get to the checkered flag at 5:15 p.m. this afternoon.
Tony Bates makes his way out of pit lane behind Liam Talbot there. Talbot will wait until he's told of his departure time.
It feels weird just watching a car sit there doing nothing, but they are going to time.
Feels weird sitting there, Richard.
Yeah, I can imagine.
tell you, he's so used to jumping in, getting your belts done up, grabbing first gear and getting out of there. You just got to keep the heart rate down. Here's Nick Percat.
9 seconds the margin. Last lap 2:26.0. So the lap times are improving as the dry line slowly emerges and this Pirelli wet moves water off the line. 26.0 for the leader, 2:27.9 for D'Alberto, 2:26.7 for Lee Holdsworth in third. So Lee has pulled 1.2 seconds out of D'Alberto in the backward battle for second and third. The Hallmark Property Group Audi going along nicely. Walden a 29.3, the first of the AMGs in the queue. And the next car across the line was going to be Paul Stokel, and it is, but he's in pit lane to do it. And the Superbarn Supermarkets Audi rolls into pit lane, and I would expect Paul to jump out of that car. He's been in there for a while, and that's a hell of a stint from the Tasmanian former Australian Drivers' Champion.
And another great story, that car being shipped up from Melbourne overnight Friday to be rebuilt. There it is, right on cue as the fuel goes in.
It actually took longer to update the car to the 2022 specifications than it did to drive the car up from Melbourne to get it here in the first place.
It's a big job updating to the Evo 2 kit.
Stokel just having some dramas getting out of the Superbarn Supermarkets entry.
The cool suit's still attached, so it was still tethered to the race car.
Did you run a cool suit in 2020 when it was at 1,000,000 degrees here?
No, we never ran the cool suit in the Audi. The engine's behind you, so that's the heat source. And it's good airflow in the Audi. So those of us with supercar experience, so used to the cabins being so hot, whenever you jump in a rear engine car, it's a lot more comfortable. So just one less thing to go wrong. Jules Gounon waiting for his first drive of the day.
So we get to see James Kanduris aboard the wheel of car 47. They're an AM class car, so they've got the 1 Pro, which is David Russell. Dave on the podium here in the Bathurst 1000 last December. After many attempts for Erebus Motorsport, finally got there. Kenny's still hanging on to this car.
Yeah, it looks very, very nervous in the rear, doesn't it, this car? That's not what you want at Mount Panorama in the rain. Just there, look again, barely picks the throttle up. There's Kenny Habul in the exit of the cutting before the rear steps out. You don't want the rear stepping out here at Solomon Park before the drop down into Reed Park. Very cautious on the throttle, just using third gear through Reed Park. Don't blame him, how nervous this car looks in the rear. Do not want a moment up here.
How's the view? Central west of New South Wales, just shaded in fog, looking out towards the Blue Mountains, facing east and plunging down the hill. A little pep talk there from Roland Dane.
Do you reckon he was listening, Jules Gounon? Do you reckon he was listening to Roland Dane? I would have looked like I was listening.
Yes. I think Jules probably knows what he's doing.
Yeah, one of the best GP drivers in the world.
Correct. He's pretty good at this kind of thing as Garth Walden brings the Ram Motorsport car into the lane. Good stint from Garth. This car running in the top 5. Mike Sheargold, the AM driver in this component. Really good team environment down there. And Mike Henry calling the shots, a guy that won Bathurst with the Holden Racing team with a headset on. Always a good bloke to go and get a quote from. Can't publish many of them, but he'll give you the info regardless.
He's the right fit for this team.
Correct, 100%. As we jump on board the Lambo with Tony D'Alberto. He's got the coin spot Audi just in front, who is a lap behind relative to the leaders, but remember this car's just pitted, so out of sequence. And D'Alberto will go down the inside at Brock Skyline, top of the mountain. Cool to see that wall with fresh signatures every year. People come back, do the lap of Bathurst, obligatory lap in the road car, and sign the Brock skyline with that amazing vista out over the city of Bathurst. So D'Alberto going along nicely, 13 seconds behind the race leader, Tony D'Alberto, Nick Percat, I should say. Still being hunted down by Holdsworth, who's grabbing time, and you just see the Hallmark Property Group Audi just in behind.
This lap alone has cost him 4 seconds, D'Alberto, while he was navigating car 65. So car 888 of Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in the pits. Also is Kenny Habul, he jumps out, and Jules Gounon jumps in to the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes car 75.
I was wondering when we might see Shane Van Gisbergen behind the wheel of car 888. We get it now. Aren't these conditions scripted for him? Low grip surface, competitive field, right in the thick of the action. The car scored in 6th position, and Shane gets his first stint as we work 2 hours and 46 minutes into this 12-hour motor race. Thumbs up from the Kiwi.
Just confirming he's got radio contact with the team. So this car, though, in the Super Pole session yesterday was very, very taily in qualifying spec. So we saw also the onboard of Kenny Habul in the sister 75 Mercedes looking very, very nervous in the rear in these wet conditions. So it'll be interesting to see what Van Gisbergen has, also what Jules Gounon has in the sister car, parked right behind Van Gisbergen right now. So the 2 run AMG Mercedes mirroring strategy right now.
Shane, one of only a few drivers to have achieved the Bathurst double in winning the 12 and the 1000. 12-hour winner in 2016 for McLaren, pole position for McLaren that year as well.
If you win the 6 hour, does that make it turn it into a triple?
Well, it is a Triple Crown, yeah.
He's won that as well.
So he's won that, and only 2 people have done that. Paul Morris, the other one. So pit stop's done. Those cars back out. D'Alberto in the lane now for wall racing as well. So the Lamborghini, and D'Alberto has done more laps and more time in the car than anyone today. So I think he's got a well-earned little espresso shot, knowing Tony. I think it'll be after that session. Well driven by Tony D'Alberto. Probably time to get an AM in that car, I think, for car number 6. I wonder if we'll see Adrian Dietz or Grant Denyer, maybe a Bathurst local for some very Bathurst conditions.
There is the number 6 in 3rd position on our screens at the moment.
It's a Bathurst local. Pick that helmet anywhere. Class winner at the Bathurst 6 hour in a Ford Mustang. Was over the moon to do that. Did say the other day, though, that driving the production car probably gave him a heap of bad habits that he didn't need to accumulate a month before jumping into a GT3 car at the 12 hour, but just happy to be here. That car going along nicely. So Grant, one of the 2 acknowledged bronze drivers, AM drivers in this car, alongside with Adrian Dietz, who is the car owner.
His drive the 6 hour has to be his best.
Yeah, it was really good.
So we can bring some of that here today as he rejoins the track in the wall racing prepared. Adrian Dietz owned Lamborghini Huracan back on the track, while Percat continues to lead by 18 seconds now. So we work our way up to the 3 hour mark of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour. Here today at Mount Panorama, Holdsworth still second. Ricardo Fella behind the wheel of car 777 up to 3rd spot now. Daniel rejoins the track in 4th, and Nathaniel Berton jumps behind the wheel of car 74 that Brad Schumacher was behind the wheel of briefly. Runs back in 5th ahead of Tony Bates. David Russell, Mike Sheargold now behind the wheel of the Ram Motorsport Mercedes-Benz. Back in 8th, Liam Talbot, and Kevin C in the Craft Bamboo. Number 91 Mercedes reigns back in 10th position.
Percat makes his way through the cutting, and just up the road is 5th place Nathaniel Berton. So the number 17 Audi has everyone at least 1 lap down up to 6th place. So they still have some compulsory pit stops to take place for the number 17 car. But interesting strategy from the BRM team. Got themselves good track position early from that drive from Joey Mawson that we spoke about. And now they're making sure they take good use of that track position. Just caught that shot of the cars going over the skyline and the cloud actually below racetrack level.
Amazing, isn't it?
Very, very cool.
I like what they've done. They've protected their AM a little bit. It might expose them a little bit later in the second half of the race, having their AM driver in the car perhaps longer against some fast pros, but it saved them from any early drama, putting your most experienced drivers in. It makes the most sense. And that brilliantly negotiated stint from Joey Mawson early on, and Nick Percat doing a great job, as you'd expect, thoroughly professional racing car driver in these conditions. So, yeah, they're doing something very, very different, but at the moment they've got a lap up on all bar 4 other cars, so they can afford to burn a CPS under green if they need to, and they won't drop an enormous amount of track position relative to some of their closer rivals. But this is going to be a race where we don't have a clear picture of who's got what until the 90-minute mark to go, if not a little bit later, because there's so many different ideas about how to play this race out. And over the day, we're going to have those overlapping strategies where you're going to have a really super fast pro going head-to-head with, say, Mark Rosser in the 17 car when he jumps behind the wheel. But then the other pro will jump in and the AM will jump back. It'll all chop and change, and it'll all be clear in the final hour when everyone bolts their fastest driver in the car, puts new tyres on and sends them out for a Bathurst finish. And that's part of the appeal of this race. It's like test match cricket, and it goes right to the end of day 5. You get the field up around the wicket. Someone's just either blocking out or they're trying to get some runs to win.
Certainly the strategy work that the teams do in this early part of the race will dictate how strong they are and what sort of strength of position they're in the last hour or two. As we roll down towards the closer of this one, let's hear from Bronny in the lane.
Tony D'Alberto, good stint from you and the team tracking along quite nicely.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I knew you were going to do that. You said you were going to stitch me up. Tell me about your time out there. What were the conditions like? How'd you handle it?
Yeah, I tell you what, I'd draw the short straw there. I thought Wally did when he started the race in the dark, but then when they chucked me in quite early with fog and then it started raining, but no, the car was actually really good. I felt really strong out there compared to other guys around, and the team's done a great job all week. The car's been really good, so fingers crossed we can keep circulating and be there in the last couple of hours.
Just a one-word answer would have been fine then, but thank you. Hey, have you given Adrian any advice before he heads out for his stint?
I just hope it dries for him. So we've given Grant a really tough stint now because I think it probably will dry soon, and it'll be that sort of crossover period, when do we get back on slicks? And that's really tricky to judge, and not that nice on cold slicks either.
What was your take on that incident with you and car 65 out at Forest Elbow?
Look, I went for a move underneath, and I soon realised that the gap was closing. He obviously hadn't seen me, so unfortunately made contact there. It's such a short braking zone there, and you've got to make it stick. I was up far enough, but it was quite late, took him by surprise. So, yeah, sorry to those guys, but I think there's no damage. I'm not sure. Is there any damage?
No, they're trucking on.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll put the A drives in the end and bloody power through, so all good.
All right, all the best for the rest of the race. Thanks, Dave.
Much, cheers.
I think race control agrees with him because there was no penalty or investigation into that, so they looked at it and thought fair bump, play on. There was the point, though, from one of the co-drivers of the Audi that got moved out of the way, though, that is worth reiterating is that race control do take a fairly dim approach of a pro driver getting aggro with the bronze-ranked AM drivers in the field. So they do take a dim look at it. It's all about protecting the AMs, the part-time racers in the motor race. But clearly in that circumstance, Craig Baird and the team upstairs decided that it was a racing incident, and Tony fairly circumspect in his wording there. Pretty happy with life. An hour and 57 minutes in the car in a really good double stint for Wall Racing, and that's engineered them into a great position for Grant Denyer to capitalise on. He's behind the wheel of that car now, and they continue to run in 5th position.
Trio of Audis making their way down the mountain, and Tony Bates having a big moment in front of David Russell aboard the Superbound Audi. When the Audi garage just holding its breath quite a bit there. Lee Holdsworth was tucked up behind that one as well. He's currently second in the standings, so there's 3 Audis on track. Could have very easily been 3 Audis in the wall there. Tony Bates just getting caught out. It is so slippery when you come off the dipper, and then the little kink that comes after the dipper. When you get on the gas, you're just so used to nailing the throttle and grabbing a gear there. The 222 Porsche just jumping out of the way. Craig Lowndes aboard that one, jumping out of the way of Lee Holdsworth on the lead lap.
They're up to 15th outright, that Porsche, so they're going along really well. They've only dropped 2 laps behind the outright lead in a Cup car through all these conditions. So this is the last generation Carrera Cup racer, the 991 Generation 2 Porsche. just been superseded this year with the brand new 992 car, which is an extraordinary bit of kit.
No fancy toys like traction control and ABS for Craig Lowndes to play with in there. So Lowndes likes it old school. Suits him down to a T.
Was hoping for dry conditions because he said that the pro drivers in this car, like we can do 7s all day in a cup car here, just bash them out lap after lap after lap. They're just so well geared to doing it. And he thought that they might be able to take advantage of a couple of GT3 car mishaps, and they're all about just getting to the finish, this team, and to raising funds for a great cause. But they're a competitive bunch as well, and you've got an Emery and a Davison and a Lowndes in your racing car with team owner Scotty Taylor, so they'd love to knock off some big names at the end of the day. I think there's a little bit of personal satisfaction from that, doing it in a cup car against the 4-1 GT3 cars, which in normal conditions are a couple of seconds a lap faster. That's a couple of seconds a lap slower. Car 45 pointing in the wrong direction. Mike Sheargold behind the wheel. It's the run through the S's, Garth, down towards the elbow.
That point coming off the dipper that we spoke about where the cars get super taily.
Superbarn Audi was off the road at Murray's as well through all of that, with David Russell behind the wheel. They've gone a lap down behind the leaders.
Sheargold still parked there. Memories of Shane Van Gisbergen having a moment there in an AMG Mercedes a few years ago. Don't back it into the wall, just touches it.
Be a Austin Powers spec,
yeah,
37-point turn
that
here.
Exact same thing. They don't have great turning circle, the way GT cars. And this is a drama when you're now blind to cars coming at you. We're still green, so and hopefully the team are on to him. They've got GPS of where all the other cars are, saying you're still clear, you're still clear.
And 2 officials there to help as well, so they'll get a yellow flag out if they need it. Almost enough room. Go again, Mike. Here's how it happened. So it'll be top of screen.
Oh, yeah, in contact with the wall. So just caught the inside curb there, lit the rear tyre up. Traction control is a wonderful thing, but it can't save race cars from those sorts of things. And then here was David Russell just running it wide down at the final corner. We've seen plenty of cars run bowler wide down there. So Sheargold's got the car moving. Sounds like there's a bit of bodywork damage on it though. And the front bonnet's sitting up. But he's got himself out of that precarious position, thankfully, and we stay green.
Correct.
Just out of the Sun Energy car, Kenny. Bit of action out there, a couple of drive-throughs. What went down?
Oh, mate, I don't know. I'm confused. We're all a bit confused, but you know, they're waving green flags. I'm at the control line. You know, as Alan Grice used to say to Win Percy back in the day, green's got to mean green. Green's got to mean go. And apparently I was a little bit early, but I'm pretty sure they were swearing at me in German on the radio. I couldn't make it out.
But apart from that, the car's going well. You happy?
Oh, the car's great, and mate, everything's good. I had a lot of fun. I love the rain, and it was a little too heavy initially, to be honest. You couldn't see. You couldn't see what was in front of you. I couldn't see my hood. So that was a little tricky and aquaplaning all over the place. And then when the rain settled down, it was a lot of fun, mate. I was smiling ear to ear, and I kept the boot into it across the top and sliding around. It was fun.
You're one of the few drivers today to say you're having fun. Well done, mate. Glad you enjoyed it.
Appreciate it. See you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Barretts. He's a great character, Kenny Bull. Lives in Connecticut now, just upstate New York, but loves coming to this place. Worked for Peter Brock here in 1987. Speaking about Bathurst legends, Garth, we've already got one in the commentary box with you here, but delighted to say we're joined by another. David Reynolds is alongside us. Hello, Davey.
Thanks, boys. Thanks. I've never been called a legend in my life.
Don't let it go to your head, mate.
Oh, because I'm not. Yeah, nice one. Very funny.
How was the conditions out there, mate? So we heard from you interview when you jumped out of the car after the first stint.
Yep.
Talked about the fog and how hard it was to see.
It was very, very, very bad. That's the worst conditions I've ever done in my life. Like, you're going into turn 2, you're doing 250 Ks, whatever you're doing, and you can probably see about 50 metres at a time. So you see the first braking marker come up, see the next one, and the next one, you're like, oh, that's my brake marker, and then you get to the 50 board, and then you can just see the corner. So you had no idea what was going on out there. It was diabolical.
And yet you made great progress. You hauled that thing up into 7th position by the time you rolled into the lane.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was going good at the start. It wasn't too bad, and then it sort of just got worse and worse and worse. And then I sort of fought my way to the front of like a pack of cars, And then I was the pioneer, so I was the first one to sort of ascend myself into the abyss of the fog, and it was so bad. And what happened was, it was so funny, because then Will Brown actually snuck past me on a like when I was passing a slower car. He did one lap in front of me, and then he let me pass down the straight. He didn't want to be the pioneer anymore. It was honestly, it was the hardest conditions I've ever had in my life, and I'm glad that I didn't crash, but someone crashed that brought out the safety car, because it was inevitable.
Yeah, it looked like they were tough conditions. So you haven't run yet in the rain. Cam Waters very, very fast in your car, though.
Yeah, yeah.
So Tony Blake's aboard the 24 Audi right now. That's him on screen.
Look at old TV there, wheeling it hard. Go, son! Yeah. Yeah. He's very, very nervous when he got in for the wet stint. But I said, dude, just stay off all the white lines. Just it's got 9 hours to go by the time you get in. So just bring it home. Don't do anything stupid. And I think it looks like he's having fun. He's passed Talbot out there, and he's enjoying himself.
How much time do you spend with Tony just talking him through the process, mindset, track conditions, things like that?
With the AMs, you spend as much time as you can, but it's, I'm not sure whether they listen. They all run huge businesses, multi-million-dollar corporations, and this is their way to go and have fun. This is their golf. This is, they buy the most expensive clubs and go and show it off.
This is for position 2, by the way. 6th and 7th position on the road, and they're on the same lap. Bates leading Liam Talbot at the moment. So last time round, Talbot with a 31.7, Bates a 32.7. So Liam's pulled the second out of your car.
Damn. It looks like it's drying up though, so
just in time for you to jump back in.
Well, I'm next in, so I'll probably get in about 45 minutes.
Real challenging conditions when the next change comes. If we don't see any more rain, you get that dry line starting to develop, and you'll probably go out on a cold, slick tyre with a very narrow driving window. We see the 45 sheer gold Mercedes come to the lane. Big damage from that contact with the wall.
That's very hard, like when you got that single driving line throughout the whole track, and you can't slow a car. It's like you almost can't pass them. You might be 2 seconds faster. So, you got to take maximum risk, and you don't really want to do that with 9 hours to go. Yeah, so it's going to be challenging.
So 3 hours and 2 minutes into the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour, into the 4th hour of this race, and the 45 car going into the garage for some service.
It's the second Garth Walden Racing AMG Mercedes that's had to go into the garage to have some repair work done to the front of the car. Unfortunate for this team, but we've seen so many cars having moments coming out of the dipper. Just caught the inside curb, spun the tyre up. Sheargold, around he went, and then did an extra lap here, actually, before they realised how big the damage was to the front splitter. It's called porpoising, Dave. We've seen a lot of that in Formula One at the moment.
Porpoising.
Noticed this earlier from Percat. He's starting to look for the wetter part of the circuit. It's definitely not a dry line, but it's a less wet line on the traditional racing line, but Percat trying to cool the Pirelli wet tyre down.
Yeah. The good thing about these cars is you've got your pressures displayed on your dash, so you can actually figure out if they're up to temperature or over pressure, so you'd just be driving to that number.
Hey, have you been using the air conditioning that is a part of these Gen 2 Evo R8?
Yeah, I have. It's lovely, actually. Yeah, it's still, you still like get really hot and you still sweat a lot, but it sort of takes that edge out of the car. But yeah, it's really nice. You're just cruising down the straight, and I might put it up to number 5 this lap and see how it goes. But apparently it sucks a lot of power out. We've got 5 settings in the Audi. Up to number, there's Dean Fiore. The fashion connoisseur, we call him.
Do you reckon someone's just told it, hey, Dino, you're on TV?
I think so.
He's a beautiful man, Dino. So we've got 5 settings in the Audi for the air conditioning, and anything over 2, they say, starts to suck some power when you're full throttle. So, it's like passing a car.
Yeah, okay, just crank the aircon off, and away you go. Yeah, like it. Here's 32-year-old Nathaniel Berton, the Frenchman making his debut at Mount Panorama in car number 74 that's been in the mix. Mate, this is a crazy race, isn't it? And it seems to be a case of staying somewhere near the lead lap at the moment. You don't even need to be on it, because you get your lap back at some point when all the strategies work out.
Well, that's what's good about now. You've got the lucky dog system where, at the safety car you can get a lap back if you're a lap down. So, that's really good. But, we've got these 9 CPS pit stops that we need to get out of the way, which is challenging for everyone, because the safety cars fall not when you want them, and you're trying to get your AMS time done, and then try and manage your pro time as well. There's a lot going on for the engineer.
Yeah, there's a lot to play out, isn't there, strategy-wise, a lot to manage. Not only just the performance of the car on circuit, but you've got to have all your strategy playing out in the background, managing driving time of all your drivers, who's done what, how many CPSs have we done.
Yeah.
Should be on a wet tyre, should be on a dry tyre. This battle rages on, though. Tony Bates and Liam Talbot.
These two are rivals in the GT World Challenge Championship, and this is the opening round of the Motorsport Australia Endurance Championship, part of the GT World Challenge set up here in Australia. Second round will be here later on in the year in November. So there are championship points up for grabs, and these two will be title contenders in that.
If I was Liam Talbot, I wouldn't be looking in the rear vision mirror anytime soon. The very bright AMG Mercedes coming at them very quickly. Shane van Gisbergen aboard the 888 AMG, currently in 8th place.
How's the view down Conrod Street?
It's looking foggy. It's very foggy.
Mist hanging in the air. Very, very strange. So there's about to be a great battle for 6th, 7th and 8th position. And the Flying Kiwi is closing. We're riding on board with Shane van Gisbergen. He's got the eyes on the Flying Kiwi. He's hunting down Liam Talbot and Tony Bates. It's a battle for track position here in the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour. There's one gone into Murray's corner. Tony Bates will be his next target. We are going to ride on board with Shane van Gisbergen for the full 6.213 kilometres. I've got two former Bathurst winners alongside me. I'm going to let you two do the heavy lifting here. Tell us about this lap on board with SVG.
Dave Reynolds is just watching what the AMG Mercedes balance is like, so he has it in the memory bank.
Exactly
he
right.
Finds
exactly
himself
right.
racing against Van Gisbergen later in the day, but
I'm just checking out the conditions.
Shane van Gisbergen now sizing up for a move on Tony Bates as they make their run up to turn 2. And
good boy, Tony.
Yeah, smart
let
move.
him go.
Yeah, smart move. Van Gisbergen makes easy work of Liam Talbot. Tony Bates continues on his merry way.
These cars are quite difficult in these situations because a lot of us drivers haven't really done a lot of laps in the wet round here. So, well, in these cars, so we're not used to ABS, we're not used to the traction control. So, you've got all these dials in front of you need to work out when you're going around, and you're just trying to find the balance. But Shane's doing a very good job. It's very, very in control, very smooth. Does he get 5th? No, okay, I'm not going to get 5th then.
Brave man to be grabbing 5th.
Yeah.
Little tip for young players, Dave, don't use 5th in the wet, even if you're in an Audi or a
Really?
Merc.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Just stay in 4th.
All right, thank you very much.
One of the things that we speak about a lot when the GT pros come to Australia and race here on our circuit at Mount Panorama is they know the cars so well.
Yes.
And you made the point, Dave, that we haven't really done a lot of wet running at all at the Bathurst 12 hour over the years. So local drivers don't have the experience with the cars in these conditions. So it gives more advantage again to the internationals. They know instantly which traction control setting to go to. They know instantly which ABS setting to go to. They know instantly how much brake pressure they can use in the rain. Whereas you guys learning on the run,
might take us a few
learning
laps.
on the run.
Well, we saw that when Fella and Waters were out. Like Waters was, probably 4 seconds off Fella's pace, but then about 10 laps in, they were sort of almost on the pace together. So, Waters, it just took him a while to get going, just because we simply just don't know the cars. And then everyone's probably experiencing the same thing, just trying to search the grip and find the. Oh no, what's happened here?
Teammates going at it. Liam Talbot's off the road. The 65 car was in front of the 24 at that point.
David Reynolds' heart just stopped.
They saw the up off there.
I probably should get going down there. I'm in next, so.
Well, we can let you go if you need to go. Thank you for jumping by.
No worries. Thanks for having me, boys.
Nice
I'll come
to
later.
Good luck, Dave.
Thanks.
Have a good run.
Thank you very much.
David Reynolds joining us in the combox for the Liqui Bathurst 12 hour. Cool to have him swing by. His car right in the mix in this one, I think, over the course of this race, with himself and Cam Waters doing a great job of Batesy out there. Let's have another look at this. So Bates was in front. Liam came from a long, long, long way back.
Nice job from Tony Bates, though. Did not turn down, and you're right, Richard Crowell. Liam Talbot was a long way back, and I don't think Tony Bates was expecting that 65 Audi to be up the inside. It's a replay out of Forest Hill. Is that Greg Lowndes?
CL?
Is that Greg Lowndes driving that car? Did he forget he's in a left-hand drive car right then?
Raced here every year since 1994. That's a strange little...
Just mark that one down, Rich. We might need
Noted.
to remind Lowndes of that later. Chaz Mostert watching on. His car having just a minor excursion at the chase.
SVG was 7 seconds a lap faster than those two cars, by the way, once he cleared them. So there's an enormous amount of pace to burn, and his next target will be David Russell, who might be a little bit more of a challenging prospect to get by. Craft Bamboo Racing go past the Porsche. A strange little error from CL there by the Bathurst Goldfields at the top of the mountain. This team up to 14th position, so with the Sheargold car in pit lane, they've gained a little bit more time. Circulating around for this great cause. It all came together quite late within the last fortnight. And they've put a really good campaign together, and heartening to see so many signatures on that car. People here at the circuit tipping in $50 to sign a Bathurst race car, and certainly one driven by a guy that's owned this joint for 25 years. One of the most successful drivers in the history of this venue. 7 times the winner in the Great Race, twice in this one, both for Ferrari. 2014, he fended off German Maxi Book at the end. As this car's not healthy,
I don't know if he's been getting out of the way of all the GT3 cars, I've noticed, Craig, doing a very gentlemanly thing and just jumping well out of the way. So he realises he's clearly not in the outright race. So they're back up to speed now. Keeps all 4 wheels on the tarmac this time as he leaves Maguire's Forest Elbow for the run down Conrod Straight. Yes, I did notice earlier that Lowndesy's doing a nice job of just rolling out of the throttle across the top of the mountain, staying well out of the way of everyone. Continuing that mantra of this team that all they're interested in is getting to the end of the race. So Craig Lowndes has nothing to prove to anyone around this race circuit. Does not need to be the hero in conditions like this.
I asked him the other day, quite famously, the first GT race here, Garth, was in 2011, and there were only 4 or 5 really good GT3 cars, 2 factory Audis, though, with a headline act, and they were run by Audi Sport Team Jost, the Le Mans winning outfit, one of the best sports car teams on the planet. And it was the Aussie Audi versus the German Audi, and Lowndes was in the Aussie Audi, hunting down the German Audi with a couple of hours to go, and there were strict team orders, do not pass the German car. And I got it out of him the other day. I said, should you have passed him? And he went, yeah, I should have. Hindsight's a wonderful thing with 10 years of separation.
I think Lowndes had eyes on potentially a bit of an Audi factory gig in Germany or in Europe later that year, so he played the game, but didn't quite come his way, unfortunately.
Track slowly drying here at Mount Panorama. Less spray being kicked up by these race cars, including the Mark Cars Australia entry, currently being driven by young Declan Fraser. This has been a little quiet achiever of the Liqui Bathurst 12 hours so far. Garth Tander, Richard Craill with you as we work our way well into the 4th hour of this motor race. Young Declan doing a nice job. This car, 11th outright at the moment, on the cusp of the top 10.
Yeah, very nice job. We didn't see this car in qualifying yesterday. Had a drama with the wiring loom that goes up to the steering wheel, and most of these modern Bathurst race cars, this Mark car specifically built for Bathurst, all the control systems run through the steering wheel. So if you have a problem with the wiring loom, it won't shift gears. It won't do anything that you need a race car to do. So this car was absent from qualifying, started from the back, stayed out of trouble in the early part of this one this morning. Declan Fraser, one of the front-running Dunlop Series Super 2 competitors in the Supercars Championship, getting plenty of valuable miles around Mount Panorama in changeable conditions. Dry running is always valuable at Bathurst, but if you get a chance to run in the rain, that is gold. It just continues to build your experience, build your memory bank of what the conditions are like. So should Declan Fraser find himself in the Supercars 1000 one day and it rains, you've got that memory bank built, ready to go.
He's one of the bright young talents of Australian motor racing. Always this pipeline of talented drivers. There's Stephen Grove. Speaking of talented drivers from an AM point of view, Stephen, multiple champion in Porsche Carrera Cup Pro-Am racing, one of the very best in the history of Australia's top 1 make category, and has spent a lot of time in recent years going overseas. It's the season of Porsche Super Cup. He and his mate Mark Sini went off and basically founded Team Australia and went and had a full crack at all the European circuits. That was 2019. They planned to go on with it pre-COVID. Decided to come back and race in Australia as SVG gets up the inside of Mark Sini. Speaking of the man that Stephen Grove went overseas with, So the Grove Porsche in pit lane. Brenton will hand over to Dad.
So that was for position, Van Gisbergen on Orsini. So Mark Orsini, one of the bronze drivers, aboard the number 9 Hallmark Audi, and Shane Van Gisbergen has won a race or two. So clearly Shane, one of our pros, aboard the 888 run 888 AMG Mercedes. Nick Percat comes to the lane, our race leader. So who do BRM stick in the car? Does Percat stay aboard? He's done 34 laps in this stint.
I think you've got to put your aim in, surely.
And there you are, there's Mark Rosa about to jump aboard.
Yeah, 3 hours and 16 into the race. It's definitely time. You need to get some of that 180 minutes out of the way before the 6-hour mark of this race. So Mark Rosser will jump in and get his first laps. Huge stint from Nick Percat. An hour and 44 minutes behind the wheel of this car. A lot of them in the lead of the race, and they have brought car 17 right back into contention. We're back in regional New South Wales. It is a stunning part of the world to come, Rotary country. And Bathurst, well, it's open for business. And driving through town last night, it was absolutely packed. Restaurants full, pubs busy, and everyone enjoying this amazing place full of great sights and sounds and local produce. And it's an amazing part of the year to visit, world to visit at any time of year, but at its best when there's motor racing on the mountain. You're watching the Liqui Bathurst 12 Hour for 2022. It has been a compelling motor race so far with so many storylines playing out. This is one of them. The race leading car is in pit lane. Nick Percat, after an hour and 45 minutes behind the wheel, most of it in the race lead, has peeled off into the lane. He has handed this car to Mark Rosser, who is the car owner. And these will be tentative laps for Mark. They are his first laps behind the wheel since a crash in practice earlier in the weekend, early on Saturday morning, where that car found the fence at the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper and did a lot of damage. They worked frantically to get it back. He got one lap at the end of qualifying yesterday as a systems check. These are his first laps, and as a safety car comes out,
according to
safety car on the racetrack.
777. Proceed and wave by until further notice, please. Proceed 80 kph, wave by until further notice.
Safety car out. So the word we're hearing is this is why we're under safety car. So this cloud has descended over the Gazoo Racing Dipper and the run down through the S's to the elbow, and the race officials can no longer see from one flag point to another. So it is a safety issue. You must have line of sight from one point to another.
Wasn't that great timing for the number 17 BRM car? That now Mark Rosser, all the pressure comes off him. Doesn't have to hustle. You're under safety car. No one can pass him. He can ease his way back into the race, and the clock is counting on his stint time under safety car.
Tick, tick, tick.
Tick, 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 100%. So BRM, after a tragic day yesterday for them, having it all come back for them in the first 3 hours of this one, they've got themselves right back in the game. I don't think anyone would have expected that. The drive from Joey Mawson was top-notch. Nick Percat has delivered what we'd expect from Nick Percat, and the cards have fallen beautifully for Mark Rosser. As he's jumped aboard, safety cars come out, and with that amount of cloud out on the circuit right now, we just have to wait and see. Wait for the cloud to lift.
Leader pits. Ricardo Fellow dives into pit lane. That's no surprise. This is an opportunity to get a compulsory pit stop out the way. So what a changing motor race this is. The leader is in the lane. Bryony?
Nick Percat, you said you just jumped out of the car as the fog descended, but it was pretty bad for you those last few laps.
Yeah, it was mainly from McBellamy down through the S's, through the Dipper. Just felt like you were driving in a bit of a cloud, like you're on the plane on the way home. But it was, yeah, up to that it was fine. But pretty fun, you know. The Pirelli wet was good to drive. I've done 6 laps up to this point and thrown in the wet, so it was really good fun. And credit to the BRM boys, the car's running faultlessly. Good strategy so far. So Mark's in it, and yeah, I just got to make sure he keeps circulating, stay out of trouble because the car is pretty fast in the wet.
Incredible to think that about 24 hours ago you wouldn't even qualify for this race. You start from the back and now you're leading it. An amazing turnaround.
Yeah, unbelievable. The boys did a seriously good job. That was all 4 corners. We had to weld up a crack in the chassis. Credit to the Audi support crew because they came over and helped with parts and knowing what to do, and they had enough here to actually
get the thing back on track. And then Joey this morning, his debut in a GT car at night, Bathurst, racing against Angle, Reynolds, all those guys did a mega job and drove us up into the back of the 10 there, and I jumped in the wet, but it's so far so good. But I have to do a quick shout out to Nelson. I know he's absolutely flat out at home watching this. He's home alone, Bailey's at work, so I assume he's got it on and he's tuned in.
Thank you, Nicholas.
No worries.
Well, Brendan Grove is just out of the Porsche at the moment. Brendan, tough stint. 2 hours plus you spent in the car, and the mountain really threw everything at you this morning.
Yeah, it was dark with fog, it was dark with rain, it was light with fog, I had no radio, I had slicks on wet. It was probably everything that could have gone wrong went wrong, but look, I made a little mistake. I had some ABS issues and off I went at turn 1, and unfortunately we lost the good track position we had, but it's a long race. We can get the lap back with the wave by, and hopefully from there we can keep pushing on.
Have a quick word to Dad as you hand it over?
No, I didn't yet. I probably should have told him it's very slippery out there because it's not fun, but I mean, it's good that he's out under safety car because it gives him time to come up. It was the same as me when I hopped in. If he hopped in now, it'd be quite sketchy if it was green, so I might tell the boys to let him know where it's a bit loose because it's not fun out there.
Right, thanks Brenton, well done mate.
Cheers, thank you.
They run back in 12th position right now as the Mercedes-AMG safety car is out on the track here at Mount Panorama. The fog is hanging around, just giving a bit more pain to this race. We're coming up to 3 hours and 30 minutes into the great race. So car 888 has also joined pit lane as well with Mark Rosser, who's just stepped into the number 17 K-Tan Audi. There he is on the left-hand side with Nathaniel Baton in the number 74 Audi, David Russell and Shane Van Gisbergen, 5th position.
Matt Nolte, Garth and I were just talking strategy, and safety car could not have fallen more perfectly for Team BRM twice in a row. So it's worked for them. So they brought Mark Rosser right back in to tick off another compulsory pit stop. And they crossed the line 2 minutes and 2 seconds. That's perfectly timed for them for the 2 minute pit stop. But some team have come in and put their AMs back in the car, which you have to do. So this could potentially be a long safety car. Oh, Grove has spun.
Stephen Grove.
Under safety car. Just heard Brenton talking about how tricky these conditions are. So under safety car, you want to have your amateur driver in the car because it all counts to driver time. So that's why everyone peeled off into pit lane. Most of them put their AM in, but 888 Race Engineering have elected to keep Shane Van Gisbergen behind the wheel of that car, for example. And Garth, you pointed out that Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia have put Marcus Winkelhock in car 777, so they've gone the other way and put a full-time gun driver in their car.
Yeah, the only thing I can think, or theorising, and it's only theorising right now, is that they're expecting that this cloud will lift reasonably quickly, and then the challenge in this next part of the session is Van Gisbergen has stopped at pit exit. I wonder whether he has to stop for the red light.
11 and 222 are to be waved by.
So that's just waving cars by to pick up the race leader for the safety car. But Van Gisbergen stopped at pit exit, and that's because the red light was on. It's an old trick for young players, that one. You got so used to just firing straight out of pit lane and not checking whether the green light's on. So Van Gisbergen, did that trap them a lap down potentially? But anyway, I get back to the strategy. I'm theorising that these teams that have put their pro drivers back in the cars, or kept the pro driver in the car in Van Gisbergen's case, is that the cloud's going to lift. And then this next phase is going to be very, very tricky because you've got a drying track. And if you've got a dry line, we heard Dave Reynolds talking about that once you get that one dry line, then you get effectively tram tracks on the racetrack. That is the most difficult conditions. We've heard about difficult conditions already. Yeah. That's nothing compared to driving on a pair of tram tracks in a GT3 car around Bathurst.
So that sets the scene for you. 8 hours and 35 minutes to go in the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12-hour. Already into the second quarter. Running our way towards half-time. Get the oranges out and then send
the whistle ready.
Correct. Send it for the second half. And like every Bathurst Enduro, it will build and it will build and it will build until that final 70 or 80 minutes when everyone puts a pro driver in the car and we let them loose. This amazing racetrack for what we hope will be a grandstand finish. So 777 leads, 9 is next. Winkelhock, Sini, second on the road, although peels into pit lane and he'll lead a train of cars in. Talbot and Bates will follow. And there's an opportunity to top off fuel, potentially tyres, but I'm convinced they'll do that. And perhaps another compulsory pit stop as well.
Well, Sydney Harbour really is the backdrop to this amazing city, the Opera House, and of course the Harbour Bridge that sets off this amazing city. And it's really just been coming back to life in the last few months since the pandemic and all the lockdowns have lifted. Come and check it out one day. It's also home to the Sydney to Hobart Yacht Race, which happens on Boxing Day, but right now we're about 3 hours to the west here at Mount Panorama at Bathurst, coming up to 3 hours and 30 minutes of the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour. If you've just woken up, this is how it started at 5:15 local time here today. Maguire's highlights here as the field set off after a safety car start here, Richard Crail.
As always, a wild start to a Bathurst Enduro. It never really changes, does it? I keep being surprised that they race so hard so early, but it happens every year. I should really stop that. This was a controversial moment, a drive-through penalty for Yasser Shahin in car 777. This was also controversial. Nothing came of it except some free debris for the volunteer marshals up there who get some souvenirs with Tony D'Alberto down the inside of Liam Talbot. Unfortunate accident for Jack Perkins at the KW Suspension Skid Area Auto Art Chase. And then Dale Wood, promise unfulfilled for the KTM. I really hope we see that car back, though. It has been spectacular to watch this weekend. This was the first of 2 incidences for Kenny Habul, who caught back-to-back drive-through penalties for overtaking under safety car. And then we put some pros behind the wheels of fast Audis, and they did fast Audi things and charged their way to the front.
It's Kenny Habul going off the track. He was having a couple of wild laps out there. Just got the white line at Murray's, and then Mike Sheargold in the number 45 Ram Motorsport entry found the wall at the exit of the Toyota Gazoo Dipper, and they've brought the car back into the pits, and they've been there now for nearly 30 minutes. This was the 65 Audi down the inside, or not, as it found the outfield there. You can see how boggy it is, and that'll get worse as the day goes on. It's a very soft outfield here today at Bathurst with all the rain we've had during the week.
I called that at the time that I thought the 65 car was in front when they went to the corner, and sort of was.
Technically right.
Inadvertently, yeah. Liam just bowled a wide there. They'd just been gobbled up by Shane Van Gisbergen to that point. It was a big, big moment. Heads up driving from Tony Bates to give just enough room. This battle for track position between 2 teammates. It really is every driver for themselves. When you get into racing conditions, they might be prepared out of the same garage. But it's a massive battle between these teams to get bragging rights here at Mount Panorama. And this was under safety car. See the yellows waving. Gee, Stephen Grove, the sort of 360 degrees plus another 180 with Pike at the end there. That was a wild little moment just coming back to green, and that car rolls into pit lane. Notice that BRM's brought Mark Rosser back into the lane again. Kevin C for Craft Bamboo Racing makes it 10th pit stop for the race, but continues to remain inside the top 5, and they've driven this car straight into the garage. So one of the key contenders in the motor race has driven into the garage. Now, they do that because they can get more people working on it, and they're going around with some connectors for the headlights or tail lights here of this car by the looks of it.
Control to safety car, maintain 80 kph, please lights out at 19.5 and return to pit lane this lap.
This is a blow for them. It's rolled, the dice has rolled so well for them so far, but this is going to catch them out sitting in pit lane, trying to get a connector fixed. The rear of this car. I wonder if it's tail lights. It is mandatory that your tail lights and brake lights have to work, so it is one of the regulations.
So has he had a hit from behind maybe for this to happen?
Possibly that. I wonder if it's a hangover from the accident earlier in the weekend. Bryony?
Yeah, I can just confirm that it's the rain light that has failed. That's what they're trying to fix.
And that's mandatory as well.
Correct. Yeah, thanks, Bryony.
That needs to be operating while the car is on wet tyres and in the wet conditions, so they need to get that sorted out. Up to that point, they've been having a dream run. Team BRM that rebuilt this car yesterday after the practice shunt. Joey Mawson's stint, amazing this morning. And now Mark Rosser, this is his usual mount he'd use in the Fanatec GT World Challenge, of which this is the first round of the Australian Endurance Championship that has 2 for this season.
It's just one of those little 1% things that can happen in these races, Nolts. You know, you throw everything at it. This car was all but written off yesterday, and now a little electrical connector, and it's fixed, it's working, look at that. A little electrical connector has cost them a huge amount of track position.
And worse yet, guys, for the team down there at BRM, they've already served their compulsory pit stop in this caution period, so that one won't count as well. I just want to quickly give a bit of an update from the Pirelli pit bunker as to how this race is tracking. We're going to quickly just chat about strategies here. So I'll bring up our strategy graphs, and we'll check out two teams in particular, one of which is currently in pit lane, but we go over to the live driver stints. And if we go over to car 17, which is now back in pit lane, things were tracking really well for them for a moment ago. And Nick Percat put in that awesome 34-lap stint straight off the back of Joey Mawson early in the race. But I want to show you complete opposite strategies here. So that is strategy option 1 for the guys that had great track position. We go over to Craft Bamboo. They've just had their 10th pit stop. Check this out. Tiny, 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 tiny stints the whole way through this race. They've actually now completed their 11th stint, so they're actually over as far as I could go. And why is that important? Well, the race-winning car here 2 years ago, Bentley had 10 pit stops the entire race. We've just gone a quarter of the way into this race, and they've already stopped 10 times. Remarkable strategy, and it might just help them at the end of the race. They're 3 compulsory pit stops clear of the field already, so they're going to have really short pit stops at the end. How are we tracking? Bentley, remember, last time here in 2020, we were going at 26 laps an hour. We had that race record of 314. This has got maybe a new record for it at the moment. 20.3 laps an hour. We're tracking for maybe the slowest 12-hour. 244 laps projected at the end of the race. Anything can happen between now and the checkered flag, but that gives you an idea of how this race is tracking at the moment.
Chad Nailon down in the Pirelli pit bunker. I just had my eyes closed and think of a racing game. I can hear that voice in the background where that starts up. He's doing a fantastic job down there in the Pirelli pit bunker today. Good news, the 17 Audi is going to rejoin the race here, and we're not too far away from going back to a restart here, and that's the fog.
You know he keeps that in his living room at home, just the 11 months
That's
between
where he
races.
is now.
Yeah. He just works out the race strategies for the 12-hour. Nicely done. Thanks for explaining that, Chad. Still got to get to the bottom of actually how many CPS stops, the compulsory stops, that Craft Bamboo have ticked off, because they've been in the lane 10 times, but not all of them have been for that compulsory stop sort of sequence. So lights out on the Mercedes-AMG safety car. Marcus Winkelhock, one of the most experienced international drivers in Bathurst 12-hour history, will lead the field back to green. Car 888 is not for track position. SVG is a lap behind. So he will be very, very encouraged to get past car 777 and get himself back on the lead lap. So when the next safety car falls, almost bet my house on that, he gets that lap back. But getting past Marcus Winkelhock in a very, very fast Audi will not be the work of the moment. And once again, Craft Bamboo Racing on a restart are back in pit lane with Daniel Giucadella.
We believe 7 compulsory pit stops they've performed. Now Leader's done 5 in the early stages. As we're 3 hours, 33 minutes into the race, we've had fog, we've had heavy rain. Now the fog just lingering around this Mount Panorama motor racing circuit. You're in calm with Chaz Mostert pole sitting yesterday by a mere 0.08 of a second in what was a 2-part qualifying session. There is the Craft Bamboo Mercedes AMG GT3 in the pits. This is now their 8th compulsory pit stop now. I wonder what their loyalty card will get them at the end of the weekend, Krause, because they've spent a lot of time transiting pit lane here today.
Do they get credit at BP Ultimate? I'm not sure how it works.
4 cents off?
It's just baffling that, Nolts, that they do it when the race goes back to green. Now, yes, it gets them out of the mess and gets them out of the busyness of the restart, but it also puts that risk of going a lap behind. It's a new strategy. It's not one we've seen before, but they've repeated it every safety car today. Oh, Harry, side by side across the top, coin spot Audi goes through. It's Chaz Mostert back behind the wheel of that car, so they've engaged pro mode, and he gets himself past Grant Denyer and goes back to 3rd. So on camera, it does still look pretty thick, the fog up there, but it has cleared up enough for us to go back racing. The visibility points between the 2 flag points on the run down from Skyline and to the exit of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper, that was the key. That's why we were under yellow. And bang, 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 he goes past Brad Schumacher. Mostert already 2nd. Marcus Winkelhock will be the next man on his hit list. And
Schumacher, the local Bathurstian, would you call it?
Bathurstian, that is the correct word.
3rd position now as Mostert goes after Marcus Winkelhock behind the wheel of car 777, the Ben Motorsport Park entry.
And now, sorry, Knots, we get to see Jules Gounon at work.
Yeah, he's had a pretty easy start.
He's done absolutely nothing so far. He is 4th outright. This car has been in the wars today as 24 goes up the inside. Tony Bates now of Grant Denyer, who's getting his ears boxed on this restart.
Just an update on the Craft Bamboo car and this highly unusual strategy game that they're playing at the moment. And you're questioning why would they be doing it when they get back to green flag running. The advantage later in the race is going to be that great. So I've crunched some numbers. It's 2 minutes to transit pit lane and do your pit stop with that CPS rule. But if you're not doing that CPS rule, you're going to gain roughly 30 seconds a pit stop. And that's if you're doing fuel and tyres. If you're doing fuel only, you're going to get a hell of a lot more than that. So while they're giving away all this track position at the start, they're getting it back later in the pit stops and also with the safety cars, the way they fall. But the big advantage for them later in the race is they're going to have 3 pit stops at least, where they're 30 seconds quicker than the rest of the field.
Is that enough? Is that enough for the Craft Bamboo? 30 seconds per pit stop. If it was a minute, you'd go, yeah, okay, that sounds like a good strategy. Here's Van Gisbergen around the outside for the run up to Solomon Park, and that's to unlap himself. So we saw when Van Gisbergen was trapped in pit lane with the red flag as the field went by, that put him a lap down. So he's now effectively given himself a lucky dog. He had to work a little bit harder for it. Marcus Winkelhock wasn't going to give it to him, but Van Gisbergen with a big move around the outside at the exit of the cutting. And those two have checked out from the rest of the field.
And I think part of the reason he needed to get past Winkelhock quickly is because this guy's coming, Chaz Mostert, and the Audi has been consistently quicker than the AMG, irrespective of whether it's Shane driving or not. So he won't want to get caught up in Chaz putting him a lap down, let alone Marcus Winkelhock.
So who's going very, very fast, though, to the end of the first sector is the car that we can see just there under the rear wing of Chaz Mostert's Audi. It's Jules Gounon. So we wondered when that guy went to work what he had for us. Well, he's got plenty. So not a lot of laps today for Jules Gounon, but the laps that he is doing right now, very speedy.
So in car with Gounon as he makes his way down Conrod Straight. Kenny Habul drove this car in the previous stint and owns this car, the Sun Energy 1 entry. See number 11 Porsche with Constantinides behind the wheel, goes back into the garage here on BP Ultimate Pit Lane. Joins 2 other cars there, including Mike Sheargold and Marcel Zalua. It's now Gounon hustling. Chaz Mostert tucked right in behind the coin spot Audi and will make the move down here and get the job done in the Sun Energy 1 entry. Moves up now into 2nd position, but Chaz is not done. They'll go side by side up the Liquid Molly front stretch, and he may have the better line. In fact, he will into turn number 1, but Jules Gounon, with all those years of experience, colours him off nicely through the left-hander at Hell Corner.
This is what I love about this motor race, probably more than anything, is seeing one of the best GT racers in the world driving for a very good racing team, racing against one of the best supercar drivers, one of Australia's best drivers at the moment, driving for another very good racing team, and going wheel to wheel. And remember, 6.2 litre AMG V8 mounted in front of the driver as he, big moment through turn 2. V10 Audi, mid-mounted engine behind the driver. Different philosophies of racing car, different ways of producing speed. But thanks to the wonders that are GT3 and the balance of performance, they ended up locked together and trading overtakes and fastest laps at this incredible circuit. Pit lane penalty was for car 47, so that was disobeying pit exit lights. You picked that before, Garth. You saw Shane obeying it. Car 47 did not. That's right. James Kadouris behind the wheel too.
You get so caught up in just getting out of the lane. You forget to check the traffic lights quite often. We've seen that a bit lately in supercars competition. Teams having to make sure they watch the pit exit lights. So James Kadouris falling foul of that one. Here's the 74 Audi of Brad Schumacher in the lane. They're taking another of their control CPS pit stops. Schumacher nice and calm. As you said earlier, Matt Nolte, local. This is a big race for him. I mean, it's not bad that you have Bathurst. It's all of the Australians' home track, but it is literally Brad Schumacher's home track. He lives like 2 k's from the joint.
Just over the hill there at Hell Corner. And they've been so good, consistent all through practice and into qualifying yesterday. The 7th on the track, but in the pits and not too far away from being released back out onto the track. We're staying calm with Jules Gounon, 3.9 seconds away from Winkelhock. We talked about this on Friday, Kralsey, about the prospect of the fog being here today. We saw the fog covering the mountain on Thursday afternoon, but it's much lower today and further down the track than what it was Thursday
Safety
afternoon.
car boards and flags, safety car scramble. Safety car scramble, leader is 777.
Oh, and
no, is that the 777 car in the lane?
Did they?
Yes, it
call
is.
that? Oh, wow.
Yeah, what a call.
Jag that, surely.
Very good call.
The call was being made as they rolled in. Mostert follows in as well. So they're going to get another free stop, and Sun Energy 1 and 888 continued on with Jules Gounon behind the wheel, so he'll be the net race leader after all of this.
All the Audis
as well.
All the Audis are coming to the lane.
I wonder if Daniel will pit as well. No, he's been out 18 laps in that car now, Grant Denyer. No, he continues on, goes around another lap. It's another handy safety car for BRM. Remember, the rain light failed on that car. So all of that track position that they'd won with a well-timed safety car before they lost, but this is going to help them with Mark Rosser because they can afford to plough on, though they may elect to burn another CPS and get one out the way again. The track position not yet playing a role. It's about ticking the boxes from a compulsory pit stop point of view. Konduras is in, Sini is in.
I think if you own an Audi, you need to be in pit lane at the moment. They're all in the lane.
What's the money on Craft Bamboo, pitting or not pitting? I reckon they do.
Who knows with those guys? They've run such an alternate strategy, Craft Bamboo. I mean, they take 3 pit stops every safety car, it seems like. So we might need to increase the compulsory pit stop to 15 for this race, just to add the degree of difficulty. But they are certainly running an alternate strategy to the rest of the field. Will it play out for them? We won't know until the final hours.
The AMG Mercedes safety car out once again for the visibility. The marshals having trouble seeing flag point to flag point. We just talked about the fact the fog was coming down the hill, and that's the view looking up towards the Toyota Gazoo Dipper from Forest Elbow. That's the Hallmark Audi on the right-hand side with Martini behind the wheel. So it's Audi City down in our BP Ultimate pit lane. Key moment, wasn't it, for 777? Right as the safety car was called, he came straight into the lane.
Richard Craill with a bit of smirk on his face as the Craft Bamboo Mercedes goes past the pit entry. So that doesn't mean they're not going to pit at some point in the next 5 minutes.
Garth, they'll pit when it goes green again based on the race so far.
Yeah, give it time.
It's the wildest pit stop strategy I've ever seen at this place. We're only 3 hours and 40 minutes in. And we heard from Chad Nalon in the Pirelli pit bunker before. 11 pit stops. And we're still in the 4th hour of the motor race. So a wild old day at Mount Panorama gets wilder. Another safety car, Jules Gounon leads the motor race in car 75.
And for car 91, Daniel Juncadella got to see the front stretch for probably the first or second time here today. They run back in 3rd position. Their 11th pit stop completed now. We know they've done 8 compulsory so far. We had that confirmed from pit lane earlier as the field chased the Mercedes AMG safety car. And that fog just getting thicker now at the bottom part of the mountain. There's some great pictures that were popping up on socials during the weekend with fans above the clouds. And it's not the first time we've seen that here at Mount Panorama. Right here.
You ask,
right on
Nolte, here you are. Go to Skyline and sit above the clouds at Mount Panorama. So that is why, I mean, we look at the visibility at the top, very top of the mountain, and it's fine, it's beautiful. It's actually when the cars descend back down to the bottom of the mountain that we drive through the cloud that we lose a bit of visibility. So Motorsport Australia Race Control have called the AMG safety car again to make sure that it's nice and safe, that flag marshal points can see point to point.
We can't even see the Mount Panorama sign to the right-hand side. That's how low the fog is. It's 174 metres of elevation from this point to the highest point at McPhillamy Park here at Bathurst. So you can understand why the fog does get beneath there at times. As our leader, Jules Gounon, picks up the Mercedes AMG safety car. Denyer runs second in the Lamborghini. Juncadella runs in third. Winkelhock, Mostert and Reynolds back in the number 24 Audi after a brief stint up here in the commentary box. Brett Schumacher and Gisbergen in 8th spot after unlapping himself in that previous run. Mark Sini and James Konduras now behind the wheel of the Superbarn Supermarkets number 47 Audi.
How timely was that moment of Van Gisbergen getting himself unlapped. That worked beautifully now with this safety car. Back on the lead lap, back at the back of the train, and back in the game on the lead lap. Well played by 888 and Van Gisbergen. The leader, though, he comes to the lane. More of these cars getting their compulsory pit stops out of the way. 222 Porsche comes to make one of its pit stops. Craig Lowndes jumps out, feels like he's been in there for the last 6 hours. Jeff Emery climbing aboard.
Last minute call for CL to get behind the wheel of that 222. So now the Grove Porsche comes in, had its second spin under the safety car before this one. They take on fuel Car number 4, Ben Barker started the race today. Stephen Grove behind the wheel of the 4. Jules Gounon pulls up into his pit box down there, almost at the top of pit lane. They're approaching the 4-hour mark already of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. Just trying to get the window net tucked in. And ready to rock out, just bleeding the tyre pressures on the number 4, while the rest of the field cruise around and wait for this fog to clear away.
Plenty of time under the compulsory pit stop time window to do a bit of tyre pressure. 888 taking the opportunity to change wet tyres aboard the 888 Mercedes.
Safety car continues here on the mountain.
The Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour is the perfect place for Mercedes to showcase AMG's vision of future performance. And this is the official Australian unveiling of AMG's first fully electric production model, the EQS 53. All right, guys, take it away. Wow, Maro, impressive. This is a landmark moment for Mercedes-AMG.
Absolutely. Our first fully electric car to a very important market to us, to Australia, and yeah, it's an amazing car. And to be honest, if you look at the numbers, those are the ones that most impress me.
Well, you're the race car driver. You've got all the numbers, all the stats. Give us to them.
Up to 560 kilowatts of peak performance power. Just to give you a reference, so we reset the Nürburgring lap record for production cars with the GT Black Series. 560 kilowatts is just under 30 kilowatts more than the Black Series has. Wow. So 3.4 seconds from 0 to 100. Peak speed of 250, limited. It would go quicker otherwise. So, you know, when you put that foot down, you're going to feel emotion.
Now, this is the first fully electric production model available in Australia, but by certainly not the last for Mercedes-AMG.
No, for sure. Electrification is a big part of our future, both in hybrids and in fully electric vehicles. And we actually have a full development team that is making sure we're bringing out cars at the forefront of technology. So we don't just want to go and buy batteries or parts. We want to develop them and develop them to the highest standard to keep resetting that bar.
And just looking at this vehicle, I mean, it's obvious that it's a really good mix between performance and luxury.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we are talking about performance luxury, and that's exactly what this is. I mean, it's a business limousine. You can travel in comfort, what you're used to when you come to our brand. But at the same time, like I said, when you put your foot down, it might only be at the stoplight, but when you put that foot down, you'll have a smile on your face.
You'll know about it. All right, thanks, Maro. Let's take a look inside. Wow, Pete. This interior, to me, looks like a combination between a spacecraft and a movie cinema. This is outstanding.
Well, EQS 53 has been perfectly designed for the performance enthusiast that's ready to take that step to electric mobility, but still wants that sense of luxury. And what you're referring to here is one of the first hyper screens. It's 3 separate screens that's merged into create one effective screen for the operators inside.
Okay, so Maro's detailed the performance. We can clearly see the luxury element, but I guess with an all-electric vehicle, the other thing everyone wants to know, what about the sound?
Well, Mercedes-Benz has developed a special sound experience which retains the emotional attachment to sound, but in an electrical car.
Okay, well, it all sounds good, but the proof is in the pudding. Let's go.
Cars many of us dream about owning. Some do. Some get to test drive them around many tracks, including the great Peter Hackett, who's been with Mercedes for a long, long time now. As the field continues behind the Mercedes-AMG safety car, with the fog causing some visibility issues. It started on the top of the mountain. It's worked its way down now as car 888 comes back into pit lane. There is the number 6 Lamborghini that has Grant Denyer, was behind the wheel, now jumping out and handing the keys over for the next stint here with still another lap or two behind the safety car. There is Craig Lowndes in the pits. We'll go there too. Here's Chad.
So I've just ducked down to Craft Bamboo, and they all look rather happy with themselves right now, because they have now completed, guys, their 9th compulsory pit stop in this race, remarkably getting it done in just 3 hours and 50 minutes. just to give you a little bit of a comparison, this is the 4th compulsory pit stop for the car on screen right now. The majority of the field have had 6, particularly the guys down at Audi who were they're pretty much racing up against the Mercs. So the long story here is from this point onwards, the Craft Bamboo cars can have real pit stops. They can be in pit lane as long as they want, as little as they want. Obviously, they're going to have to stop a few more times to get to the finish with 8 hours to go. But every single pit stop from them, from this point of the checkered flag, is going to be much, much quicker than their competitors until the rest of them get to that magic number 9 marker. If it stays green and they get long green flag periods, it's going to really pay off for Craft Bamboo.
It will, Chad. Thank you. The only little crux in the story is that right now you'd love to have your AM driver behind the wheel under safety car, but the reason they can't is because Kevin C hasn't been out of the car for an hour. You have to have that mandatory 60-minute rest period between stints. So that'll be the only little frustration. But on the flip side, they've got 8 hours and 8 minutes to worry about that. So for all the craziness of having done 12 pit stops in 3 hours and 50 minutes of motor racing, it might actually pay off for them.
Well, yeah, we sort of were working it out whether, you know, going to a sprint pit stop after they've done their 9 compulsory pit stops would give them a benefit at the end of the race. But the fact that they've been able to get 9 pit stops done in under 4 hours means that they've got a good 8 hours now to catch back all that time that they've given up completing those 9 compulsory pit stops. So it'd be interesting if Chad can now give us a bit of an update on where everyone's at compulsory pit stop wise to see how much of a deficit now the Audis and the 888 Mercedes are back potentially behind the Craft Bamboo team on strategy. They're certainly ahead on track position, but who's a front on strategy?
The Audis have had 6 is the answer, mate. So most of the Audis have had 6 of those compulsory pit stops done, and obviously Craft Bamboo have done 9. So long story short, they're 3 stops up on the entire field.
And so that's not so bad from the Audi perspective, because theoretically that means they're only at a disadvantage for the next 3 pit stops. Yep. So that's not so bad. If that differential was bigger, so if the Audis were potentially only at 4 compulsory pit stops, then Craft Bamboo would certainly be in the box seat. But it's fascinating, isn't it? None of us saw that's coming. This crazy strategy from Craft Bamboo, effectively pitting after every safety car, pitting one in with a safety car, fulfilling the rule that you can only do 1 of your compulsory pit stops during each of the safety cars, but then coming straight back as soon as it went green and getting one done straight away. Caught us off guard, but they've certainly found something that they feel will work for them, and potentially also the conditions and these early safety cars have worked for them.
Just talking about AM driver time, Kevin C, their bronze driver. Remember, the big number for a bronze driver is no stint can be longer than 80 minutes, and they have to do 180 in the race. He has currently completed 1 hour and 11 minutes, so 71 minutes of his 180 of the race. So he's got a third of it done, and that chunk is ticked off. And the only other thing you have to think about with the AM drivers is they need to do a minimum of 60 minutes of their driver time after the 6-hour mark, so in hour 7 of the race. Right, lights out on the Mercedes AMG safety car. Let's do this again, shall we? And now we get to have a bit of fun because the field is cleansed. There are 12 cars on the lead lap, including Jake Camilleri in car 95, Mark Cars Australia entry. They're right at the back of the train. And it's being led by Marcus Winkelhock, Chaz Mostert, David Reynolds. There are pros in this field right at the pointy end. In the midst of them, Brad Schumacher in car 74, Mark Sini in car 9, and James Kountouris in car 47. They've got a big job to do in this stint to stay out of the pros' way. And a couple of them elect to do the Craft Bamboo thing and peel off into pit lane to get out of this restart. Lucas Stoll's amongst them in car 75.
Catching craze, isn't it?
It's only taken them 4 hours to catch on, though. That's the thing. So away we go. Oh, Winkelhock very wide at turn 1 with Mostert behind. This will be a fascinating battle between these two. And there's Van Gisbergen, who is back on the lead lap. So through all that pass, we saw just before the safety car was critical. It got them back into the mix and on the lead lap. He's just parked Mark Rosser and moves up to 7th position. He's got Daniel Juncadella in front. So I reckon it's the first time this race that Craft Bamboo have not stopped immediately after a safety car.
Well, they don't have to anymore, Crowley. They've done their 9 compulsory pit stops, so now it's just eyes forward for Craft Bamboo. Here's the Sun Energy 75 Mercedes.
Lucas Stoltz behind the wheel. He started this car today in the 75 entry. So he's coming to the pits with the field climbing the mountain now. You're in car with Chaz Mostert, who start the race from pole. I think Kelvin van der Linde spent most of the first hour trading fastest laps in the dark and foggy conditions, but now look at the difference up here now. Clear vision. The fog is in fact to the left and beneath Mount Panorama. Finkelhock just ahead here at the 777 Ben Motorsport Park car that he's sharing with Ricardo Feller and Yasser Shaheen. Ricardo jumping out of that car a few moments ago, and now that Audi getting bigger. Mostert's thinking about a move here down at Maguire's elbow.
Of course he is. There he goes.
He's not just thinking about it, he's doing it.
The coin spot out, even Winkelhock hangs tough on the outside, and he'll get a good exit out of Maguire's elbow at the run down Conrod Straight. So let's see if he fights back. Marcus Winkelhock with one of the great Formula One stats of all time, the only driver to start his only Grand Prix from last and lead the race. But he also started that race, a very wet race at the Nürburgring, from first as well, because the race was red flagged and restarted. Brilliant. He's one of the best sports car drivers around in these cars. He's been a factory Audi driver for more than a decade. This is busy. Good to see the Shegold car back out there. So they've dropped a bunch of laps, but they're still on the racetrack. And remember, there's an AM class, and they're second in that class. So they could still stand on the Bathurst podium at 5:15 plus a little bit this afternoon. Rosser looking down the inside of Grove. Not for position, needs to be careful here. Grove is a lap down. 2 Audis come into pit lane. 3 Audis, Reynolds as well. All 3 leading cars are in the pit lane, and Brad Schumacher will find himself leading this motor race. Look at them all.
They pull in. Meantime, this group of cars, they're not all for position. Incidentally, with the Rosser car back out on the track after reconnecting the rain light that is mandatory in these conditions. There he is, the K-Tan number 17 car. Finkelhock in the pits taking on fuel. Same two for Moss that puts Daniel Juncadella into the lead of the race. Craft Bamboo lead on the mountain here in the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour.
Which is amazing.
Yeah.
They've stopped 12 times. As another set of wets go on car 777 down there at Audi Sport Team Valvoline, the Bend Motorsport Park entry. So another pit stop for them. So tick another box, their 7th compulsory stop.
Guys, we know how grueling this race is, but it's particularly grueling on tyres, and we use Pirelli here. Matteo Braga from Pirelli is with me. Matteo, how important is motorsport to Pirelli?
Motorsport for Pirelli is very important. Is let's say we celebrate more than 110 years in motorsport, and 150 this year, especially for Pirelli tire. And it's important to promote our products, but as well to develop them, because we are racing worldwide, many countries, and racing is an open laboratory to develop our technologies and our products.
What about this event, the Bathurst 12-hour? What does that mean to you?
This is the highlight of the season, in Australia in particular. We are back after 2 years, and it's very important because we can, it's part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, so long distance racing. And GT racing bring us very, very close to our customers, because we have the chance to work with the manufacturers that we usually supply with our street legal products, but as well our customers that are driving the cars that usually they drive every week.
Matteo, you look around this garage and it's just a sea of tyres here. How many tyres this weekend?
This weekend we are more than 2,000 tyres. Okay, cars are less than the previous years, but at the end regulation they limit the number of sets for every car. We have 12 sets for dry conditions and 10 sets for wet conditions. This time is a bit different from the past, because we see a lot of rain and winter weather, so rain tires are used.
Matteo, it's great to have you here, great to have Pirelli's support, and I know that you love this event, of all your events around the world, so enjoy Bathurst.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do thank Pirelli for their support. They've been a long time backer of this motor race, providing their tyres and sponsorship. Believe it or not, you are watching the race-leading Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. It's been driven by the 31-year-old from Barcelona in Spain, Daniel Juncadella. He was an open-wheel prodigy of the early 2010s. He won the Macau Grand Prix. He won the F3 Euro Series. He is an incredibly talented driver. He leads the motor race by 5 seconds over Shane van Gisbergen, with Mark Sini rounding out the 3.
It's catching everyone by surprise now, isn't it, that they've got this lead by 5 seconds back to Van Gisbergen, who, there was a key moment when he got himself unlapped before the last safety car period. He's some 5 seconds down the road, but a big margin. Now back to Mark Sini. Mark Ross are now in 4th spot ahead of Adrian Dietz, who's jumped in to the number 6 Lamborghini. He owns that car. This was happening down in the chase. Speaking of Ross, there he is making the move.
Or he made it.
Or
didn't complete though. So it's almost a carbon copy of what we saw before with Liam Talbot doing the same thing to Tony Bates. A little bit too overcommitted there. It was 4 position for 3rd and 4th place. Rosser was 3rd for about 3 metres, and Sini retook that position. I'm looking forward to seeing what Juncadella can do. Murrow Engel has done much of the heavy lifting in that car in the early stages. Daniel had a couple of brief stints between stops a couple of hours ago, but this is an opportunity now to see him at full pace. He was a Williams Formula 1 test driver and for Force India for a while as well, but he won the F3 Euro Series, the F3 European Championship, and the Zandvoort Macau Formula 3 Masters and the Macau Grand Prix all in the same year in Formula 3 racing. And in the early 2010s, F3 racing was incredibly competitive around the world. The old school Formula 3, not what we see now currently following Formula 1 around. So he was primo open wheel talent. The open wheel dream didn't quite come off for him, but he's since plied his trade in GT racing. He's a race winner in the DTM and now a factory AMG driver. And it's great to have him here as part of Craft Bamboo Racing and now getting to flex his muscles out in front of this race. Somehow
Somehow,
managed to make it work.
Everyone's scratching their heads, but they're out there.
And a 2:18.3 for Juncadella last time around, an 18.6 for Van Gisbergen. But to show you the difference in these really challenging conditions between pros and AMs, Mark Sini's last lap was a 2:32, Mark Ross a 2:30, Adrian Dietz 2:37. So that's the difference, the confidence level and that experience from the pros versus the part-time amateur drivers in the field.
It takes a long time, if you can, to make that up. 1 second's hard enough off the pace.
Jake Camilleri has just gone to 5th in Invitational Class Mark Carr's Australia car. They were on the lead lap. He's just done a 25.9. He was 7 seconds a lap faster than the car in 3rd place last time round. He is having a day out. Queensland Mazda dealer, Jake Camilleri from Caboolture in Brisbane.
Loads of experience here, though.
Massive. And another class win in the Bathurst 6 Hour actually a month ago in their Mazda 3, a car that's been around for a long time. He's a very, very talented steerer. Car 95, they are punching way above their weight. Forget the lead in the Invitational class, they're going for an outright result today. And there's nothing against that, they're allowed to do that. There's a benchmark lap time they can't go under, which is 2 minutes and 6 seconds. But in these conditions, gloves are off. This is a tremendous drive from Jake Camilleri so far.
We're loving our time back here at Mount Panorama in Bathurst. It's great to be back for Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. It's home to plenty of family attractions and local produce, and of course the amazing countryside, including where we are today, the Mount Panorama Motor Racing Circuit. Certainly one of our favourite places. Not only visit, but to go car racing as well. That's what it looks like when there's no cloud around. The sun's just trying to peek through here as we work our way into the 4th hour of the 2022 Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. It's great to be back after some 830 days back in 2020. And that's the first time in a long time we've seen the Mount Panorama sign that's been covered in fog most of the morning here. Heavy rain in the second hour of the race. Our race leader, yes, the race leader, Craft Bamboo Racing, Daniel Juncadella, takes us up to the top of Solomon Park. The gap is 6 seconds back to Shane van Gisbergen in the second of the AMG Mercedes. And a big, long gap now back to Mark Sini, close to 60 seconds, Richard Crail.
And he's pulling margin on Shane out in front of this race at the moment. Gap out to 7.1. This is now what Craft Bamboo want, because they can dictate how the remainder of their race plays out. Down through the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper. Yeses, and then down to the elbow. And the Spaniard will be thoroughly enjoying his time. We clear racetrack, an improving circuit as well. It's not drying quickly. There's not much wind around, so that won't be helping it. There's not much UV coming. The sun tried to poke its head through before, but it's since disappeared, and that low-lying cloud still just floating about the top of Mount Panorama. The circuit is slowly drying. The lap time's gradually improving. Certainly not anywhere near slick tyre territory last time around. They're in the 17s a little bit further back. So Mostert, Reynolds and Stolz, who all pitted a couple of laps ago, are now into the 17s. So that's the pace where the crossover is to start thinking about a slick tyre. But as Garth Tander touched on earlier on, you go to a slick now, it might be all right on the dry line, but you go half a mil off it and you're going to be in a world of pains. It's certainly not there yet. Definitely if you're an AM driver.
It backs up your point, how different it looks from one section of the track. Feels like we're racing at multiple courses around the world right now. It's the Grove Porsche's tucked in behind the Hallmark Audi.
It's very Nürburgringy,
isn't it?
Spa, actually. Could be in the Ardennes forest. Just up the top of Eau Rouge there. Same level of awesome.
We set off there last night with a shootout finish. How does this place keep doing what it does? It's never the same day, and Chad Naylon, you'd agree with this place. It's just truly magical, isn't it?
Every time you come here, Matty, it just gets the total goosebumps going. You can see the Grove car running around on the racetrack. I've come down to the Grove pit, and I want to talk tech for a moment here. I've actually fished out one of their KW brand dampers to give everybody a look at home at some of the features of these amazing pieces of equipment that have to handle some very serious loads around tracks like Mount Panorama. But also you go to a place like the Gold Coast, they have to do the exact same job, but totally different set of circumstances. So some of the features here, we've got 18 different settings for bump and rebound, so you can tune those throughout the practice and qualifying sessions to get them the way that you want them. But from that point onwards, you've pretty much got in your car what you've already been tuning across the course of the weekend. So they're not going to make any changes there throughout the course of the day. Unlike what you'd see in supercars, the ride height adjustments actually happen within the shock absorber. So you can see this tiny shim here, where they can add size to that to either change the amount of droop that works within the ride height at this end of the shock absorber. And down the other end, you might see the words blow off. It's got a blow off valve in it. So if you do go having any major curb strikes, it releases any pressure of the gases that gets built up inside these shock absorbers. So an amazing little bit of equipment that has such a huge job to do here. And KW have had a fantastic relationship with Porsche, and that's exactly why they're running him here this weekend at the 12 hour. When Matt Campbell won here in 2019, it's KW suspension that got the job done, and they've won 9 times at the Nürburgring in the 24-hour race. So very good piece of equipment, and really cool to see them up close and see all the features.
Thank you, Chad Naylor. A couple of grand's worth of damper and spring technology there. Chad loves that stuff when you throw those kind of stories at him. He's like a coiled spring just waiting to bounce and attack into it. There's no damping his enthusiasm at all with those kind of stories. But nothing shocking about it either.
That's exactly what I was about to say. You'll keep us updated all day long here. So 4 hours and 8 minutes into today's Look at Molly Bathurst 12 hour. The gap still sits at 7 seconds as SVG searching for moisture on the track here as it continues to dry out. From our commentary box position, the sun just starting or trying to break through these clouds, but when you get to the top, it's still very, very thick down the bottom here in the chase. Visibility minimal at the moment, but the race stays green as we go back to the Mark Cassini Hallmark Audi. It's not for position. Stephen Grove back in 13th spot now in the Grove Porsche. This car's going to be packed up and sent over to Spa soon for the big 24-hour event over there, which of course is part of the Intercontinental GT Series.
They're just a lap out of the mix at the moment. They're still being paid for that off at the road. As Jake Camilleri goes past Mark Rosser for 4th outright. The Mark Cars Australia Mark II entry with that Ford Mustang style body. This Queensland driver is doing an outstanding job, and this team has done a great job so far. We touched on their issues earlier on in the program with dramas across the course of yesterday's running. Some electrical issues in that car. No problem so far, and he's right up behind Mark Cassini, and he'll gobble him up before they get to turn 1, I would have thought. That's P3. Outright 3rd position now for Jake Camilleri. He's doing 26s. The leader's admittedly in the 17s in terms of lap speed at the moment as this circuit continues to dry.
Great performance.
Declan Fraser, his stint early in this race was awesome. You know, Dex, a member of the Norwell Mafia, isn't he, up there? Spends all his life at the Plex running round under the tutelage of Paul Morris and the team up there. He's worked his way up through Super 3 competition into Super 2 this year. Really talented young guy. And the third driver in this squad is car number 52. Sorry, I should say in car number 95 is Jeff Taunton. I was gobbling myself up with Mark cars there because the other one we saw out of the race, unfortunately, early on with Zane Morse in defence at the middle grade.
Comfortably leading the invitational class right now because the closest one is Dale Wood.
Well, he's out of the race.
They're not going to be out much longer. So he runs in third out, right ahead of Rosser, who also go past Sini on the Liquid Molly front stretch. So get back in car with Marcus Winkelhock on the way towards the cutting here. 85 laps in the books already. It's a slower race. Rare mistake from Winkelhock on the way up. Just showing he can catch the best out. He's had 8 starts here in the 12-hour in his career, one of the most experienced guys, not just here, but globally. He's caught out by the conditions.
Could have won this race in 2015. Audi were in the fight at the end of that most extraordinary of Bathurst 12 hours that was ultimately won by the Nissan GTR team with Katsumasa Chiyo-san doing the job at the end in one of the most famous finishes, not just in 12-hour history, but right up there in Bathurst motor racing history. But the car that Marcus was driving at the time was the Phoenix Racing Audi R8. Lawrence Vantor was behind the wheel and was involved in this phenomenal scrap with Matt Bell in a Bentley and Stefan Mucker in an Aston Martin Vantage. And old Stefan had the elbows out at the end of that one. And the positions traded hands a couple of times, and they were second at the end, but they were fourth at the start of the final lap. In fact, they were fourth coming out of the elbow at the start of the final lap. But old Lawrence just went, no, I'm going down the inside at the final corner, whether you like it or not.
Happening.
The Bentley copped a whack. Stefan Mucker was in there too. And Winkelhock was second that year as part of that very strong Audi Sport team. Just didn't quite get the top step on the podium, but yeah, his 8th visit to Mount Panorama. He loves coming here. He remains part of the stable of Audi factory drivers. Jochen and Manfred Winkelhock, dad and uncle, amazing racing family, racing royalty from Germany. So many incredible things in the sport, in touring car racing, sports car and GT endurance racing over their lives.
Saw a quick glimpse of him in car before, and he had his dad's eyes, didn't he, the way he was looking through there. Manfred, who we lost back in the 80s in a sports car crash. He's doing a great job, though, today here at Bathurst. Here's the number 6 Lamborghini. Adrian Dietz behind the wheel. He referred us to the BASF livery from back in the day.
That's the tribute. They've run this for a couple of years on the car. It works. Come on. It suits the Hurricane body shape, actually. Lamborghini have got a strange track record at this place. 2020 was the first year they came with real factory representation with Triple F Racing, and that was the first year they were properly competitive with the Hurricane GT3, but they had some good runs with Privateer, entered Lambo Galados before that with Roger Largo. We go down to Bryony.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Declan Fraser, the boys upstairs are talking up your team's stocks, and rightly so, doing a great job so far.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like yesterday, we didn't even get to qualify. We had a problem with an electrical wire, which put us out of quali, which was unfortunate. So starting from last, to be in the position we are now, 3rd overall, is just crazy. So guys are doing an awesome job in the team. Got a good strategy in play, and hopefully, 8 hours to go is still a long time. We can keep moving forward.
Yeah, does your form at the moment change your expectations for the end of the race? Obviously, invitational would be great, but outright contention, is that something you're starting to think about?
I think if it was raining the whole time, it might be a possibility. So we were very quick in the rain, but as soon as the track starts to get a bit dry, obviously the GT's got a bit more pace on it. So if the heavens open up and we've got some rain, it'd be very nice.
Well, it's Mount Panorama. Anything could happen. Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Doing a stellar job right now, aren't they? They're running in 3rd position as Daniel Juncadella continued to lead the gap. 14 seconds back to Shane Van Gisbergen. 4 hours and 14 minutes into the Bathurst 12-hour.
So top 3 remain as is. Daniel Juncadella's extended a 16.3 second margin over Shane Van Gisbergen. Craft Bamboo Racing, it's a team with great heritage at this event. They were talking about that Marcus Winkelhock finish, Nolts. This was a team that I was talking about with Stefan Mucker behind the wheel of an Aston Martin at the time. They were a factory Aston Martin squad. And that is KTM Crossbow GT2. It's a massive shame. But M Motorsport, Justin McMillan's team, who have been preparing this car for Dave Craigton's Vantage Racing squad, are well ahead of getting that car packed up. So the moment the track opens, they'll get the transporter out and get it back on the road to Melbourne. It's such a shame because that car was a real gem. It is a beautiful piece of engineering as well. The fine carbon fibre work that's gone in, and it is 98% carbon. A remarkable thing. Really well engineered race car, and I'd love to see that come back in 2023. Date already set, first weekend of February, back to the traditional date. The Liqui Bathurst 12-hour next year. Back to some summery conditions, so watch it rain again, because Bathurst. Look forward to seeing you back here on the mountain, but what's today got to deliver? Not even halfway yet, and it's delivered so much. But everyone will just be loving this little extended green flag run now. Get some miles and get some consistency, and more importantly, get some driver time into some of their drivers as they work this strategy out.
Considering the weather forecasted for this weekend, it didn't really eventuate. That's the most amount of rain we've had since Thursday night.
Yeah.
Earlier today, we were sunburnt here on Friday afternoon. That's how much the conditions can change here. But with the temperatures in the minus at night, it's been quite a balmy weekend both day and night here at the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. Back in car with Chaz Mostert as he's weaving, searching for the wetter part of the track. It's the shinier part of the surface he's aiming for, not in the corners, but certainly in the straight line as he runs in fourth position.
Still about 10 seconds off where they need to be from a slick tyre pace, and all of that time losses across the top of the hill, all that high speed, full commitment, maximum attack stuff that you need to have here at Mount Panorama. As Lucas Stoles goes through. Jules Gounod's stint wasn't massive, was it? Just a little bit of a roll the arm over for the Frenchman before he does the workman stuff later on. Chaz Mostert quickest though, 16.8. So into the 16s for the first time in this wet stint. So the track is improving, but it's not improving rapidly. Gradually drying. They're edging towards a point where these teams will start feeling a little bit more comfortable about throwing a slick tyre on these cars. David Reynolds is behind the wheel of car number 24, running in 6th position at the moment. Up in the 19s last time round. He's got Marcus Winkelhock hunting him down at a rate of about 1.5 seconds a lap at the moment. So there could be a battle for position. Whoa. Big moment, Reynolds just hangs on to it. Going into the cutting, that was very, very big.
Well, we know Sydney's known for the Harbour Bridge and the Opera House, but it's also known for its 37 beaches, which are all located 30 minutes of the CBD and accessible by public transport. There's nothing better than going for a nice, cool dip in the ocean after a long day in the sun here in Sydney. We've got no time for that today because we're in the commentary box, but make sure you come and check it out. Sydney has plenty to offer, so we welcome you back to the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour in-car with David Reynolds, who just had a bit of a moment on the way up into the cutting aboard the 24 Audi, running back in position number 6. As we're 4 hours, 18 minutes into the 12-hour.
Watch this. David Reynolds, big slide going into the cutting. We're talking about where the margin is to throw a slick tyre at these cars based on that experience. Not yet. Even for someone with David's formidable ability. That's the view down Conrod Straight. How cool is that sight with all the people up there on the hills just settling in for the day, watching the motor racing. Such a cool spot. My Bathurst 1000 tradition is to go and watch the shootout
Just
from up
about to
there.
say
It's
that.
outstanding. Here's how this race has played out. 4 minutes and 20 seconds in to the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. She's been a wild one. Spectacular scenes at the start. Not so for young Zane Morse, who found the fence at the top of Mount Panorama. I'll be interested to see the discussion for that one post-race between Tony D'Alberto and Liam Talbot. And unfortunately for Jack Perkins, who's probably halfway back to Cowangi already, has had the accident on slick tyres on his outlap in really challenging conditions.
This was the 777 car moving into the lead early in the race. This was Kenny Habul having a spin and lucky just to keep it out the gravel trap. Not so lucky was the sheer gold entry. The Ram Motorsport Mercedes finding the wall at the exit of the Gazoo dip, and they spent a long time in the pits repairing that. This was the move that didn't quite pull off the 65 coin spot Audi down in the chase. runs currently back in 4th position. Just coming up a fraction short. In fact, they bumped going into the middle of the chase there as well. The Rosser, Percat and Joey Mawson Audi had to come back in to fix the rain light there during the safety car period after leading the race for quite a long time. This was going on down at the Maguire's elbow between the two Audis. Once again, the coin spot car going ahead of car 777. What about the run from these guys to mark Cars Australia entry, running 3rd outright, running the invitational class. Jake Camilleri behind the wheel and some 1 minute 40 behind the race leaders, but they are doing a stellar job as the number 9 Audi in the pits now. The hallmark entry, Mark Sini jumping out. Just behind them is the Team BRM number 17 Audi as we approach 4 hours and 20 minutes into the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour here today at Mount Panorama.
So it looked to me like Mark Rosser was going to jump out of car 17. 55 minutes of drive time for him so far. So they've got one of his AM stints out the way, and they will look to put one of the pros back in the car. I wonder if it will be Joey Mawson, who started the race, and Nick Percat, who did that mighty double to get them in the lead a little bit later on. I'm thinking it might be Joey. And here goes the 24 car with David Reynolds up the inside of the Grove Racing Porsche. But they are a lap down. They're a lap off the pace. And they will be incredibly frustrated by that, because I think they've got the tools to fight for a decent result today, Nolts, but they're just being handicapped a little bit by being a lap down. And this extended long green flag run means they can't take the lucky dog to get the lap back.
That's the wave around for our international view.
Correct. Unless you're watching in the United States, in which case it is absolutely the lucky dog.
So we're hearing car 9 is going to slick tyres. They're in his second car in the shot. It's a return to the BP Ultimate pit lane and out onto the track. So
is that Dean Fiore who becomes the pioneer there, or Lee Holdsworth? It would be Dean. He's due to drive.
Is he awake? He was asleep there last time we checked.
Nap.
WA time can mess you around there. The time zone changes.
Confirming it is the West Australian, and in comes 888. So Shane Van Gisbergen got this car up to 2nd place. Remember, they were a lap down at the start of his stint. It's a safety car work for them, and the man filters car will roll into the lane to take service and tick off another compulsory pit stop. Let's see how this works for that team, and certainly what tyre they go to for mine is the $1 million question. Adrian Dietz behind the wheel of the World Racing Lambo. So definitely a driver change, and that is a set of slick Pirelli tyres looking to go on car 888. So they're going to be the second team to roll the dice. And they've decided, based on Shane's feedback, I'm sure, that conditions are bang on for them to go to the slick tyre.
Of course, there was a change with the wet tyre rule. We only had 5 sets allocated at the start of the weekend. That was increased to 10, so could we get any more? There's no shortage of wet tyres if needed later today, but slicks definitely going on the man filter entry.
12 sets of slicks available to them, but that starts from Friday practice, so you burned through some of those through practice and qualifying, especially teams that made it to the shootout yesterday would have used an extra set. So Brock Feeney back in, really good opening stint from this young man in his first supercars season, replacing Jamie Whincup. How about that for a career gig, replacing one of the greatest of all time in supercar racing, but taking to it like a duck to water, 6th in the championship, podium finish down in Tassie. Really solid start.
Led the race.
Yeah. Speaking about solid, you could say these guys have been red hot today.
Nicely done.
Their second outright, Nolts. Jake Camilleri's just crossed the line and has passed the 888 car, which is sitting in pit lane.
Just going to hang around, aren't they? Just consistent since the start of the race. They tailed the field, but purely from their class entry that they're in, as now Brock Feeney was released from the lane and rejoins the racetrack after a great stint, as always, from Shane Van Gisbergen.
Garth Tanner and I were just watching the timing monitor for the pit stop time, and it was 2 minutes, 1 second, .0. Absolutely nailed that, literally to the second, very close. And we saw before a pit lane penalty. Well, it didn't count as a compulsory stop for Craft Bamboo, wasn't it, for not getting that 2 minute minimum. So there's dry line. Let's check lap times. And the first example will be for Brock Feeney. We'll get Dean Fiore up to speed as well in car 6 as well. Love that long shot from the top, from the elbow, looking down. It gives you the elevation, doesn't it?
Of course, this part of the track that was added well over 3 decades ago now, the chase that was put in for the World Touring Car Championship round. It used to be one complete straight down to Murray's. But it's provided not only a passing opportunity, but the fastest corner in Australian motorsport as the Superbarn Supermarkets car comes back into the pits. Car 47, James Konduras behind the wheel.
Just having a look at the left rear corner of that car, and they've copped some damage to the diffuser on the Superbarn Supermarkets Mark II car. It's version 2 of the one they started with start of the weekend. So that'll be affecting their aero just a little bit, not so much in these conditions. Konduras goes into pit lane. Canberra driver, for a long time, been racing Australian GT World Challenge and one-make Porsche racing since the mid-2000s. And state level racing before that, both he and his brother Theo. So driver change coming up. Familiar helmet colours of Paul Stoker will jump back in. Same helmet design as when he was driving for Barana Racing in Formula Holden back in the day.
3-time Australian Drivers' Champion in his day as well. Loads of experience. And now he'll jump in behind the wheel of car 47.
You would have set the fence and watched a bit of Gold Star action, bit of Stokel in the Barana Reynard 91D.
Beautiful blue and white car. The team was based in the industrial area of Regency Park in South Australia. He drove for many years.
That 1 year where he took on Mark Scaife and Mark Larkham in the Gold Star and was very, very competitive with those two drivers. We know what happened there. Both went on to big things. He's a tremendous driver, Paul Stoker. Lovely bloke too. Very good driver trainer, driver coach. Runs a full-time driver coaching business based up in Queensland now.
And a great affiliation to a Lamborghini in the day as well. The sun just continues to try and break through not just the fog but the cloud. It's quite high cloud here from our commentary position in the Liqui Moly front stretch. So we wait for the 47 to come back out onto the track. John Cadella's lead out to 1 minute and 52 seconds for the 31-year-old Spaniard.
We think, though, Nolts, that slicks are going to be an option sooner rather than later. Dean Fiore now has got some temperature into his tyres. He's going faster on the slick than he was on the wet. So 15.5 last time around for the Lamborghini. And we'll get an idea from Brock Feeney in 888 as to where his pace is at as well. But already in the first sector, he's matching the cars on wet tyres. This is the part where it's the most perilous across the top. But it looks like the slick tyre's starting to work, especially if you're a pro driver. So John Cadella may well be a minute, almost 2 minutes in front of the field, but there's going to be a pit stop coming his way. But we circle back to that fact that he has a pit stop up his sleeve. In fact, he's got more of them because they have ticked all of their boxes from a compulsory pit stop point of view. And we did pose the question before about who was in car 17. The answer is Joey Mawson, who started the race. Massive double stick to get that car from the back of the field to the front.
It's about as close as you want to get to trying to keep those Pirelli wet tyres without running the grass. Don't know if I'd want to be doing that right now. Wow.
I'm very comfortable. Nolts now, nice, warm and dry commentary box. So slick tyres are coming. The lap times are about to get very much quicker here at Mount Panorama.
So David Reynolds takes us up Mountain Straight here. It's up to 4 hours and 30 minutes of this race in the books. It's had a bit of everything so far, and we're not even at the halfway mark of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. The return of this great endurance race to Mount Panorama. Number 17 out back out there with Joey Mawson. These guys fighting for position right now, 10th and 11th. Sorry, 11th and 12th on the circuit. And just ahead is the Grove car. They're now back up into position number 10. They were off the track earlier today in turn number 1 when the raindrops started falling at the end of the first hour. They then had a second spin under safety car during the chase. Lap times continue to tumble.
Well, they're in the 12s.
Well in the 12s now.
So Mawson's doing last time round at 12.9, matched by Fiore in the Lambo. And they're about to gobble up the Grove Racing Porsche with Stephen Grove behind the wheel and just chunking away time. Caught up behind the lap car now. Actually, I'd tell a lie. It's not lapped. It is for position because these two have stopped and Grove hasn't. But there's the Marchi. That's dicey. Really changes across the top, though. And whether you're going to slick tyre or not, that is large. Blazing off Brock Skyline. So just a little bit of a hesitation now for Fiore, and he's going to throw a chunk of time away from Joey Mawson in that battle for position.
So down Conrod Straight they go. Now, Grove Porsche just making a little bit tricky here, and rightly so to the Hallmark Audi with Fiore behind the wheel. So here's the chase. Look at the differences. We just saw him come over the top of the hill as now Fiore makes the move. Remember, he's on the slick tyre now.
The problem is, Nolts, is that it's still, you go offline, it's still really perilous in places, as always, as the race leader comes into pit lane. So Spaniard Daniel Juncadella pits for Craft Bamboo Racing. There'll be a change of driver down at Grove Racing as well. So Stephen will jump out of the Porsche. Let's go back and have a look at what's going on down here. Car 95. Oh, very wide. Just missed the apex a couple of metres there and lost the rear on the exit of the corner. Nice little 360 and carried on. And dropped that car back to 6th position for Jake Camilleri behind the wheel. And Chaz Mostert with the evasive action. So here's the stop for car number 75. Lucas Stoles behind the wheel. Looks like a slick tyre going on to me. You'd be mad to not do it. Seventh position on the road at the moment. Brad Schumacher just behind them. And away they go. Fuel going into the Grove Racing Porsche. 4 hours and 31 minutes into the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour. 2022 slick tyres going on these cars.
Race leader comes out of pit lane with slick tyres. The Craft Bamboo number 91 Mercedes with Daniel Juncadella behind the wheel here at the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hour. So we work our way towards the halfway mark. 4 hours and 32 minutes into the race here at Mount Panorama. But the guy alongside us here up in the commentary box, Will Brown, your race ended a little bit earlier today than what you planned.
Yeah, no, it wasn't ideal. Obviously, Jack just made a little bit of a mistake coming through the kink there at the end of the straight in the wet. And, yeah, it is what it is. It was, I don't know if I'd call it fun driving in the dark and the fog at the start of the race, but, no, it was pretty interesting. I sort of, Reynolds caught me and passed me, and I thought, look at this guy, he's pretty quick, but it turns out he could just use me to see. And then I caught him and passed him back, but I decided after a while I didn't want to be the leader, so I dropped back him. I literally lifted out down the straight and let him pass because you couldn't see anything. You were literally, you know, when we came over Skyline and then that right-hander before the dipper, you couldn't see that till you're about 10 metres away from it. So one of the craziest things I've ever done driving, but you know, I think it was awesome that we got out there and had a crack. You know, I'm glad I didn't crash the car, but definitely a few times I was, you know, questioning it.
How was Jacko when he came back to the pits?
Yeah, obviously he's quite disappointed. He thinks, you know, in himself, he thinks it was a bit of a rookie mistake, which, you know, it's quite easy to do in one of these. But, yeah, you know, it could have been me, it could have been Griffo, so you never, you know, get up anyone or that, you press on, and, yeah, like I say, it's a bit disappointing for the whole team. Griffo's done such a good job to get us all here, so, yeah, hopefully we're back again one day.
You've raced a lot of cars for Mark Griffith, and he mentioned it in the interview after the retirement, but how does a little Toyota Yaris compare to a GT3 AMG? Because I know you've driven that car for him.
Yeah, it's a fair bit faster than the AMG, actually. No, I'm joking. No, the little Yaris, I've driven anything and everything with Griffo, and he's always good fun. Whether it's in a Yaris, just mucking around. His daughter didn't want to race the weekend, I didn't. We had an absolute ball. We were chucking anyone and everyone on the radio talking to us, and to now run a GT3 with him was awesome, and I felt quite confident in the car in the race. We moved up to P3, and the sun was coming up. I thought I had good pace in it, so like I say, a bit disappointing, but that's part of racing.
What was the differences you found out? I mean, you've raced a supercar here, you've raced an 86, you're a race winner here back in 2016, and race winner yesterday. Well done, by the way. What's the differences between the cars?
Oh, God, between a supercar and a GT car, it's just so much. The supercar's quite cool around here to put a lap together and qualify, but also it's a bit more forgiving. I had never driven a GT car before I came here, especially let alone around Bathurst, and it's just trying to find that limit. These guys, the factory guys that are driving them every weekend, they obviously know the limit of them, but we're able to do a low 204 and feeling more and more confident in the car, but it would have been great to get a test day before, but they're just live day indifference, that's for sure.
We're seeing slick tyres put on race cars now, Chad, and we saw Craft Bamboo Racing finally make a pit stop that might actually work for them.
Yeah, it must have been a pleasant surprise for them to be able to get in and out of the pits when they wanted to, in the time that they wanted to, and I kept an eye on exactly what that time was. 1 minute 18 seconds for the entirety of the pit stop, plus the transit down pit lane. Now that's 42 seconds quicker than the 2 minute compulsory pit stop minimum time, which they now no longer have to serve as the race is on here on the front straight, keeping an eye on that one on slick tyres. So yeah, 42-second advantage. Now the rough competitors that are around them are all on about, including these guys on screen, 7 compulsory pit stops served at the moment. So they're going to get about 90 more seconds advantage out of this strategy that they've run earlier in the game.
So, Chad, if that runs green for the rest of the race, they are in an unbelievably good position.
They all have their fingers crossed considerably that this goes for at least an extremely long period of time in this green flag conditions. I mean, that's why they are now leading the field and have a 48-second lead. Exactly that reason right there. And if it continues to stay green, they get another run of green flag conditions later in the race. They're going to open up another massive lead.
And the only other question while we've got you, mate, they've still got a bit of AM time to tick off for Kevin C, don't they? He's got about an hour and 15 minutes, I think, ticked off so far. So where do you think they will slide him into the race?
Well, they would have liked to have tried to get that done as soon as they could in that second half of the race, because you need to do a minimum 1 hour for your AM drivers in the second half of the race. But the way things have played out today, a lot of teams just keeping an eye on this at the top of the mountain. It's pretty gnarly stuff. I'm just watching for the Grove car at Skyline. Yeah, it's hard to see how this is going to play out, but ultimately they're going to be doing their AM laps a lot later than they would have liked, but that's risk management. Yeah, it would have been lovely to have them, you know, get the AM laps done earlier in the race, but for that to have happened, they would have had them either in the fog, in the rain, in the dark, and no good having a strategy where you've saved all your pit stops to the end if the Merc's in the wall 3 hours into the race.
Thanks to Chad Nailon unpicking the strategies for us. Oh, a little bit overshoot there for car number 74, Brad Schumacher into pit lane, so there'll be a driver change down there. Will, we've been talking, we're joined in the commentary box by Will Brown, unfortunately out of the race, but we love having him up here. We've been talking about the Mark Cars Australia entry and just mentioned Jeff Taunton, who had a fairly big moment at the top, but they were running second outright for a while. You've driven those cars here. They're a good little mousetrap, aren't they? But they're doing a really good job today.
Yeah, I actually darted back over to get changed and all that at Ridges, and I was looking at Natsoft and thought, look at this, running second, but they're great in all conditions, and I think you saw out there in the wet, they were quite good. They've developed them so well. You saw Anton, I think, in 2019 qualify in the top 10 here when you know there was 50 GT cars here, so they've got them going really well. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see that car go, be right up in the top 10 today.
Hey, I wanted to pick your brains as well. We're in a really interesting phase of the race where they're going from a wet tyre to a slick. From a driver point of view, when do you know, yes, it's time to put a slick on? What's the little magic feeling? Is it a feeling you get through the steering wheel or the back of the seat? How do you know when the time is right to put that slick tyre on?
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit of a guess, really, a calculated guess in a way, but it's generally that grip. You just start feeling the grip. You start noticing that the tyres are heating up and it's quite dry, and also there's generally a pretty normal crossover lap time that your engineer will be looking for that goes, how wet do you think it is for a slick, because we're at that crossover time. So it is hard, and I find it harder in these cars. I did say before Jack went out, Brenton ran off in front of me, put it in the gravel, and the guy in front of me ran off as well, and I was just lucky I broke early enough, but it was only a few spits on the windscreen. In a shootout, you wouldn't have even broken earlier in a supercar with warm tyres, but it affected it so much just with those few spits, and I think that's what happened with Jack. In a supercar, he would have been fine, but obviously slicks with the aero and all that in these cars quite tough, and when they went to the wet weather tyre, obviously they're a lot better than ours, so it was quite good to watch for that period there.
We're also surprised about how quick the pace was this morning. I mean, there's absolutely no leading time. We've watched over the years at the Bathurst 12 hour, but you were contesting low fog very much darkness and then a bit of rain at the end of that session.
Yeah, it was quite crazy. When Tom said the front guys were doing 204s, I was amazed by that. But also, we didn't have our driving lights like these guys do. They upgrade their drive lights, and we just didn't get the car early enough to put them on. So I literally couldn't do laps by myself. Generally, they have ones that shine out to the right, and you can see your apex, which I know Dave would have run through it. But when you're turning in, say, to this corner here, your lights are shining into the gravel there. So you can't actually see the apex or where you're going with just normal lights on, which makes it quite tough. But I think if we were out there right now, the car would be quite competitive.
This is a battle for track position. It's David Reynolds and Marcus Winkelhock. So 4th and 5th position. We're on board with the latter in car 777 for the Ben Motorsport Park and Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia. And the other thing I'm supposed to talk about with these wet, dry conditions is, sure, there's a dry line, you put a slick on, no problems. But if you go 1.5 meters offline, you're in a world of pain.
Yeah, definitely. With these guys, trying to pass is the hardest thing. Obviously, you can see he's a fair bit quicker than Dave here, and I think Dave's going to let him go, which is probably a smart thing to do. You're not risking him trying to have a dive down here at the chase and make a mistake and you get caught up in it. So Dave's done a smart thing there, and like you can see, the Bend Audi there is fairly fast, so Dave will sit in behind him and try and follow him.
Now, your race is over this year. Is there a talk about coming back for 23 already? I mean, Griffo's been great to see both you and Jack over the years.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think we've spoken about it yet, but I've always wanted to do it in an outright GT3 car, and it was just awesome to come here this week. And our preparation wasn't what we wanted it to be with not getting a test day, but hopefully next year we can get a test day in, get used to the car, and come back here really strong next year. It's just it's an awesome event, and hopefully, as you guys would be thinking, more internationals next year, which should make it really good.
I think that's a guarantee. The hashtag B12HR is full of all the teams and drivers from overseas going, wish we were there. A lot of them are racing this weekend at Manicourt in France in GT World Challenge Europe. And there's an IMSA event at Mid-Ohio as well for the WeatherTech Championship. But they all want to be here. Don't get me wrong. They want to come back to Mount Panorama. And as we mentioned earlier, we're back in February next year in the traditional date. So, yeah, they'll be back.
Yeah, definitely. It's actually surprising when you talk to all the internationals how renowned this event is and how much they love Bathurst. You know, I've heard it before, but once you actually get to talk to them and that, they really do. So it'll be cool to see, you know, hopefully 50 cars on the grid again next year and a big event again.
Just had a shot of Yasser Shahin watching on from pit lane as his drivers go to work. And that's the pass of Winkelhock. So Reynolds definitely lifted out of that very gentlemanly. And this on board the 24 car. Yeah, there's the lift just at the hump on Conrod. Gives him enough time to get back to driver's left and take that racing line. Here's a wheel-to-wheel battle. Down the hill they go. Car 74 is Nathaniel Berton, but it's not for track position because Lucas Doles is a lap ahead in the Sun Energy One Racing AMG. Third outright this car.
We actually live on out there. If you see, it's our boot lid on, so the pig's riding on board on the back of the 75 car. They needed, their rain light wasn't working, so if you watch there, they had to steal our rear, our boot lid to keep on going. So, yeah.
We'd never have known that one.
No.
Good spot. Well said. Oh, that's good stuff. Mercedes AMG teams working together. Let's jump on board with David Reynolds. Hey, why don't you take us for a lap of Mount Panorama, Will Brown? You know this place better than Noel tonight.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The Audi's obviously been quick here, but you're braking about the 70. You've got to watch a bit of oversteer here in the Merc on the exit. You want to get a good exit. The curbs have obviously dried, so they're able to use them on heading out there onto the exit, and you want a good run up mountain straight. So, yeah, it's a fairly long run up here, but we generally hold 5th gear. Dave might nearly get to 6th. He holds 5th. Looks like, you know, the tyres go away and all that, so braking a little bit earlier and just flowing that speed through the corners, that's the best way. You don't really want to overheat your brakes too much during this race because it is 12 hours. There's no point wearing them the whole way through. But it's quite surprising how much faster 777 is actually than Dave here. I thought he'd probably keep up with him a bit more, but it seems like he's having a bit of trouble in that car with probably a bit of oversteer.
What about this part of the road compared to the supercar especially? It's pretty wild.
It is, yeah. Like when you have a moment in one of these cars through there, it's a big moment. You really feel it and you get on edge. In a supercar, you wouldn't really question it. You'd have a slide and, just keep pressing on. But when these get edgy in the rear, it's a bit of a struggle. It probably takes your nerves gives you nerves, and you just can't push as hard. So yeah, I definitely noticed that in quali yesterday. We had a lot of oversteer, and it just slowed me down a lot. So I think that's probably what we're seeing with Dave. As the fuel burns off, you start off with understeer in the Merc when you've got full fuel, and the fuel burns off, then you get a lot of oversteer. So it's trying to find that balance in your setup that you know, that you don't have too much understeer at the start, but you don't have too much oversteer in the end. So they're quite sensitive, really.
Down to the chase. There's a bit of energy in the track, Nolts, because there's some personal best sector times being set. So the moment they've bolted slicks on, it's taken 5 or 6 laps, and all of a sudden they're now back down to some really serious lap times. So it's almost as if the circuit's had a little wash and a clean, and there's now some real energy to it. And I tell you what, the sunshine won't be hurting either. It's pretty warm here in the commentary box now with the sun beaming down on pit straight. There's a pretty forlorn-looking Mercedes AMG.
Poor thing. It was great to have Alcohol to come on board and a few sponsors. So disappointing we're out for a lot of those guys, Daimler Trucks and all of that. But it doesn't, you know, it was actually quite a bad impact for how much damage there was. It was, I believe they said about 40 Gs it registered. Wow. So if you watch the footage, it looks like he just tapped the wall, but on the actual onboard, it was quite a big hit. It has done a bit of damage underneath it, more than what you see there. So yeah, it was surprising. I thought he just sort of tapped the wall and spun around, but on the onboard, it's quite a decent hit.
Wow. Well, Jack's all right after that. She's a crazy old place, Mount Panorama. It just throws things up, and at no point would you predict that kind of thing could happen on a slick tyre, and how quickly that rain came. And it really was the difference of a lap from it being a light sprinkle and just a few heavy drops in pit lane to it being properly serious wet.
Yeah, it was just surprising how, like I say, I think a lot of people got caught out from the tyre and the small amount of rain that was on your windscreen, but just how slippery that made it, and especially up in the pit stops, your tyres cool down, you might have put another set on so they're completely cold. And as you've seen in the Mercs, I don't know what it is with the Mercs or the Audis build their tyre temp quicker, but we struggled for about 2-3 laps when it's, you know, just a normal part of the day and building that tyre temp, let alone going out in the fog, dark, and a bit of rain. It can easily catch a few people out as it has today.
The unique part about this track is, I mean, you've had some good luck here, but when you have the bad luck, it makes you come back more determined than ever, doesn't it?
I've had a lot of bad luck here. I was only saying today I've started 5 Bathurst 1000s, and I haven't finished one properly yet. We've either crashed out or had a drama. So and then today, so I don't know if Bathurst just doesn't like me or what it is, but we've qualified well a lot of times here. But yeah, it's just one of those things. It's such a tough circuit, but you know, sometimes it's just. We do long races here. We do endurance races every time we come here. So you're putting a lot more stress, a lot more load through the car. So you have a lot more problems generally that can come up throughout the day.
Great to have Will Brown up here in the commentary box. The Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour continues with Daniel Giancadella leading by 42 seconds. And Brock Feeney, Lucas Stoltz back behind the wheel of car 75. Time there, Will. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you, hopefully, back next year.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be back. We'll tune Griffo up, and hopefully, like I say, we'll be back into it.
Hey, good luck next weekend back in the Erebus Motorsports Supercar as well. Big championship for you this year.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, guys.
There's Will Brown joining us in the commentary box. Great to have the sensation from Toowoomba here in the commentary box with us. Great to have him here. We'll have another guest driver in just a second. We're looking forward to this race playing out. We'll just bring you up to speed with where everyone sits before we bring our next guest in. Daniel Giancadella leads the race. 42 seconds the margin between himself and Brock Feeney, who's behind the wheel of car 888. Lucas Stoltz is driving the Sun Energy One Racing 75 car. Marcus Winkelhock is 4th. He's behind the wheel of car 777, the Audi Sport Customer Racing Australia entry. David Reynolds is 5th. Just did that lap narrated nicely by Will Brown. Car 24 going along nicely. All these cars on the lead lap, mind you, and that is important as this race plays out. Liam Talbot 6th behind the wheel of car 65. Then it's Joey Mawson. That car remains on the lead lap. Joey took over from Mark Rosser a few moments ago. They put slick tyres on, and that car's been going very, very quickly. Dean Fiore runs 8th for Wall Racing in the sole Lambo in the field. Dean was, in the Hallmark Property Group Audi, that is, so they're 8th. He was the pioneer. They put slick tyres on his car first. He was the first one to go out, Nolts. But To give you an idea about how much energy there is in the racetrack right now, Lucas Stoles has just set the fastest final sector of the entire motor race in his car's fastest lap. So too Winkelhock, so too Reynolds, so too Dean Fiore. So all of a sudden, some sunshine, some slick tyres, and we're going very quickly again.
We're starting to see purples again on the screen. It's been a long time since we've seen that from the early hours of the race, with still 7 hours and 10 minutes to go as we ride in car with car 888 reigning second position with Brock Feeney behind the wheel, 42 seconds behind our race leader, Daniel Juncadella, in the Craft Bamboo Racing entry that's ticked off all its compulsory pit stops now. Yesterday, they spent most of the time with an engine change, and they've just come out now with a massive advantage. Lucas Stoltz runs in third with Winkelhock and David Reynolds, the top 5.
It's such a Bathurst thing to take a car off-site and to go and fix it. I spoke to Craft Bamboo team boss Darryl O'Young this morning and said, where did you take it? And he went, I'm not really sure, some shed somewhere, which I thought was the most Aussie answer that a guy from Hong Kong could possibly give us. But it turns out it was Bathurst Tape, who have had extraordinary stories of repairs at this place over the years. Yeah, 100%. They just wanted a hoist to put another engine in that car. So they're in a really good spot. Very shortly, we're going to bring in a guest into the commentary box who I think are also in a very good spot, and we like watching this guy drive. So looking forward to that. Tell you more about that in just a second as the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour plays out. Lucas Stoll's just adjusting the air there in the Sun Energy One Racing AMG. This car third place. We've seen Jules Gounon briefly behind the wheel. He'll be saved for the hero stints later on in the motor race. So Danny Juncadella leads the way. Brock Feeney is second. Lucas Stoll's third. The Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. 4 hours and 50 minutes in.
Kelvin, it's great to have you back here for the Bathurst 12 hour. I thought we'd take you away from the racetrack, though, to catch up for a chat, a little bit more civilised than Mountain Panorama. We're here at the Bathurst Grange Distillery. Were you even aware that this place existed?
No, I wasn't actually. I mean, this is, I would say, one of the gold mines, maybe, like you say, something only the locals really know. And very cozy, very nice feeling, so happy to be here today.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the local areas that produces their own gin, and I believe there's a whiskey coming as well. So we won't sample it right now.
We got to work at some point.
You've got a job ahead of you. Well, it's your third visit to Bathurst. It's your third attempt at the 12 hour. You haven't made the podium yet. Is this the weekend?
Well, I haven't actually finished in the top 10 either. We've always kind of been in the running for the race win. I remember 2 years teaming up with Garth Tander. We were always looking really strong, you know. The race was going well for us, and then at the last minute something went wrong, you know, as it is in endurance racing sometimes. So hopefully third time lucky, as they say. Yeah, got the team behind us, 2 great teammates, so looking forward to it.
You've raced at almost every endurance race and track around the world. Where does Bathurst sit on your list?
Bathurst is right up there, especially because I haven't won it yet. So it's right up there on my, let's say, priority list of races I want to win. There's just a unique atmosphere here. It's very similar to my South African background, similar kind of nature and everything. The track is amazing. It really suits my driving style. So, you know, just a lot of combinations that make this race special for me, and it'll be nice to tip it off, especially this year, to try and see if we can win it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you are 4 weeks into a massive 7-week journey around the world. Give us some indication of where you've been and where you're heading after the 12 hour.
So yeah, I mean, the European season has just actually started. It's not typical for Bathurst to be so late in the year, and it's right in the middle of our European season and our preparations for the big 24-hour race of Nürburgring. So yeah, 7 weeks in a row, as you mentioned, with a jet lag, trying to manage everything. But I think that's just really the tip of the iceberg of a modern racing driver, you know, traveling a lot, driving different cars, different race series. And I'm just really honored, and it's a pleasure for me to be able to do that and take it in my stride, take the experience with me, and hopefully one day when I'm a bit older, I have some stories to tell my grandchildren.
I'm sure you'll have plenty. Look, I'm not a professional race driver, obviously, but I do have some advice for you with all the travelling. Gin will help.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes. Are you a bit of an
aficionado?
It just helps. It helps everything. Are you a bit of an aficionado of gin?
Yeah, I actually, I'm let's say, a very amateur gin collector. I like the artsy aspect of gin, you know, the different kind of combinations you can do. And yeah, so at home, when I have a weekend off and not racing, then it's one of my hobbies, you know, make a nice gin, enjoy the sunset, maybe put on the barbecue and have a good time.
Sounds amazing. Well, this is a hidden gem of of Bathurst, so I'm glad we've been able to show this to you. And on behalf of Bathurst Grange Distillery, I'm going to give this to you,
thank you so much.
not until after the race.
Okay,
You
I'll
can't open
promise
it
this
now.
is hopefully for the celebration at the end of the race.
So Kelvin, this is a side of a distillery I've never seen before. I don't know about you.
Me neither.
This looks like something out of Doctor Who or a time machine or something. Tell us about it.
Isn't it gorgeous? I mean, a copper still, it's a hybrid still. Today we're producing whiskey, but we often produce a lot of gin. It just depends on our production schedule, but it's an exciting, hands-on experience.
How much has the distillery, the brewing industry really exploded here in Bathurst over the last few years?
Oh, it's been phenomenal. You know, we've got lots of different local producers. We've had a huge amount of support from the community. I mean, for gin and whiskey, the industry's growing and growing and growing.
And we've noticed there's quite a different selection, a different variety of gins.
We have herbaceous gins, we have aromatic gins, and we have sort of the quintessential dry gins as well.
Sounds great.
Sounds like we need to get one.
Yes, I agree. Kelvin, this has been so much fun to see how this all comes together. How do you say cheers in German?
In German we say Prost, but I'm not the best example, right? I'm a South African living in Germany and I want to be of everything, you know? So, yeah, hopefully I said it correctly.
Cheers.
Cheers, exactly. We'll stick to that.
Okay, cheers.
What's the South African for cheers? Lekker, I think, possibly?
Cheers. We speak English down there, believe it or not. But,
Kelvin van der Linde is alongside us in the commentary box. Richard Craill and Matt Nolte with you. That looked like a pretty fun experience, seeing some of the local sites.
It was, yeah, seeing a bit of Bathurst. I didn't know there was so many hotspots around here. It looks pretty empty when you drive in from the highway, but yeah, couple of secret gems on the way. So I had fun.
I didn't know you were a gin aficionado.
Yeah, you know, it's us race drivers, we can multitask, you know. So.
How's your day going, Kelvin, so far? The pace of the race early was rapid. You and Chazzy Mostert had a properly cracking battle for the race lead in really challenging conditions.
Yeah, that was good fun. Me and Chaz, we always have a go at each other. You know, the last 2 years, there was always a battle for the purple sector across the top. We always had that thing between us, and now obviously having him on Audi the whole weekend through practice, we've had a bit of banter between us, but it's been great. Again, you know, 1-2 in the race, pushing each other hard and making gap from the field. It's been a bit up and down since, I have to say, with the rain playing its role. We focused quite heavily on the CPSs, trying to get them done early, and got caught out by a little bit when the rain came out. We obviously find ourselves a lap and a bit down. But, you know, with the wave by and everything, I think we're still relaxed at this stage, so we need to wait and see what happens.
Have you missed Australia?
I have. It's been a very long time, and you know, every year Bathurst, the beginning in February is you know, our highlight because we come from Europe where it's icy, cold, snowy, and we come to the good weather.
Come to thaw out.
Yeah, and this year was the opposite. We came to the rain, so yeah, a bit of a different experience this time around, but yeah, still loving it. Love the track. And always a pleasure to be back.
What's your thoughts on Brad Schumacher? I think he's done a great job this weekend.
He's been amazing. Honestly, he flashed me from the first practice session. He went out and all I saw were purple sectors. I guess living at the exit of turn 2 probably helps. But yeah, he's done an amazing job, and honestly, he's been the key to our success here amongst the AMs. I think he'll come into play again later on because the AMs have to go in again for 1 more hour. I think it's after 11 a.m. They have to do another stint at some point, and then he'll definitely make up some ground compared to other cars.
This race is hard to read at the moment because there's so many variations in who's done their compulsory stop, driver times and thing, but I feel like you guys are in a reasonable spot because Brad's already spent a lot of time in the car, so it means his final stint might be a little bit shorter than some of the other AM drivers, which means you and Nathaniel Berton can go to work in the final stage of the race.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal. Is like early on, we want to get all the compulsory stuff out the way, and then later on, I would say with about 3 hours to go, we start looking at track position, trying to get ourselves lined up for the final sprint in the last hour and a half.
What's your schedule looking like for 2022? I know it's early days and the world's starting to finally go back to some normality. What's in store for you?
It's been a busy couple of weeks. I'm coming off a 3-week back-to-back event with the DTM starting last week. Next week we're back for DTM, and then the big 25 Nürburgring. So, you know, having Bathurst and 25 Nürburgring within 3 weeks' time, it's amazing. Honestly, really a pleasure to be part of that.
Hey, it must be cool to be part of the DTM, which made the shift to GT3 regulations. So it's almost like they wrote those regulations for a guy like you to jump in and have a crack at Germany's biggest championship.
Yeah, definitely. I was very happy when they announced that. Obviously, feeling right at home in these cars. Been driving the Audi for so many years, so for me it was plug and play from the word go. Yeah, last year we just missed out on the title, and this year I think we're coming back and we want to try and get that one.
How well known is Bathurst in South Africa? And South Africa's got a fantastic motorsport culture and really cool racing scene, and there's a lot of really talented young South African drivers coming up through the ranks at the moment. But I know you had to sit back and watch as your mate Jordan Pepper won the race here in 2020. He's the first South African to win a major enduro in the history of this place. But how well known is Bathurst in that part of the world?
Bathurst is massive. I saw this on the social media, a lot of guys watching the start, you know, tweeting in and so on. So there's a lot of home support. You can also see it here at the track. I mean, us South Africans, we're invading Australia a little bit, if I have to say. So, you know, there's always, you see the odd Safa around, you see a couple of South African flags sometimes in the crowd. So I definitely feel at home here. You know, it's a great place I love coming to, and obviously having that support back home in South Africa and also here in Australia is amazing.
I think we need a gig at the Kyalami 9-hour
Totally,
in Joburg, Nolts. I think we need to make that
you guys
happen.
will enjoy that.
We packed our bags, we're ready to go.
We'll be happy to have you guys. I have to give you guys a compliment on the production side. I think Europe and the rest of us, we can learn a thing or two from you guys, so props on that, I have to say.
Our senior producer is smiling right now. I can tell you, his wife incidentally is from Joburg.
Okay, awesome.
So a little link for you there as this race continues to unfold. So tell me how the rest of this day plays out for car number 74. So Nathaniel Berton behind the wheel at the moment. He's been super on his first visit to Mount Panorama. So Brad's got at least one more stint to go. Is the plan for you to jump in and perhaps do a double at the end?
Yeah, so right now we're basically calculating backwards. So the plan is for me to finish on a double. And then I think, so Brad will jump in now after Nate again. We'll get his compulsory driving time out the way. And then from then on, it's a single with Nate again, and then I double to the finish. So it's not that much room for moving or shuffling things around. Just getting ready, saving the energy, getting a coffee or two, and then we're ready to fire it out for the last 2 hours.
Coffee's very important, we found out so far today in this race, the 222 Porsche coming into the pits. We asked Will Brown, who was just in the box, that's not the best way to come into pit lane here at the Liquimoli Bathurst 12 hours. So car 222 with Jeff Emery behind the wheel takes on their stop. This was
a bit of remedial massage down there for Yasser as he limbers up to get in car 777 at the next stop. He's still got a bit of driving time to tick off, the reigning GT World Challenge Australia champion.
Is that where Garth ended up before? I haven't seen him for a while now.
Yeah, possibly. A bit of a massage before the next commentary stint.
Your old mate's alongside you here, gives you a hard time as ever.
Yeah, 100%. Good old Garthy boy. We had 2 great years together, I have to say. So, no, honestly, I wish he would actually come back next year. If we come back in Feb, it'd be nice to be back with Garth.
We're trying to talk him into it, but he's getting comfy up here in the commentary box now.
Yeah, it's a problem, you know, the retired life, or the semi-retired life. Don't go that easy. You got to get back, mate.
He's standing in the back of the commentary box doing a bit of coaching here. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. How's your... We'll come back to that in a minute. We're going to go down to Chad Nailon, who's covering all angles of pit lane for us today.
Yeah, I've wandered down to the Valmont Mercedes pits to just check out on what's the latest down here. They're nearly ready to get this car back out onto the track, and that's an amazing effort. So it's been here for 2.5 hours. The team doing a fantastic job of working away on the front end of this car. They've had to replace quite a few panels at the front. We just saw a shot of that beautiful front splitter on a Mercedes AMG. This is about $10,000 worth of front bumper bar that they're going to put back on that car. It's done roughly $20,000 to $30,000 damage all up, including the radiator. And I'll show you some of the broken bits out the back of the garage as well. If we go for a bit of a wander out the back, I can see the team standing around. Sergio Perez is getting ready to hop into that car for his first stint of the day, so he'll be very keen to get his wheels on for the first time at the 12 hour. Beautiful parts at the front of the garage, and unfortunately some sad looking parts out the back of the garage, including those radiator parts as well. So unfortunately for this team, a little bit of work to do, but they are still hopefully in contention for a podium place if they can get their laps completed here today.
Thanks, Chad. I think a bit of that will look good in your man cave at home.
That's why he's hanging around.
Yeah, exactly right. Matt Nolte, Richard Crowe. We're joined by Kelvin van der Linde, who has to go and get ready to drive again in just a minute as the 222 car continues to let lap cars through very nicely, as they've been doing. I did want to ask you, I've got to ask you about qualifying yesterday. You and Chazzy going at it at the end. Now, Audi did get a little bit nobbled overnight with some BOP adjustments, but you two look like you had a fairly good time driving those things very hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one session in the weekend every driver looks forward to, you know, just hang it loose, new tires, and then go for it, you know. So I knew Chaz would be hard to beat. This is, you know, his backyard. He's proven over the years he's been good here. 2018, I also lost out to him. So, man, I'm going to have to come back next year and try again. But, yeah, it was awesome fun.
And last one, Audi, equally most successful brand in the history of this race. How much does the 12-hour mean to Audi Sport and to get that 4th victory?
Yeah, look, it means a lot for Audi. We were one of the first manufacturers back in 2011, 2012 to really support this race, and been coming back every year since. So Audi's a big supporter of the event, and hopefully that repays us at the end of the day today.
Bring your brother back with you next time as well. A bit of VDL.
He's probably sitting at home, very jealous. I know he follows it, and you know, he would love to race this place. He also loves this kind of style of track, old school, no track limit discussions. So he'd love to come back. So hopefully with a new M4 GT3, it's a good chance for next year.
Yeah, he's a factory BMW driver, and you're on the opposite side of the German fence there. Hey, thanks for coming up, Kelvin.
Thank you,
really
guys.
appreciate it. Great to chat to you, and all the best for this afternoon.
Thanks, guys. Let's go for it.
There's Kelvin van der Linde joining us in the commentary box. We love watching him go to work at Mount Panorama. It's good fun, and big part of Audi Sports campaigns here over the years at Mount Panorama. And great to see South African motorsport going so well as well. Some great young talent there. You've missed nothing out in front. Daniel Juncadella continue to lead the way. 46 seconds the margin over Brock Feeney.
Brock Feeney is really turning some laps here now. The man filter entry car 888. The Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim and Shane Van Gisbergen are sharing driving duties with. Of course, Brock started the race. If you've just joined the coverage today in the dark conditions at 5:15 in the morning, did a mega stint out there in his first appearance for the team. Their second as an independent in the 12-hour. They had support from Manfilter back in the 2020 edition. For Brock on his way across the top of Philamy Park. As the sun's disappearing again behind the clouds. We had a big burst of sunshine here, which heated up the racetrack here at Bathurst. Juncadella with a great margin, that's a cushion now, it's almost a lounge sweet lead back to Brock Feeney, and a further minute and a half back to Lucas Stoles, who's out in the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes-Benz car 75, runs in third.
So Nolts, just to put a full stop on car 74, and we touched on it with Kelvin van der Linde, about the co-driver stuff going on there and the minimum amount of time for Brad Schumacher. He's 2 hours and 11 minutes ticked off. So his final stint can be exactly 60 minutes. He's done enough by the time he completes his final stint. So they will be clear from their AM driver point of view. He is one of the most lapped, I suppose, AM drivers in terms of driver time. So car 74 might not have track position at the moment, but we're working backwards from the end of the race. They're going to get some time back because they'll have pros in for the bulk of this last 6 hours of this year's Liqui Moly Bathurst 12-hour. So that's important. No, they're not quite in the mix at the moment, but it will come back to car 74 as this race plays out. So I like Kelvin van der Linde's confidence there. They've done a good job to get Brad Schumacher's time dealt with in the first half of the motor race. Still hear that car scraping as it goes up through Griffin's Bend.
Noticeable at Philamy Park in the in-car camera on the previous lap. It's just starting to settle here now. We were battling fog and heavy rain earlier today. There's a whisper of it still hanging around, but dark clouds to the west. Here is now dramas for car 65, Krause. The 65 Audi is coming to a stop on Mountain Straight.
This is one of the key contenders in the motor race. From 7th position on the lead lap, Liam Talbot pulls to the side of the road. Is it just a Control-Alt-Delete? That's what's going on now. Let's have a listen. Wow, yes it was. So a full reset. He got the car fired up. You could hear the pneumatic air compressor that fires the paddle shift gearbox in those cars working away in the background. And surely they're going to get this thing to the lane to see what's going on. So one of the key contenders, a little bit of a bump in the road for car number 65, the Coin Spot Audi.
riding car with car 65, Liam Talbot, as he climbs the top of the mountain, but he's had a little drama on this lap. The car coming to a stop on Mountain Straight. We hope it's just a simple case of Control-Alt-Delete. This is what it looked like down at Held Corner. The car faltering there. And Garth Tander, who rejoins us back in commentary, pulled to the right-hand side, got your attention, and we waited with bated breath to see whether that simple reset would get the car going, and it did.
Yeah, that replay showed us a little bit more on the entry to turn 1. So there's a whole process you need to go through to fire these cars up and get them moving again. So when Liam Talbot turned it into turn 1, I think he had a power out, the whole car shut down. These cars got electric power steering, so he would have lost the power steering assistance. That's why it looked like he ran a little bit wide in the mid-corner at 1 and then rolled the car up Mountain Straight. So once the car came to a complete stop, then Liam had to go through that complete reboot process. We saw that with the McLaren here. Alvaro Parente had that drama, and he gave it the alt control delete. And Chaz is clearly upset at the fact that his car's had a mechanical issue, and they got it going again. So Liam Talbot does not come to the lane. He continues on. The team obviously have checked what they needed to check via telemetry, and they're comfortable that the car is okay.
Yeah, and just to back that up, I just had a quick chat to Adam De Bore, and I said, do you know what happened? He said, nope, it was that old, have you tried turning it on and off again? Which they did, and it's working. And as you mentioned, they're not going to bring him in. They're hoping that that's just one small kink in their day, and that's done.
We saw that from the 777 car as well at one of the safety car one of the safety car periods earlier in the race. We saw the lights go out right here in the Mountain Straight as Ricardo Fella left pit lane. So wonder whether there's a little bug buried somewhere in the Audi software that they're not aware of. They maybe needed to have run the virus software last night, clean those cars out, because there's clearly a little electrical gremlin somewhere in the configuration of the electrical setup of these cars.
Brock Feeney in the lane for Manfilter's 888 Race Engineering team. As Dean Fiore just goes down the inside of the Prostate Cancer Foundation Australia Porsche with Scott Taylor behind the wheel. They've done a super job today getting out of the way of the Class A cars, just running their own program. It's like maybe a 12-hour race amongst themselves as we see a driver change going down now. 888 Race Engineering. So Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim will jump back into that car from the Johor region in the south of Malaysia. His brother races as well. In fact, this team off to Sepang next weekend for the opening round of GT World Challenge Asia, which comes back after 2 years away. They've got a really good championship coming up. A lot of racing in Japan the second half of their season, and 888 will be running the Johor Motor Racing AMG GT3s up there as part of their busy program. So they've got crews. Talk about sublime to the ridiculous. They'll have a crew at Winton Motor Raceway for the next round of the supercars, and one at Sepang in Malaysia, just outside of KL. It's a terrific circuit as well.
You raced this guy last year in the World Challenge in Australia. What do you rate of him?
Yeah, look, he's come a long way. Has Prince Jeffrey spent pretty much all of last year here in Australia to develop his racing skill set, be it in the car, his development as far as giving feedback, making himself a more complete race car driver. And not a bad place to park yourself within the 888 organisation when you've got Shane Van Gisbergen and Jamie Whincup around you. So Prince Jeffrey, very passionate about his motor racing, very keen to continue to improve his skill set. And we saw last year continually got faster and faster throughout the Australian GT Championship. So he'll continue to become a player in Australian motorsport as we go forward.
One thing that caught my eye about that pit stop for 888 is they left pit lane considerably earlier than their 2-minute time, so that will not count as one of their compulsory stops. They're playing the long game at the moment. They've had 7 compulsory stops, and clearly they feel like they've got plenty of time to get those last remaining 2. So trying to keep pace with Car 91, their sister Mercedes, that's already cleared their compulsory pit stops. And how's the closing speeds at the top of the mountain?
Goes past the 222 Porsche Class B car, and you always hold your breath when they go too wide over Skyline. Never quite sure whether the car leading you by has seen you or not, but we managed to get through that one. And I think when they have been putting the bronze drivers in the cars, they're not too worried about keeping the car in the pit lane to fulfill that 2-minute compulsory pit stop. As there, David Reynolds slides up the inside of Prince Jeffrey Abraham, as does the 74 car.
So, Garth, Prince Jeffrey's been in the car for 1 hour and 15 minutes, and we're just talking about Brad Schumacher. He's got 1 hour up his sleeve. So he's going to do quite a bit of work. He's still got 1 hour and 45 minutes of driving to go in this race, at minimum, for Triple Eight Race Engineering. So you would imagine the strategy now, keep him in this car for at least 60 minutes. In fact, they could probably afford to go a little bit longer and get the most out of this tank of fuel in car Triple Eight. Push Ibrahim as long as he can, then they'll plug Van Gisbergen in for a short little stint, and then you tick Jeffrey's final stint off in the second half of the race. Remember, AM drivers must do 60 minutes after the 6-hour mark.
And they must have a 60-minute break in between stints as well. So you've got to manage the driving time, but also you've got to manage the time out of the car as well. So I think what Triple Eight have done with their bronze driver, Prince Jeffrey Abraham, is shield him from those changeable weather conditions, shielded him from the wet weather running, shielded him from that period of the track drying out, that narrow, dry line. Look at the racetrack now, it's fully dry again. You have to go a long way offline to find any sort of wet stuff. So I think they've done a nice job of shielding Prince Jeffrey from those changeable conditions. But what it has done is it's boxed him into the second half of the race, so they have to fulfill quite a bit of the regulations as far as driving times go. So a lot of work ahead as far as Prince Jeffrey. He has to get his job done, but then also Shane Van Gisbergen has a lot of work to do late in the race. I reckon that 65 car had another blackout right there, in the middle of the cutting, because it looked strange to me that Leon Talbot sort of just went straight on, and I wonder whether this electrical issue that also helps the power steering, electric power steering in the Audi, whether that's continuing to be an issue.
Yeah, I can confirm that they are bringing car 65 in. They just told Liam Talbot over the radio, try and do one more lap, but they have cleared the garage down here in the Audi Motorsport garage, so expect car 65 in a lap's time.
Thanks, Bryony. They'll drive it into the garage so they can throw more people at it rather than the 4 that are allowed over the line into the working lane of pit lane. Well, another key contender, striking dramas. They've dropped a lap. Speaking of laps, Marcus Winkelhock in 3rd position has just punched out a 2:03.94, the fastest lap of the motor race on lap 114. He's closing the margin gradually on Lucas Stoles. They actually pulled a massive chunk of time out of him, and indeed the race leader last time by. So there's pace in the racetrack. That little bit of sunlight, we had about half an hour of good direct sunlight on the racetrack there, Garth. That had energised things a little bit.
Well, lit the timing screen up. There's a lot of personal bests going on for every driver, and then that lap from Winkelhock. Oh, it's happened again here for Leon Talbot. We're on ball when it happened. So this car stuttering back to pit lane. He stayed out. So it's interesting. I don't know why it would have stayed out. So Leon Talbot, whether there's been some issue with the radio potentially, that's also part of the electrical system. So Leon Talbot goes past pit entry, continues on another lap, but we were on board as he exited the chase, but you could clearly hear the car cut out. So ongoing electrical issues for the 65 Audi, one of the real front runners, started from pole position with Chaz Mostert aboard.
Water could play a role. Lots of rain, first wet running of the weekend. Something just creeping into the system. I mean, that could have been the problem. We saw BRM earlier on with their rain light fail, with that little plug, maybe a little bit of water in the system there.
I think that was probably as a result of the
Crash
rebuild.
damage, yeah.
I had a chat with Nick Percat about that earlier, and he just say, oh, that's probably as a result of the team working to get that car back and maybe missed one of the little minor details. But rain could be an issue. I did notice in that wet part of the race just how much water there was inside the cockpit of the Audis, both the 65 car and the 777 car. So potentially it's an all-new steering wheel system in the Evo 2. Maybe that's something. Haven't done a lot of wet weather running. There's Adam DeBore to the right of screen, just explaining to Fraser Ross the strategy in play here, what they're going to do to go forward with this issue.
Daniel Juncadella continues to lead. He's at the end of what will be a double stint in car number 91, a minute 41 up the road. He's been behind the wheel on this tank of fuel for 44 minutes, so still got quite a bit of time up his sleeve to run a little bit further into the race. They've still got to get some more laps into Kenny Habul, and I think there'll be one more lap for their other AM driver as well. Just trying to crunch the numbers on that to see where they're at. Oh, it's Kevin C, isn't it? So I'm thinking Sun Energy 1. So Kenny Habul has got laps to do. Kevin C does definitely need another stint, which will come in the second half of the race. More personal best lap times. David Reynolds now into the fours for the first time in the motor racing car, 24. Winkelhock still with the fastest lap of the race, Chad.
Yeah, just been keeping a little eye on the weather down here. I'm probably going to put my hat in the ring to say it's going to rain again at some point, but that some point might be actually pretty soon. It's currently sprinkling in orange. A tiny shower has just reached that part of the world, which is northwest of where we are, and it's tracking southeast. So that small shower, which you could just about make out, is on its way to Bathurst. Will it be enough to wet the track enough to force them onto a Pirelli wet tyre? We'll have to wait and see.
Chad. Don't predict the weather at Bathurst. It's a fool's game. Many have tried, many have failed. So
even the great weatherman of our sport, Neil Compton, often refuses to predict the weather condition here. And that man is tied in with the FAA, Federal Aviation Association, when it comes to weather forecasts. A briefing going on down here. That's Troy Russell, centre of screen. He heads up Audi Sport Custom Racing Australia. Fairly intense little discussion going on down there about the way their strategy's playing out. But right now, Mercedes AMG cars are 1 and 2. And Daniel Juncadella leads the 12-hour and peels off into pit lane. So this will be a pit stop for the race leader. He's 1 minute and 39 seconds in front of Lucas Doles. This has been a 22-lap, 45-minute stint for Danny Juncadella after an hour of green flag running, and it's been a really good stint. Best lap in the low fours, average lap across that in the low 206s. So it's been relentlessly consistent. And this Spaniard, an open wheel champion, he was a test driver for Force India and for Williams in Formula One, did a couple of the Friday practice sessions, never quite got that Grand Prix opportunity. Smacks the stop board.
It's a graphic example of when they say hit your mark. Danny Juncadella literally hit his mark.
And a driver change will go on there. So in case you're just joining the broadcast, remember this team have ticked the boxes from a compulsory pit stop point of view. 9 compulsory stops at 2 minutes apiece required. They've done them all. They will continue on as fast as they can. Their pit stops will be proper race spec for the remainder of the race. It's supposed to be, anyway. Get them fired up. Car controller says, yes, you can go. And we ride on board with Lucas Stoles, the German behind the wheel of car 75. With Sun Energy One Racing. Luca was on the podium the first time he came to Mount Panorama, driving for Black Swan Racing in a Porsche back in that amazing race in 2018. So the leader stops, he goes again. And Kevin C now behind the wheel.
The 17 of Joey Mawson in the lane. Fantastic opening stint for Joey. Took his car from the back of the grid after missing qualifying. Practice crash for co-driver Mark Rosa. Early on Saturday, Joey took that car from the back to the lead in the changeable weather conditions in the early stint. He's jumping out of the car. Mark Rosa about to jump aboard. He is their designated bronze driver.
Yeah, so Mark's still got a bit of work to do today in this car. I don't mind them just getting that out of the way now. You'd imagine it'll be per cap to bring this car home at the end. Although you could rock, paper, scissors with Joey Mawson, depending on when they get their last pit stop, because Joey's done an outstanding job. If you're wondering why this car is multicoloured and not the usual livery, it's because it had a very big crash yesterday morning at the Dipper with Mark Rosler behind the wheel. Glanced the fence one side, whacked it firmly on the other, and did a lot of damage. This team worked extremely hard. All 4 corners were damaged. Had to source new front end. I spoke to one of the team members this morning and said we're beavering away and a new headlight just magically appeared in our garage. We have no idea where it came from. We don't know where we have to give it back to, but it popped up. So the spare parts gods were with them. Tear off the windscreen. So it'll be clean screen for Mark Ross, the South Australian. who, like all good racing car drivers, Gartan, has started racing HQs out at Malala.
Well, that seems like the natural starting point when you want to go GT3 racing at Mount Panorama. So, wide and varied experience levels of all drivers here. The Bathurst 12 Hour this weekend. Rosa makes his way out of the lane. And yes, he has a bit of work to do as far as fulfilling his driving requirements for the rest of this race. But I thought BRM ran their strategy very nicely at the start of the race. They shielded Rosa from those changeable conditions like Triple Eight did with Prince Jeffrey Everham. You remember the last time that Mark Rosa drove this car, he was in the fence. So not sending him out in the wet conditions or in the foggy conditions, I think was a smart play. And we certainly find ourselves in much more favourable conditions for our bronze drivers right now.
So Mark needs a really solid, probably 70, 75-minute stint now. He needs to go this tank of fuel. He's only had 55 minutes of drive time in this race so far. So they've sacrificed the AM a little bit in the early stages, protected him, but now he needs to do the heavy lifting for this stint and then spend an hour out of the car, and he'll have to jump in again later in the race. So he may find himself up against some pro drivers a bit later on, which could cost them some track position. But if they stay somewhere near the lead lap with a Percat and a Mawson behind the wheel, they've got the car speed, certainly, to challenge for a really decent result today.
They're certainly taking their pain now as far as a driving combination. A lot of the teams have a lot more of their bronze driver driving time locked away and dealt with, so you don't get anything for free when it comes to strategy, and the 17 car will have to have a few things go their way safety car wise later in the day.
Well, when you drive to Mount Panorama from Sydney, you drive through the Blue Mountains, and what a place to drive through as well. It is utterly spectacular. Australian wildlife and wilderness at its absolute best. It's a great place to visit. There's some great little towns across the way, some coffee shops and restaurants worth stopping at. A great place to just check out and explore and decompress before you head to some car racing at Mount Panorama, or even better, on the way through and stop at Katoomba and see the old racetrack as well. Well worth a stop. This is the Liqui Bathurst 12 Hour. We're not far away from moving into the second half of the motor race. These are the Maguire's highlights from the first 5 hours and 26 minutes of motor racing. Pretty typical Bathurst stuff, Gartan. This has been wild, exciting weather. There's been crashes, there's been great motor racing. It's delivered so far, and there's still so much more to play out.
The mountain bites, we all know that, and it's bitten a few experienced campaigners already today. Kenny Habul had this minor moment down at the final corner in the wet conditions, as did Sheargold leaving the dipper in his AMG Mercedes. Fair bit of damage to the front of that car. And then this one, Liam Talbot sent it right up the inside on Tony Bates as they made their way into the chase. And when the rain came, you need to have your rain light on. And the 17 car had a drama with their rain light. The BRM team were able to get that one fixed. One of the Mark Mustangs went around right in front of Chaz Mostert, one of our outright contenders at the time.
They were running third at the time. They got themselves into a podium position. The Mark Cars Australia entry in the wet. They've dropped outside the top 10 at the moment, but what a performance it's been. A little glitch here, literally, for car 65. And Liam Talbot had to go the Control-Alt-Delete route in the Coin Spot Audi to get that car fired up. They remain in 8th position. A couple of laps off the pace. There will be opportunity for those to come back to them later on. And car 91 leads the race, but we're about to see a battle for the lead. In fact, we're seeing it now. Down the inside, Lucas Doles. It's Pro Driver versus Am. And the young German works his way through to take the lead for Sun Energy One Racing for the first time today. That car now in front. They've got Paul Stokel, I think it is, in 47, who's a couple of laps back just to put another lap down. It is. Lucas should just wait till the braking zone up here into the chase. Oh, Stokel just shuts the door. He wasn't far enough alongside, so Paul certainly didn't make it easy for him. So that was a change for the lead. Kevin Seed now locking off some driver time in car number 91. This driver hails from Macau, and we made the point very briefly early, GT, that a lot of his early racing has come at the Macau street circuit. And I spoke to Darryl O'Young about that, and Darryl came here with no experience at Bathurst, but plenty of miles at Macau, and said there's probably the only one track in the world that makes Bathurst look wide is the Macau Street Circuit. And he thinks that's what's going to give young Kevin C an advantage as the AM driver this weekend. Bryony?
Yeah, as you can see, car 65 in the lane, Liam Talbot out, Fraser Rossi's in. There's been a lot of discussion down here as to how they approach this issue. It sounds like there's some sort of issue with the braking when it's downshifting. The upshifting is fine, but the downshifting is not. They have decided to do a data download during this pit stop. They're going to keep circulating. Well, that was the plan. It looks like they're rolling it in, but I think they've got 2 minutes to do this as a compulsory stop. They also do have a compressor and a new steering wheel on standby. They're hoping that a download of data might help to pinpoint the exact problem, and they can fix it from there.
Thanks, Bryony. And the point about a compressor was good, because when that car shut down the last time, it sounded like the compressor was on for a long time. GT, you've driven these cars before. Sound about right to you?
Yeah, it sounds to me, if they're looking at the compressor, they would have downloaded, you heard Bryony say they downloaded the data, so they'll be checking whether the compressor's building enough air pressure to actually activate the downshift sequence in the gearbox. If it's not generating enough air pressure, that means that it won't downshift, and that's potentially why we were seeing Liam Talbot having trouble on corner entry to a lot of the corners. So it may not have been an electrical issue, it may have just simply been the fact there's not enough air pressure being generated by the compressor. So that's a long change. That's not a quick change to change the compressor in these cars. So that they'll be hoping that Alt Control Delete Reset with the computer plugged in this time in the garage will be able to solve their evils.
We've been charting the progress of Car 888 over the course of the day. The Man Filters 888 race engineering car, and a very, very good stint this morning by the man that joins us in the commentary box now. Young Brock Feeney is with us. Hello, mate. Well done. Your drive this morning in really challenging conditions was outstanding.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Thanks for having me up here. Sitting up here, you guys probably know more what's going on than I do, but yeah, it's been a pretty cool morning. 6.5 hours to go, and yeah, driving this morning was pretty cool.
Bryony?
Sorry, guys, I'm just down here. Yeah, they have fitted a new compressor to the 65, so it sounds like you're right on the money there about what was happening.
Garth Tander right on the money once again. So
you can hear it in the background. You can hear that groaning noise in the background. That's the compressor trying to build air pressure. So it's the air pressure that activates the solenoid that shifts the gears every time the driver pulls on the paddles on the back of the gear stick. So quite a complicated system, and it's in behind that cover. So the team going to work to try and replace that compressor, but as I said, that's not a small change. That'll take them a good 2, 3, 4 laps to get that done.
That just may well remove Chaz Mostert from the equation when we come to a racing finish a little bit later on. Fuel going into the Grove Racing Porsche. We're joined by Brock Feeney in the commentary box. Tell us about that opening stint, because we've had feedback from Chaz, we've had feedback from Davey Reynolds about what those conditions were like to drive in. What were they like to drive in?
Yeah, the start of the race for sure. On the warm-up lap, I said to the boys, there's no way we can go racing in this. We did a few laps under safety car, and then they let us loose. So still a pretty wild decision, I think, to let us go. But yeah, unfortunately, one car crashed, but most of us got through there cleanly. But yeah, crazy race. And then a few of the AMs got in, and I was the only pro. So I got to the lead of the race, and to leave the 12 hours pretty good.
What was the most challenging thing for you? What was the most challenging thing for you that opening stint? Was it the visibility? Was it the fog? Was it just getting your head around, driving around here in the night time? All of the above?
Yeah, definitely all of the above, but the fog's something that we're not used to. And when I got out this morning, some of the Euro guys said, oh, it's not that bad. But I'm like, us Aussies are like, we've never seen this before. So, you know, you come over Skyline and you can't see the dipper. So it's very difficult to judge yourself out there. But there's so much going on, you know, racing these guys and battling with Europeans is something pretty cool. So it was a good morning. You've
done a couple of the GT World Challenge rounds in this car alongside Prince Jeffrey, but what's it been like to roll out here for a 12-hour? And you mentioned some of those internationals.
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, I really enjoy driving these cars. They're very different, but first time at Bathurst in a GT3, like how awesome is it? Over the top, it's pretty sensational, and something I've wanted to do for a while, let alone to race in the 12-hour and partner up with two great drivers. So yeah, it's been a great weekend so far. Still in the mix at the moment, so hopefully towards the end of the race we can, yeah, try and get on the podium.
Prince Jeffrey Abraham's at the wheel of the Triple Eight car now. How's he been going? Is he starting to feel comfortable? Because I think Jeffrey probably puts a lot of pressure on himself to try and keep up with you guys, but that's not the role for the bronze driver. How's he feel out there?
Yeah, it's a weird one this weekend, you know. You got it's a pro-am, so you really need to make sure your am's doing a really good job, and Jeffrey rolled out really strong, did his best lap in the first practice, but unfortunately had a little bit of a hiccup in the second one, so he's been building confidence back up from that. Yeah, he's doing a good job out there now. The biggest thing for the AM is keeping it clean for myself and Shane to try and, you know, bring it home at the end.
What have you got left to bring it home? What time have you got left in the car, do you know, strategy-wise?
Well, I'm sitting up here, so I got no idea. But
do you want us to tell you? Rich has got a pretty good idea of what's going on with the strategy. Would you like me to tell you?
Yeah, go for it.
See if Rich is going to get it right.
Well, I don't know. My thought is that after this, there needs to be another pro stint between Jeffrey's drive now, and he'll have to do one more stint later on in the afternoon. So I'm thinking Shane for a sneaky hour or you for a sneaky hour. It's one of the two.
Well, that's pretty obvious, isn't it?
No, I'm no rocket scientist, Brock. Thank you. Is it you jump back in and then Jeffrey does another stint, Shane does the finish?
It depends if I get my hour break.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
yeah. As a driver, you got to have 60 minutes once you're out of the car before you can get back in. So it depends where the safety car falls.
And at the same time, Jeffrey will have to jump out and stay out for an hour from this stint to complete his driver time. How much of a role do you play in talking about that strategy, or do you just sit back and listen to the sage advice coming from the propeller heads down there at T8?
Yeah, we got some pretty smart guys down there, so I certainly don't have too much of an influence on it. But, I mean, we always chat to the guys and understand when we're going to get back in the car. But, yeah, they're the smart guys. We're just the race car drivers.
Smart play, Brock. Just sit back, have your helmet close by, and just jump in the race car when they tell you to get in.
I had about half a lap last time. They're like, you're in the car. I'm like, oh, my God.
Lucas Stoles has just set the fastest lap of the race. It felt like it took a long time for the track to dry, but the moment they put slicks on, 2 or 3 laps later, bang, the lap time started to flow.
Yeah, for sure. Shane picked that pretty well and got me in the car on the slicks. So, yeah, got out there. The times, I mean, on the first lap were much quicker than the wet tyres. So it's still a bit daunting over the top because there's wet patches around, even though you know it's dry. If you're half a tyre offline, it's so easy to go in the fence around here. So, you know, engineers are updating you as much as they can on the other drivers' lap times, just so you're not going stupid fast, but you're trying to manage that gap.
I was going to ask actually about that. It seemed like a very opportune moment to put Shane in the car. Was that planned for Shane to drive then, or was it a case of, oh, it's raining, we should put Shane in?
No, Shane was planned to get in. Right. Fell with the rain, so how perfect. But, I mean, I think strategy so far today has been pretty good. You can see one of the Mercedes that's been pitting all day, they're looking really strong at the moment as well. So there's a lot to unfold for the rest of the day, but so far it's been good.
Did you guys have an idea of a read on that Craft Bamboo would be playing that strategy card? Because I think it's caught a lot of pit lane off guard, if you like, but not a lot of people thought that was the way to go.
No, for sure, and I think in this race there's been so many safety cars so early on, so it's worked out perfect for them. Yeah, we didn't really think about doing it as much as they did, but I mean, every time the safety car came in, they pitted. It's first lap green, they pitted. It's worked out really well for them. So I don't think we've got too many compulsory pit stops to go anyway, and then we'll be pretty similar to the end.
I have to ask, and we thank you for joining us, Brock. Really appreciate it. You've done a super job today. How long do you reckon it's going to take you to get your head around your Red Bull Ampol Racing Commodore next weekend when you go to Winton? 3.2 Ks of twists and turns, fairly different sort of scenario.
Yeah, well, Winton's a bit different to Bathurst, so hopefully it doesn't take too long, but it's got to remember which side to get in.
That's what I was going to say. Just make sure you get the right side of the car. And the supercar doesn't have ABS or traction control, so don't go looking for those knobs on the steering wheel. Mate, I thought you did a fantastic job to open that race. A lot of pressure on your shoulders. It's a high-profile car, and you did an awesome job negotiating those foggy, dark conditions, and then obviously that rain as well. So well done, mate. You should be really happy with how that went.
Thanks, mate. Thank you.
Well done, Brock. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. We'll let you go and get ready for your next stint.
Go find out when you're getting in the car, Brock.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't rely on us to tell you.
Thanks, guys.
Brock Feeney joining us here in the commentary box, doing a super job for Triple Eight Race Engineering in the Man Filters Mercedes AMG. They're fifth. Lucas Stoles leads the race and is setting fastest laps. The Liqui Bathurst 12-hour.
Work continues on the 65 Audi. Fraser Ross patiently waiting inside the car. Jules Gonon waiting the 75. Sun Energy 1 AMG Mercedes of Lucas Stoltz currently leading the race. So this car, think back, it's had 2 drive-through penalties. It's been backwards in the grass at the final corner, and it's leading the race.
Yeah, it's just one of those days, isn't it? They've got some AM time to tick off, but they're going to put Jules back in the car, just go as fast as they can and build some more track position.
And I think they're putting Jules in the car right now because Kevin C is in the 91 Craft Bamboo car. So you can extend that advantage massively when you've got one of the world's fastest GT3 drivers going up against the bronze driver in the Craft Bamboo car. So I think that's smart strategy. It does have swings and roundabouts, like you said, Rich. The Sun Energy 1 team will have a bit of bronze driver time left to do later in the race, but they're going for gold right now.
Winkelhock in as well in 777, so I bet that Yasser Shahin's going to jump into that car. So actually, it's going to get even better for Sun Energy 1 Racing because Jules will be up against 2 AM drivers. So this will be the reverse of what we saw with Daniel Juncadella, who built that massive margin because it was the Pro against the AMs. So now the AMs are in those cars. The Pro will go to work for Sun Energy 1 Racing. And this champion French driver who won here so brilliantly for Bentley in 2020, but has won at Spa, GT World Challenge Endurance and Sprint Championships. And there is Yasser Shahin, the South Australian, jumping aboard car 777. Reynolds is in the lane as well in car 24. Tony Bates, Audi R8. Second of the Audis in the field. So there's going to be a bit of track position gain here for 888 while this is unfolding. And will probably help their cause as well, because Ibrahim will be against a bit more like-for-like AM drivers. And Jules Gounon will be the outlier. Of course, it'll come back the other way, because there's still some AM driver time to do for car 75.
Tyres, new set of tyres going on for both Jules Gounon and also Yasser Shahin aboard the 777 Audi. So a little bit of added pressure for Shahin, leaving pit lane on a cold set of tyres. That was one of the hot talking points in qualifying yesterday, was getting the Pirelli control tyre up to temperature. Qualifying spec, the same will ring true in racing.
And GT, Yasser's got a job to do. Touched on before the point of these AM drivers not having done many laps, and we're talking about Mark Rosso. Yasser's only done 51 minutes of the race so far. So he now needs a really big stint, and then he'll still have another one to go. So they'll extend this as long as they possibly can in 777 from a fuel point of view. So we're looking at anywhere between 65 to 80 minutes potentially for a full tank of fuel. And that'll tick off a big chunk of Yasser's minimum driver time. Remember, the AM drivers have to do 180 minutes of this race. They have to do a quarter of the Liqui Bathurst 12-hour. So Kevin C leads, but Jules Gounon now behind the wheel of car 75. And the Frenchman goes very, very fast. Oh, it's a picture, Sydney, New South Wales, the harbour, the bridge, the Opera House, the towers, and even the wildlife. It's an incredible part of the world to visit, and a must-do stop if you're visiting this part of the world. And just a 3-hour drive over the mountains to Mount Panorama Bathurst. And this is some of the sights and the scenes from a bruising 6 hours of motor racing so far. There's still so much more to play out. We're in that stage of the endurance race where teams have to be patient, drivers have to be patient, commentators have to be patient, because everything's just playing out. We're in the middle overs, we're working our way towards the finish, and this is Jules Gounon strapping himself in behind the wheel of car number 75.
So, as you said, Rich, really entering the grunt part of the race, if you like, where you really have to be solid, be nice and consistent, keep the mental focus up, keep the concentration up, no mistakes here. There will be twists in the tail of this Bathurst 12-hour, and as you said, still over 6 hours to go in this one. So only half the story told.
We've got an entire Bathurst 6-hour to come today on the mountain. 5:15, 5:13 plus a lap is the finishing point. Bamboo car, which you pointed out earlier on, seems to be running lower than the other AMG GT3s in the field, scraping as it goes down through the elbow.
So Audi Sport Australia team continue to work on the 65 Audi with Fraser Ross patiently waiting inside the driver's cockpit, and they've now switched their attention to the back of the car. So clearly some sort of gear selection issue for that car. It's not just the air compressor on board that activates the shift solenoid. The 47 in the lane, Paul Stokel aboard this Superbarn Audi that started as a different car.
Yeah, correct, it did. This is V2.0. I heard from pit lane it's a gear shift cylinder they're replacing now in the back of car 65.
So that's a gearbox actual hardware piece. So that's a big job. So the 65 Audi continues to bleed laps, now coming up on 9 laps behind the race leader, and that's a tall ask to bring that back on a class operation like Craft Bamboo.
Paul Stokel's just jumped out of the Superbarn Supermarkets AM class entry and punched out that car's fastest lap a lap before he came into pit lane. So it's the old in-lap principle, go as fast as you can. 2:06.6, really handy stint from Paul. Like you mentioned, the fact that this car is in the race at all is remarkable, and there was a fair degree of pragmatism from everybody involved, I think, to get it up there, and a huge amount of effort. Race organised allowed it to occur. Generally, spare cars aren't a thing, but the fact they freighted it up from Melbourne to get the job done, to get it on the grid, and to make sure we had the best possible grid at the start of the motor race, and well done to the team for slaving away to get that car out as well. Huge effort as we go back and pick up on David Wall in the Wall Racing Lamborghini. Scored in 8th, and here we go. This is a huge effort for car number 55. They're a long way down, 50 laps completed compared to the 127 for Kevin C, who's the race leader. But you've just got to finish. You need to be classified, and they could still get themselves potentially a class podium. They are in the AM division of the GT3 category. And really, if they finish, they're going to get themselves a trophy. And it will be a huge effort to do so. Just torque those centre lock wheel nuts up to make sure they're as tight as possible. And I think Sergio Perez should be behind the wheel. And here we go. This is a car that's a little bit further up the order. They've dropped a few laps through that, and they're going to be about 10 laps down now, so it probably removes them from any sort of outright contention later in the day, but at least they'll be able to circulate. And a lot of work going on for the coin spot Audi R8, which Chaz Mostert has been so fast in, and frustration perhaps, the burnout to exit pit lane after sitting in the bunker for what's been now just ticking over to 18 minutes. On the upside, it fits the mark for a 2-minute compulsory pit stop, so they're pretty safe there.
18 minutes, that's 9 compulsory pit stop. They're done.
My BB glass half full again.
If you rolled in consecutive, but unfortunately that's not the way the rules work. So Fraser Ross now aboard the 65 Audi, getting a bit of tyre temp back into the tyres as he makes his way out of pit lane and up Mountain Straight for the run to turn 2. So good to see that car back on track, and as Richard said, great to see the 55 AMG Mercedes make its way out of pit lane. And this is real bucket list type stuff for these guys. They made it into the top 10 Super Pole session in Saturday afternoon. The 55 just getting itself going after a pretty extensive rebuild to the front of that car.
Right, let's jump on board with Jules Gounon. Crank up your volume. Let's listen to the sweet sound of a Mercedes AMG GT3 around Mount Panorama. That's the work of the 27-year-old Frenchman, Jules Gounon, who is in second place, but he's hauling in the race leader at the rate of about 6 seconds a lap at the moment. As car number 74 pits, so Nathaniel Berton was behind the wheel. They're running 6th outright, lap behind the leader. But as we've touched on, we think they're in a pretty decent spot because now Brad Schumacher hasn't got an enormous amount of driver time to go. But we're not quite in that window for him to complete and tick off all his driver time requirements. SVG just watching on before he jumps back into that car. So Schumacher's got to do 60 minutes after the 6-hour mark, so into the 7th hour of the motor race. And it's 6 hours and 9 to go, so we're 5 hours and 50 minutes in. So basically what that means, if Brad Schumacher is in the car now for an hour and 20 minutes, he'll be fine. Yeah. He'll tick off his driver time, and then they'll be able to rotate between Kelvin van der Linde and Nathaniel Berton to the end. So the race will come back the way of the Audi Sport Team Valvoline, the Kelso electrical car. Jules Gounon is the son of Jean-Marc Gounon, who raced in Formula 1. If you grew up in the Adelaide era of Formula 1, that will be a name that is familiar to you. Perennial battlers in the sport, driving for the Minot teams, but always fun to see if they qualify for those races or make it to the grid, or in that era, make it to the finish. 9 Grand Prix he raced, Jean-Marc Gounon.
9 more than you or I, Rich.
Correct.
On board with Fraser Ross.
I still hold hope, Garth.
Never say never.
For you, not for me.
Yeah, well, I think even for I, mate, I think that ship has sailed. Fraser Ross, though, his ship is still sailing around Mount Panorama. Long-time competitor in McLaren GT3 cars, now aboard the Audi. Pick up the 24 of Tony Bates. Currently 5th.
Only 1.7 seconds behind Yasser Shahin. So there's a little battle for position between two rivals in Fanatec GT World Challenge powered by AWS competition. There is Gounon coming through to these guys a lap down. They're already 1 lap behind the race leader. Second place about to do that as well.
So this is the important Bates, who's currently 5th. The actual race leader behind him on circuit. So if C can put Bates another lap down, that makes the job a whole lot more difficult for the 24 car. And again, also for the 777 car as well of Yasser Shahin. So Shahin will be wanting to put his head down, make his way past the 47 Triple Barn Audi.
Give you a lap time check as they come through this time by, just so we can compare some lap speed. So Shahin across the line at a 2:10.4. C across the line at a 9.4. So that AM versus AM. And car number 91, whether it's pro or AM driver at the moment, seems to have speed to burn. Tony Bates did a 13.7. He might have had some traffic that lap though. So a little bit slower than we'd expect Tony Bates to go around Mount Panorama. With a huge amount of experience, Victorian businessman, came to prominence in motorsport in the One Mate Commodore Cup Championship, a series that was responsible for finding the likes of Lee Holdsworth for his supercars career. Tony, always a really aggressive racer, and since moved to One Mate Porsche competition, he won Pro-Am in Carrera Cup. Now races GT cars and was right in front of the field in the opening round of GT World Challenge at Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, but he's about to be gobbled up here by the race leader. The blue flags will be flying for Tony, for Kevin to go past. So the Macanese driver will go through and put car number 24 another lap down.
Oh, he made contact with the wall there.
No.
It was light contact, but definitely contact onto the concrete at the exit of Reed Park. So just getting caught up behind the 24 of Tony Bates.
Just need to be really careful going down the hill now, Garth, to make sure there's nothing broken in the rear end of that car.
So that will get your attention. It's the rear of the car. Would be the considering it was a glancing blow, but
to all teams, pit lane penalty, car 95 for exceeding pit lane speed limit.
Pit lane speed, that's Declan Fraser, is behind the wheel of the Mark Cars Australia entry.
I was worried about the rear geometry of that 91 Craft Bamboo Mercedes. The contact with the wall was reasonable enough to get your attention. So there are some nervous people in the Craft Bamboo garage right now.
Oh, Tony Bates trying to get past James Kanduris. He's another couple of laps back in the 47 car while still trying to fend off Kevin C. Across the line they go. 12.8 for Bates, 12.5 for C, but he's boxed in behind this Audi and trying very hard to clear him and get through. The margin back to Jules Gounon now, 58 seconds. So the Frenchman is absolutely scything that lead down.
Tony D'Alberto has just jumped aboard the number 6 Lamborghini Huracan. So Bates has a look up the inside, can't get it done. D'Alberto's fresh out of the pits on cold tyres, so this continues to back up the race leader.
Oh, not through the kink, please. Yeah. Side by side on the run, it's D'Alberto smart enough to get right out of that.
Well played, Tony D'Alberto. On cold tyres, did not need to get involved in that stuff. This is a bit of high-stakes poker going on right now. Bates not giving up this other lap. He wants to stay in front of that 91 car to stop his car going 2 laps down and making it all that more difficult to fight back later in the day. And our race leader, Kevin C., whilst he's racing the car that he's trying to put a lap down, Jules Gounon.
Bad scores from the flag car, 24.
Yeah, so that's ignoring the blue flags for Tony Bates. So he can't continue to do that.
Drive-through penalty will come his way if he does. Probably got a lap's grace.
But on lap 26, Richard, the gap between Kevin C. and Jules Gounon on lap 126 was 1 minute and 26 seconds. Now on lap 132, 53 seconds. So we talked about our pro driver versus our bronze driver and whether you could close that gap down. He's taken a huge chunk of lap time out of him in just 6 laps.
Yeah, Jules Gounon is doing Jules Gounon things. His stint so far, 6 laps. Did a 5.8 was his first flying lap, and then went 4.7, 6.1 with traffic, 4.7, 4.5, 4.2. So he got bang, 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 really quick, and finally 91 down the inside, and Tony Bates can't afford to fight for that. Yeah,
done now, but
he's got that flag, bad sportsmanship flag, which is being shown to him now at the control line. So the team would have been on the radio informing him of that. So that's another lap back from the race leader for the car in 5th position.
And that gap now, we just finished the sentence between first and second, saying the gap was 53 seconds. 47 now, Richard.
It's good last time round.
6 seconds, and that's only in that's in 2 sectors of the lap.
I love watching these Europeans work. There's a look at the Bureau of Meteorology's website. So you can see Bathurst there between Orange and Richmond. It's a fairly sizable front coming over this way, but we're not going to play that game. We're firmly on the weather fence up here. It's up to Chad Nalon, I think, to predict weather for us today. We're not going to fall into that trap.
It's a Neil Crompton protege, so I feel like that falls into Chad Nalon's job requirement for the day. On board here with Gounon, though. And seriously impressive to watch this guy at work. Let's hear from Chad.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something here for a minute, you two. I never said it was exactly what time it was going to rain. I just said it would rain at some point in Bathurst in general. Now, it could be today, it could be tomorrow, it could be
is that today or this week?
I could get the annual rainfall up for Bathurst if you'd like. The average rain across the course of the year.
Thanks for that update, Chad. That was helpful.
Go back to the Pirelli pit bunker, I think. Outstanding. It will rain at some point is the general assumption there. Into pit lane comes Jeffrey Ibrahim from 3rd place, 3rd car Triple Eight. So he's been out there for 20 laps in this stint and has got that car up to 3rd place. We're looking back at the Royal Racing Lambo with Tony D'Alberto behind the wheel. He's currently running in 9th position at the moment.
So that's Tony D'Alberto now starting to come back at Tony Bates. D'Alberto, does he get up the inside? Oh, Bates eventually lets him through. Fraser Ross comes through as well, but
just looking at Prince Jeffrey's stint there, and he's going to jump out of that car. That's a pretty decent stint from Jeffrey, and the lap times got better and better and better as it went on. He clearly got more confident right through it. And his last 4 laps, he did a 2:10.0, then he did a 9.5 and a 9.4, and his last one was a 10.7. So punched into the 9s for the first time in his stint right at the end of that one. So that was a pretty good run for Prince
nice
Jeffrey.
Job.
Yeah.
We were having a chat with Brock Feeney when he was up here in the commentary box, and he was just saying that that little moment that Prince Jeffrey Abraham had in practice 2 knocked his confidence around a little bit, but a stint like that really helps rebuild the confidence. So Prince Jeffrey Abraham does have to spend a bit more time in the 888 AMG Mercedes, so he'll be a far more comfortable driver when he jumps back in.
Garth, good news. It's all downhill from here. We're in the second half of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hour. We've just ticked over the 6-hour mark. So we can go all Bon Jovi. Well, we're halfway there.
You can go all Bon Jovi.
Some people living on a prayer in this race. Kevin C, the margin 41 seconds, by the way, as Gurnon just punched out a 2:04.1 last time around. It's just relentlessly consistent and fast. What these factory drivers are paid to do. Yasser Shahin remains third, so he and Tony Bates have passed, and confirming it is Shane Van Gisbergen behind the wheel of car 888. So this should be a little bridging stint now for 60 minutes.
Yeah.
And then they'll put Prince Jeffrey back in to complete his minimum driver time, you'd imagine, now that we've ticked over that second half of the race mark. And from there, flat out. So after Prince Jeffrey's final stint, you go Brock Feeney and then Shane for a double to the end. When you need to get racing, get the elbows out, he's the best man for the job.
It's exactly what you told Brock Feeney when he was up there, so don't need a strategy bunker down in the 888 garage. Just ring Richard Crail, he can run the strategy for you.
Take Dubbo's job. Pays better.
Van Gisbergen getting up to speed. He's on a cold tyre. And Brad Schumacher aboard the 74 Valvoline Audi. So both these cars, just for position. Schumacher, Schumacher just glanced the inside wall there at Skyline. So a couple of mistakes from a couple of our bronze drivers. Saw that from Kevin C earlier at Reed Park, and then Schumacher just the slightest glance at the apex at Skyline. So we saw him just jinking on the wheel there, and again, just double checking the steering. They'll be watching the tyre pressure monitors to make sure it hasn't damaged a rim on that Audi as well. So
Shane weaving to try and get some tyre temperatures, so for other reasons, having just come out of pit lane. It seems like it's so easy to do at that point of the racetrack, Garth, just from a driver's perspective, that run down the hill, because the thing's so loaded up, isn't it? You've got a bit of that curve on the outside, and that wall on the run into the Gazoo Racing Dipper, it just pops out of nowhere, jumps into the road.
I've done the exact same thing across the apex at Skyline. You want to run the car as close as you possibly can to the wall. And for those of us who've done the majority of our laps in supercars around here, you're sitting on the wrong side of the car, so getting that right takes a little bit of skill. It's very easy just to glance that wall at Skyline. So fast across the top of Skyline and GT3 cars. Van Gisbergen continues to weave the build tyre temperature in the 888 AMG Mercedes. Let's hear from Chad.
Well, since we've reached the halfway point, I figured it would be a good time to dive down into the Pirelli pit bunker and just give you a couple of updates. We've been running now for 2 hours and 5 minutes of green flag conditions, exactly what the Craft Bamboo team were hoping for to help play out that maximum strategy, because as it stands at the halfway point, they are still the only team to have completed all 9 of the compulsory pit stops. There's quite a few cars getting close. The majority of the field are on either 7 or 8 of their compulsory pit stops as it stands. Now, the first thing I want to talk about here is the driving time, and particularly for the AM drivers, because as it stands, they've all pretty much got one more stint, and that stint has to come in the second half of the race. But I want to put a little question to Richard Crail here, because you guys have been singing the praises of the Audi team for getting the majority of the minutes for Brad Schumacher out of the way. As it stands, he only has 39 more minutes to complete in that car. But Krause, they've got to do an hour for him in the second half of the race. I think they've actually got it 20 minutes too early. So that's an interesting thing to maybe ponder for a moment. Did they actually give him too many laps early on? Because he has to do an entire hour in the second half of the race, even though he's only got 39 minutes of his minimum driving time. Before we ponder that, though, let's quickly check out exactly how we're standing in the race. Now, we have gone for that big 2-hour run of green flag running, which means we've gone from 20 laps an hour up to 22 2.2 laps an hour, which is going to give us 267 laps for the motor race. We're nearly on the board for the top 10 of fastest races here at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. So speed is definitely starting to pick up, but the big question mark there for me is Brad Schumacher in that 74. Like I said, 39 minutes of driving time remain, but he's got to do a whole hour in the second half of the race.
Yeah, he does, Chad, but I think they're confident enough in Brad's ability to do it because he's been one of the quicker and more reliable AMs over the course of the weekend. So I think if you're in a position where you're confident enough in your AM to do the job, you can continue on and do that. So they're putting a lot of faith in Brad to do it. He's going to have to go longer than that 180-minute minimum driver time that an AM has to do over the course of the race. But I think they're confident enough in his ability, both in terms of car speed and in terms of his reliability for it. So that's the way the race stands. Before we talk any further about that, let's go and have a look at the Shannon's time machine. There they go. He's got a quarter of pit lane to transit. He's just going to get out in front here, or it's going to be very, very close. Van Gisbergen at the line. He's in front. Wink up on the left. There'll be 3 or 4 seconds in it, and we have got some kind of motor race to the finish. We've got a new leader. It's all cleansed. This is a race to the flag, and it's between that Mercedes AMG and that Ferrari.
The gap then is something in the region of 5 seconds. The decision, and the big decision, was not to put new Pirelli rubber on the 22 car. That kept them the lead, but he's got to make those tyres last 43 minutes.
They traded paint last year in the Supercars Championship, and Wink up all over the back of the AMG as they run down the hill. Van Gisbergen's under immense pressure. Whincup is in the tow. He pulls out alongside the AMG for the race lead. There's contact, there's paint, there's dust and debris, and he goes through and grabs the lead.
My goodness, they were so close to disaster there. A bit of rubbing as SVG comes round the outside into the chase. This is going to be all or nothing for the 22 car. They know that if this Mercedes AMG can't get back past the bright red Ferrari, they are in real trouble. And that might just be the move of the race.
We work our way down into the KW Suspensions chase, watching our race leader, Kevin C., behind the wheel of the Craft Bamboo entry. 25 seconds ahead now of Jules Gounon. As we get closer to the halfway mark of the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour for 2022. We started in the dark this morning with foggy conditions, some heavy rain early in the day, some more fog, and now some overcast conditions, but finally starting to see some good numbers around the track as we check in with Jules Gounon on his way through the chase and down to the final turn.
Gounon now has taken a minute out of Kevin C in 11 laps. That's a serious number. So you talk about the offset between the pro driver and the bronze driver, and Gounon trying to shut down this lead that Craft Bamboo have very skillfully managed to execute through strategy. Certainly caught the majority of pit lane off guard when they were just continually in pit lane for the first 4 hours of the race. I think it was 12 pit stops in 4 hours. And certainly had the frequent toll booth ticket every time they came to the lane.
Loyalty card,
yeah, I think
tolls.
Got a free coffee every time they came to the lane. So strategy, though, put them in the box seat. But right now, Gounon trying to shut that gap down.
Everybody first, second and third on the lead lap still, with Tony Bates back in 4th position. Too often you'd say you'd find a minute on the race leader in such a short amount of time.
Gounon just absolutely on it across the top of the mountain. We've heard all weekend these AMG Mercedes bottoming so heavily through Reed Park and McPhillamy, and you could just hear that from the external shots. Again there for the run down to the dipper. So
And remember, this had 2 drive-through penalties, this car.
Yeah, and it was been backwards at the final corner in the grass. And now it's chasing down the leader. So that's the great thing about the Bathurst 12 hour. You're never out of the game. Keep yourself on the lead lap. Bit of smart strategy, some fast driving, and you're always a chance. So 3.5 seconds taken out to the end of the second sector on this lap alone from Gunon. So we just saw how much committed he was across the top of the mountain.
Gap will be less than 20 seconds at the end of this lap as he works his way through the KW suspension chase and under the Liquimolly Bridge to complete another lap, of which we've done 139 now in today's Liquimolly Bathurst 12 hour. Here's the race leader working his way up to Griffins, and only a matter of time before we see the second place car come into shot. And there he is on the exit at Hell Corner. Gap is 20.8 seconds. Well, we love our time here at Bathurst. It certainly is one of the great places to come and visit when you come to New South Wales. It's a hub of family attractions and local produce and plenty of amazing countryside. We love coming here more than once a year to take in this amazing mountain, Mount Panorama, home to, of course, the Bathurst 1000. And today, the Liquimolly Bathurst 12 hour as we're inside the second half now of this race. Garth Tander alongside me, Matt Nolte, is the lead at the front is now less than 20 seconds. Kevin C back to Jules Gunon.
Plenty of side-by-side combat in the early part of this 12-hour event in those foggy conditions, in those rainy conditions. So some cars carrying a few battle scars. With just under 6 hours to go in this one. There's our race leader, Kevin C, aboard the 91 Craft Bamboo Mercedes AMG. Has done an admirable job driving this car. Lap time wise is right where he needs to be for the bronze competitor, but when you're trying to stave off Jules Gunon, one of the fastest GT drivers in the world, reigning Bathurst 12-hour champion when he was part of the Bathurst winning Bentley crew back in February 2020. Feels like he's got another point to prove, does Gunon. He wants to back that one up.
Kevin C's no slouch as well.
That's right. I mean, he's doing everything he needs to be doing. It's just that Gunon is another league at the moment.
2:07.94 last time round for C. 2:04.83. Gap is 17 seconds. We check in with the Grove Porsche, just making the move for 10th position on James Konduras, who's back behind the wheel of the Superbarn Supermarkets entry. And it shows you on the screen the last laps, lots of minuses in the greens and some big numbers being chewed out of the lead at the front here, but still a long, long way to play out.
So Kevin C has just punched out his best lap of the race, 2:07.94 in car 91. So he's doing a ripper job. He is the fastest damn driver on the racetrack at the moment, but he's against an onslaught from Jules Gunon. This is an awesome stint we are watching at the moment. So his best lap in this stint is a 2:04.1. His average lap across 15 laps so far is a 2:04.8.
Wow.
Bang, 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 consistent. And that includes dealing with the traffic. There's a couple of 2:06s in there. So that gives you an indication there's a serious amount of really, really low 2:04s in this run. There was a stint in this race with